Arskill T-Chips way on the front side, 4th place. Down below, Kiko in 6th. He's still rolling again, barely just there. Here's where the keg comes in, but he has to not only survive for a little bit of a moment against the surge that's striking from the air, he also has to get ready for people to be around his box. He's gonna get tough. Flodax on the bottom right side. Rifty's going down. He's up in 5th place, right ahead of Kiko. Both now in the solo situation. He's still getting harpooned in front of him. He's also getting tagged by Surge. Lightning striking both these qualifying runs is gonna be so tough that to stop and take a few minis. Kiko is still looking for a way to try to survive for any type of shot to get up above the boards. 228 for Flodax, down to 2 HP. He's gone. 5th place interrupted. Kiko forced to just heal. The fragger man, the person who's just so good at landing all these shots. His solution is aggression. He's been nerfed, silenced so far, and now he's finally free. Still in 6th place. He's trying to find a way to get ahead. 5th now. He's finally there with the placement. Kiko's doing it, but he has a long road ahead of him. Still 14 teams left alive.
And he just needs to stay alive. He's doing so well thus far. Flodax wasn't able to do it, but he has. But with so little builds now, things become an even bigger mountain to climb. He needs to try to stay up in this one. Cammy and Seti up above. Whose game can they ruin? Whose chances can they eliminate? We're not used to seeing them up on high, but we'll see what they can cook up there. Waze is a solo, sitting in 9th place. It's going to be difficult for him to try catch up, but maybe not impossible if he can start hitting some big shots. You can see him going for it in the zone. He falls, but Kiko doing everything he can now in these final moments.
He gets silenced down. 144 points is what 5th place ends at for now. Look for any teams alive trying to beat that mark for the moment. There are 8 different ones inside right now. Vidil at 3rd is going to keep pushing forward. 172, he's way above 144. He's looking good. I see Quebecy all the way on the backside in 9th place. He might be striving straight for it. A 15th and a 13th place team as well. We'll have to break 144 points for now. Artskill with 161. He looks so good alongside T-Chips. What a graduation in skill so far we've seen season after season for this team. Seti and Cammy also basically guaranteed at this point, rocking straight towards the finals. How will this end game really ride? Vidil, Noah Riley down in 3rd. They will be good too. Now we still have 4th and 2nd up, and 18th and 14th up inside the business. It might be one of these teams having to clear up every single elimination here. But for Flois, that possibly might mean taking down T-Chips and Artskill. That means taking down Seti and Cammy as well, and his teammate barely even has enough HP. This is an impossible task with a force you cannot even tame. Cammy now getting close and personal, looking for a few shots. They're getting ready to close this game.
Yeah, is that Cammy and Seti on high? Was it Tayson and Chapix? They're applying some pressure now, but can they drop down and get a bit of these eliminations? So many players falling, and they hear it. Cammy wanting to get in on the action. Wasn't quite able to capitalize, but get some of the loot for it. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught in zone. Flois and Mappy now, they want to win this game. They want to close it out in style. Mappy, though, will fall. And again, we're seeing Flois in these final moments, doing everything he can. But will it be a repeat of last game? Will he be able to turn the tide? It's going to be a difficult one. Cammy and Seti won't seem to let him do it. Flois will fall again. Cammy and Seti will rise. Winning a game from high ground, not something you'll see every day, but that's what it's all about sometimes in the EU FNCS qualifiers. The elite of the elite players showing that they are complete and can do it regardless of their layer. Cammy and Seti win the last game, but Shia Wager, so much went down there. Kiko and Andrea, Kiko just being able to stay alive was enough to put them in the top 5, send them to the FNCS finals in those final moments.
Absolutely. 144 is what they were at. At that moment, though, the entire tiebreaker bridge of EU fell. Were there possible placements given to other teams? That is the question. So far, though, for all the live gameplay today, it's me and Levin 2K on the mic. Levin, it's been absolutely fun so far. And I mean, for you, any final words?
Honestly, man, I can't wait to see them leaderboards.
Let's see what you got.
Shia Wager, 11-2K, thank you guys so much for your incredible casting. My goodness, EU 6 games done. And now we have to kind of turn our attention to see which of those duos did qualify. Before we get there, Race Boop, I want to get your thoughts on the day.
Crazy. I think it's the easiest way to sum it up. Right? We just saw like solo pop-off after solo pop-off. We saw things that, you know, are familiar. A Vidil and a Noah win coming in there. Some frags, some heavy eliminations. And, you know, what day of FNCS is complete without a Cammy and Seti victory royale? Let's be real.
From height,
Yeah, that's different. I'll tell you what, that's the change up, right? Here it is.
Yeah, Cammy and Seti from the high ground. Obviously, you know, they've been playing it super consistent today, and they've just been some of the best teams. Obviously, Anlex and X-Squeeze were there as well, but, you know, we've seen a lot more for Cammy and Seti, and, you know, they're the type of team to have practice this sort of situation. You know, knowing that they love to practice the variety of different sort of playstyles. They know how to play low ground, they know how to play mid ground, but when it comes to high ground as well, they're just up there with the big boys.
Absolutely, and I kind of watched some of their games in the earlier rounds of this qualifier, and I saw them taking height a bunch as well, and they were winning so many games because of it at the same time. And, like, you know, having this in your arsenal, in your toolbook for Cammy and Seti is so valuable. Like, if these guys want to go on to win the FNCS, we know they've qualified to it. Now they're in the finals. If they want to win, having that low, mid, and height playstyle is so critical.
Yeah, and it's adaptability, right? Adaptability is the name of the game of Fortnite. You know, the meta changes, the game changes, the map changes every single week, and you just got to be able to adapt. But one of those teams who were not able to adapt today was Hen and Queasy Reese.
Yeah, a big shock from them. We saw almost what would have been, I'd say, the clutch of the day from Queasy here. Obviously, you see Hen get knocked on the far rotate. So close. I mean, this is like an inch away from being able to get him in. If Queasy was slightly more careful, potentially he could have gotten the res here by ramping over and preventing Kiko getting that elimination there for him. Probably not. Let's be real. It was super close, and that is a heartbreaking moment because these two are the reigning FNCS champions. Still not punching their ticket through, but this is the top 5 who have managed to make it through here. And Lex next, Weez in first, no surprise. Seti and Cammy in second after that victory royale in the final game. No surprise there either. Let's be real. Vadil and Noah Riley pop it through in third. T-Chips and Art-Skill with their fantastic, consistent performance in fourth. And in fifth place, Kiko and Indra, the team who is a sleeper kind of all day that just continue to gain point after point after point. I saw Mama Kiko in chat earlier. I'm sure she will be ecstatic.
Yeah, it's one of those duos that you didn't really expect it, right? This is, again, one of those duos that was a result of the EU snakening. And now it's basically happened. 3 of those teams that have qualified to the finals are now through as well, right? Joe and Ziandi, Tace and Chapix, and then Andretta and Kiko. The only one left is Thomas H. and Trippin to be missing out.
I am totally going off the charts here, but look at Flois and Mappy in 6th. They obviously just missed out on qualification. The qualification to the finals is top 5, but they got 142 points here, and that was pretty much in the last 2 games. Those last 2 games, they both placed second with 10th and then 12 eliminations. If they had almost managed to scrap out a couple more points, I think winning that final game actually would have qualified them over Kiko and Andrea.
Yeah, it was basically Kiko just surviving those few seconds extra, getting those extra placement points. And, you know, that's just the name of the game today, is just clutch solo moments. You just gotta have those ice in your vein in order to make it to the finals.
Absolutely, and it's disappointing for Rifty and Flodax there as well, who just went out. We saw them really doing well, but just going down early in that game. The predictions. Zeke, how'd it go for you?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It started really, really good, but it's okay. It's okay. We still have 2 more weeks, right? It's fine. You know, I feel like it went really well for you and Levin.
I feel like it did. I mean, second place. Yeah, I didn't mean to ask you, just you know, because I know it didn't go so well. But second place for me and Levin, my boy. I mean, I told you, when we lock eyes, when we have the same prediction, we're nearly always doing right there. What about you, Boop? How was your one?
Yeah, it was okay. Honestly, I think you guys sent me the wrong script or something. Everyone said that all of his buses would be coming from the south side today, and, you know, Venno and Aqua, south side bus path. I thought it was going to be a slam dunk, but unfortunately, I was wrong.
Nah.
Gonna have to hire a better script writer this season.
Nah, we're gonna get ready. We're gonna put my mom as the analyst. She got the last season's finalists right. She predicted
Absolute legend.
Hen and Queasy last season. I mean, she'd clearly win the predictions now. Let's Boop out, get her in.
There you go. There you go. This is part of our extended analytical cast here. There's just going to be a whole multiverse of people. You'll love to see it. Fortnite fam, that concludes the action here from Qualifier 2 in Europe specifically. Don't forget, you like what you see? Well, we have NA East, NA West as well. More Fortnite. Other regions, 6 games in both. Make sure you stick around. Don't forget, we're back next weekend for Qualifier number 3. We love you. Keep yourself safe. Legends Landing, we love you. And we'll see all of you on the battle bus.
Peace.
Easy.
That was a weak beep beep. I'm not gonna lie.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, and the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, burst assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the Fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the Fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the Fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic Striker Burst Rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep.
Fortnite fam? It's time once again. NA East, I've missed you, and now I get to hang out for just a little bit with SBG and Sundown. Guys, what are we kind of expecting here coming into Season 2?
The tactical sprinting, I think, is going to play a huge part in how endgame is played. We saw sliding slightly change it, but I don't think that's going to be as big of a change.
I think the biggest thing we've talked about across the other regions is the change in movement across the game, whether it is the blimps in the actual movement, how you get around the map, or the movement of your character itself.
We don't have those movement inventory items anymore. So last season we had the peppers, we had the chili chug splashes. I think the harpoon is going to come back into a strong piece.
So how can we expect to see loadout shift in this season?
We saw the change to coolers as well, so they're now dropping floppers, which is going to come back into meta because players are now going to understand the value of playing in Storm, because with all of the movement we had last season, getting ahead was so important.
NA East in particular is notorious for having these monstrously high Storm Surge numbers.
We saw the recent changes, right? You have to be able to make it to endgame. It's so much harder to actually survive there. So you're relying on impacts as well. Like, there's just so many layers to this.
I'd predict in NA East, as we normally see, a monstrous roster change, even in the week, if not sometimes in the middle of the FNCS, as players try and get their last chance to make it. I think this season, the duos who end up staying together are going to have a better run than previously at NA East. Looking at the Boog and the Miros, looking at the Thatch and the Pam Stouts, the ones who were able to put together a consistent game plan, played a ton last season, and are able to take the game plan that worked there and then add the new components. I think as you pick up a new duo, particularly this season, trying to put all the pieces together is going to be really hard.
I want to sit here and talk more, but the battle bus is ready. Okay, it's warming up for us. NA East, it is always a pleasure hanging out with all. Before we go, do you guys want to, where can we find you if we want to give you guys a follow?
Pretty consistent branding for me. X Sundown, O is a 0 on pretty much everything.
Same, I'm somebody's gun on everything as well.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Super fun to do this. NA East, let's get this started. Beep, beep. Last time on FNCS NA East, two teams stood at the top of NA East. The seasoned veterans of Agers and Kanata were hot on the heels of Peterbot and Byla, but unable to catch them. Reigning FNCS champions of NA East, Miro and Fuga, also booked their tickets straight to the finals after they snuck into the top 5. One thing is guaranteed, these players are not rookies, because all of the top 5 duos participated in last season's FNCS, and they're ready to do it all over again. Who will join these veterans in the finals? Find out now on FNCS NA East Qualifier 2, Round 4.
Five duos have already confirmed their places in finals, with another handful eager to siege cannon their way into the ultimate showdown, playing for the Axe of Champions. Tonight, the journey for FNCS Glory continues right here on FNCS NAE Qualifier 2. Fortnite fam, my name is Adam Savage. I'm delighted to be your host once again for what is going to be an amazing day of Fortnite action. I must say as well, a very happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there. A big shout out to the mums of players who are competing in the tournament tonight as well, and thinking of all those who find today very challenging as well. Boy, do we have an amazing evening plan for you. But it's not just me, as always. I'm joined by the one and the only Vivid and SBG on the desk here. Lads, fellas, boys, I think tonight is going to be pretty exceptional. We must go straight, Vivid, straight to qualifier 1 there. We had 5 teams. We saw Zeke highlight them in the kind of the reel just before the show kicked off, and 5 big names. But tonight, we have 50 duos, and the teams, every single player in every duo seems to be or have some kind of legacy in Fortnite to a degree. Tonight is going to be massive.
Yeah, the players coming in to round 4 today are not shy of Fortnite competition at all. Very, very excited to see. And you know, when we come over in between qualifiers, it's always great to see, right? Because we're kind of losing those 5 teams, and they created so much hype for us in that first qualifier. But now it kind of opens up to all new players to create that hype for us here in qualifier 2. So I'm excited to see what the competition brings today.
Yeah, Vivid, you're right. It creates that power vacuum, and we've already seen some teams try and figure out where they're going to be landing based on where those top 5 teams from last qualifier aren't landing. But, you know, quick shout out to all the moms and Mama SPG. Happy Mother's Day.
Nice. You know, I think you're right. A power vacuum is a great way to describe it. This is the great thing about this show. You are going to see it all unfold for your very eyes here. All these duos competing. Tonight, you can see here on the broadcast schedule, Qualifier 2 highlighted for you guys, May 8th. That is what's happening right now. We have 5 already gone through in Qualifier 1. Tonight, 5 more will join them in finals, making that 10 already that have gone through the finals before we get into Qualifier 3 next week, and then followed by semi-finals and finals. Remember, in Qualifiers 1, 2, and 3 as well, all teams competing for those semi-final points. Vivid, walk us through the format. Take us there, baby.
Yeah, so focused on the left side here, we are in still week number 1, but qualifier 2. So we have had that first qualifier. We played 4 rounds between yesterday, or we played 3 rounds between yesterday and today. Round 3 just finished up, so we're coming into round 4, where top 5 will advance, and then every other duo will gather up some series points to work their way towards those semifinals. And after we conclude semifinals, we will have 50 teams gathered and ready to compete in the finals, where we'll have 2 days, 6 matches each day to crown our champions this season.
Now, Vivid talked about the overall format. Let's talk about what we're playing for here today and our point format. The important thing is those victory royales. That is what everyone is trying to get. That's 32 points, and within the top 5 is where you get a ton of those points. We see it decays and keeps going down. Starting at 35th, you start to get 1 point per placement, and the higher up you go, the more points you're going to get. In addition to placement points, you're also going to get 3 points per elimination, and we've seen some big games coming through with those elim points, pushing teams up the leaderboard.
Yeah, spot on there. I think as well, you can see here in the format, 25th position is 3 points, and upwards from there, it starts to escalate very quickly, the amount of points you get, depending on where you finish in each of our games. We have player lists as well to go through. You mentioned how big the duos are tonight. Vivid, who sticks out for you in our duos competing?
Immediately, I see Day and Clicks up there. They did finish first out of round number 3, so excited to see what they can do today. But then look, we have Scented and Cold. You can see there on the left side, 33 FE is actually Cold. You know, the name business of Fortnite is indeed crazy, but Illis and Jack returning, Threats and Rise also back to try to get that top 5 position. SPG, who is sticking out for you?
So right in the bottom left corner, I see Smite and Larson. They didn't play together the first qualifier, but they finished in our top 5 last FNCS. It didn't go well at the beginning of the season. They decided to play with other people, but now they're back, and they were a problem for other teams. I'm really interested to see how they play today. We also have D-Roller and M-Pen, who just narrowly missed our top 5 last qualifier. They were up there for most of it, and we have a lot of other teams. Spade and Chimp, another team that did well during the previous FNCS, coming back. They qualified for qualifier 1, here now in qualifier 2 once again.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one thing as well that we love here on the show, and last qualifier 2 days ago, should I say, you guys were amazing. The chat right there. Big shout out to you guys in chat here. Let us know who you think is going to qualify as well, because you're a big part of this show now, of course. Let us know. Share the love. Let us know exactly who you think is going to go through the finals. Of course, here on the show as well, we love to give you guys a bit of kind of insider scoops as well regarding some of our players and the fun things that are happening. And here's something for you. This is called Ask a Pro NAE Edition. Check it out.
Even though I don't always have this great of an attitude, but you know, I'm working on it.
I feel like streaming is huge, and just like people like showing your personality.
There's just no feeling that comes close to that.
Just shower every day, just once a day. That's all it takes.
Like anything can happen, to be honest.
What is the optimal shower frequency for performance? It's crazy. That's a question.
I like to go at least once a day when I'm waking up, and yeah, just feel good and not dirty. Yeah.
I try to shower at night, because like when I wake up and I shower, like it just makes my like hands feel weird, and I usually play bad.
I think it's once a day. It's really good.
I usually shower like once a day, usually right before I get on, so I'm refreshed.
Definitely once a day, minimum. I know there's some gamers that do not do that. I know that for a fact.
Is there any underrated duo that you think could have a breakout performance?
Glaze and Trashy are doing really good right now, and I feel like they're working hard and they're placing, and I think they could do good.
I think Dubs and Mega are going to have a very good season. I think people aren't thinking as highly of them.
Oh my god, me too. And Shadow 1X is going to do really good in this FNCS.
Joji and Rokane, they're not really underrated, but I think for comp-wise, like they've been doing really good and people kind of overlook them.
What's the most effective way to make a name for yourself in the community?
To be honest, just like do all your socials and just try to place as high as you can.
Probably just placing in cash cups mostly.
Like people really look out for like solo tournaments, especially for like looking for like a new duo. Like people want to see how you can do like by yourself.
Just know that you're really good if you stream every event and plays well.
Everyone roots for the underdog, so if you're making a name for yourself, FNCS is the place to do that.
How did it feel getting your best placement in the FNCS Grand Final?
I got my best placement in Season 5 in Trios, and it felt great because I never did really good in a big team mode.
Third place in squad meta, so that was Chapter 2, Season 1, and that whole FNCS was very fun. I love squads. I wish we have it again someday.
First time, it was pretty good. You know, I got second like 4 times in a row, but so like towards the end, it was a little annoying.
It honestly felt really well, but at the same time really sad because I could have like won a lot more. And
When you see the leaderboard and then you're, I don't know, first place, it's always like just the best feeling ever.
Who is your role model?
I really look out for Bruga, one of the best players, and his story is really, really good.
Like everyone hypes me up and says like what I'm capable of, so it's honestly myself.
All like the Liquid people like Chap, Tom, Poach, like all of them, they're like super inspiring. Like you can do comp and keep content going as well.
Probably a tennis player like Roger Federer, who has like been on top for a long time and has a great attitude.
So back in the day, I was watching Apex, Temper, Fakey, and fast forward to today, I'm on their org, and that's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's amazing.
I love everyone's like, hey, Roger Federer, Booger, and Ionzo's like, I'm my own role model. I just love me. It's just me. I'm the best. Love that. And he qualified already. So, hey, it makes sense. I get it, man. One thing as well, obviously that's a bit closer to the players there you are there. And, well, of course, you can take it one step further and watch this entire show from Legends Landing as well. We talk about this a lot. It's a great place, great activities, a fun place to get closer to us as well. You can go there with the community, go and have some fun. It is an amazing place. You can find all the details on the epic Discovery Row. Check out Legends Landing. We should talk about some of the players, actually. We saw some of them there. We should focus on some duos in particular here. Vivstar, SBGZ. Let's talk about one of our duos first and foremost, who could do big things tonight. This is Jamper and Duke, of course. Why do we love this duo? Why are they so exciting? What could happen tonight, Vivid? What might happen in Qualifier 2 for them?
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for Jamper Duke. They are a solid duo all around. Jamper has so much experience. He's played alongside Booga, so all that experience and knowledge kind of transfers over. He does a very good job IGL and finds positions that he can do very well from. In the last qualifier 1, he did finish 11th, so, pretty good. And if we're looking at it here, total points 130 in that round 3 that we just ended up having. But the impressive thing for me here, SBG, is actually their average eliminations, 8.5. They actually had the second highest average eliminations from round 3, just behind Day and Clicks.
That is actually so important for these two because they're such mechanical players. Even though Jamper does typically lead the team, he is absolutely cracked at this game. We've seen him throw on a stream from time to time, and he just clips everybody. He's throwing clips left and right, playing Arena. So we know that these two are going to play really well together.
Yeah, they really will. They came 11th in Qualifier 1, so close to that top 5. But it could happen tonight. It really could. Another duo as well we're going to talk about. Obviously, these duos only qualified in the last hour or so with round 3, and we're into round 4. One we found out did qualify as well, which is really exciting for us, is Donnie and Macwood Vivid. We've talked about these guys a lot, and again, they are back here for Qualifier 2. We're excited to see them compete. Why, for fans at home watching now, are they ones to watch in this competition?
I mean, Macwood's playing forever. Actually won the first FNCS all the way back in Season X. Actually, I got second just behind him, but let's not talk about that. He did just get second in round 3, just previous, as Adam said, and just an hour ago. And honestly, the most impressive thing about this team is kind of their explosiveness. As you can see here, their highest point game being a 36. Honestly, their average placement and their average elims, not the best, right? But whenever they do well in these games, they do extraordinarily well. So expect them to have kind of these explosive games out of nowhere.
Yeah, like you said, Macwood's been around a long time. He's one of the top IGLs in the region, and he's done one of those combination, taking the veteran player, mixing it with a newer player that is, a little crazier, really good at the game, but doesn't have all that background knowledge. Just like Bucky and Cam, we see Cold and Scented. A lot of these teams and a lot of these veteran players are teaming up with the new guy, and that's what I see from this Macwood-Donnie duo.
Yeah, you need a little bit of crazy here, boys. You need a little bit of crazy in your team to spice things up, make it exciting. And the fans at home as well, you guys love to see that too. It just pops off, and it's great entertainment. Another team as well that we must talk about, I'm talking about legacy players here, Commandment and Stretch in the competition as well tonight. Woo-hoo! Indeed. Vivid, it looks like they're dropping towards the crossroads. I mean, this is going to be another duo who you expect big things. They've done so many, they've finished so highly in other FNCS in the past, and here they are together in duos. This is looking great.
Yeah, very impressive duo here indeed. Honestly, Commandment for a very long time was regarded as one of the best players in the NA East region. As you can see, their stat line, nothing really too impressive. And I feel like looking at their stat sheet here, they got a second, a sixth, and a first were kind of like their best games, right? So whenever they do make it into that end game, you can expect a top 5 finish for sure.
And these guys are like quiet and sneaky good. I feel like you don't really hear too much about them. They don't post on social media a ton. And then just out of nowhere, they're like, all right, we're qualifying for FNCS again. We're going to do well. And last FNCS, it came off the back of a couple of solo clutches for them to qualify for finals. I would expect to see that once again, because these two are two of the best solo players, not just as a team, but you put them by themselves, they're going to do some amazing things.
They really are. And that's what you need in this, obviously trios last year, you got 3 of you, down to duos now, there's only 2. You need to have that solo clutch ability, I guess. I've got 2 players in the team that can do it. Hey, that's way better in your favor, and it means that you could very well go all the way and qualify having that in your team. But, talking about like qualifier 1 as well, we saw that we had 5 teams qualify already, and we did have the likes of Booger and Miro and Co, who made it through. But what was it about qualifier 1, Vivid, do you think our players that are competed tonight would have seen the 5 going through, they would have seen the way they kind of play the map and the kind of the new kind of updates and whatnot, and how they kind of utilize them in their favor. What do you think might change this evening about our duos and how they approach qualifier 2?
Yeah, there is a lot of information out there now for some of these teams to VOD review. And honestly, I think it was just mainly those refreshes in the endgame. Whenever we saw a team do well, they just had a plethora of eliminations. And usually those eliminations mean that they were getting refreshes and they were able to kind of just tarp forever and ever. Also, the usage of launch pads playing a very big part in qualifier 1, and kind of being aware of your surroundings and reusing launch pads that other teams may place down.
Yeah, and the other piece I think is seeing how free high ground was at times. The team that is padding up and highest at a time, sometimes you can land on builds and be like, all right, I didn't even have to fight for this. 3 out of the 5 teams won a game from high ground that qualified in the first qualifier. So, do some notes, do some VOD reviewing. I would expect to see that once again.
Yeah, indeed. Now, obviously, the teams as well have qualified only recently, but we've already got some potential off-spawn fights we're getting excited about as well. We're going to focus on some of those POIs right now for you guys. We think the action could really take place. First things first, let's talk about Tilted Towers. Vivid, what could happen there? What could be we could be in for a treat here this evening. What's going to happen at Tilted, do you think?
Listen, I'm just going to say it. Honestly, anything could really happen here in game number 1, so pay attention to where everybody's landing. But as you can see here, Okus and Knifer versus Jack and Illis potentially over here at Tilted Towers. A very strong POI, especially with that blimp. We love to talk about how these blimps kind of add the rotations around the map with the siege cannons, and then just straight up the loot that is up there as well is enough kind of for a duo to just kind of run away with. So a lot can happen at this POI, but SPG, round 3 only ended 40 minutes to an hour ago. We really have no solidified idea where a lot of these duos are going.
Yeah, this could wind up being a 3 or 4 team battle off spawn at Tilted. Jack and Okus, they've been battling for a little bit here at Tilted Towers. They've been going back and forth. Okus has played with a couple different teammates, and it's big enough to split. If these guys decide, all right, we don't need to battle it out off spawn every single game, that can happen. But at the same time, they could go ahead and try and fight for that blimp every single game, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch off spawn there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about layers in the last qualifier as well, how that, you know, the blimps add that extra layer now above a POI. So teams don't have to necessarily engage if they don't want to. There is options around them to still loot up and rotate when they need to. But I think it's going to be mighty exciting to see unfold, as you said. Another kind of area which I know is going to be hot off the press. I mean, that's I didn't even intend that pun, but the Daily Bugle, that was spot on. It's perfect. Vivid, Daily Bugle. What is gonna? I mean, this is a POI as well. We know that many teams do like to kind of, you know, to utilize. There's a lot there to grab, but Donnie and Macwood, Bucky and Cam, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, two high-profile duos, especially being that Macwood and Donnie just got that second place in round number 3. A lot can happen here, and honestly, you got to be careful about those teams that are landing in the surrounding areas as well, because they could third-party very easily.
This happened last season, and it's going to happen once again, or at least it appears that it's going to happen. Who knows? There is some open areas on the map, but I do believe Macwood and Bucky both want the Daily Bugle, and they want to claim it, so they're willing to fight for it. Bucky, Cam, they were the two that won off the first time when this happened last season. But again, it's a little different this season as we don't have the Spider-Man web shooters in the game. So I'll be interested to see how this plays out, Adam.
Yeah. Me too. I mean, I think that's what's exhilarating as well. You mentioned about how short in between round 3 and 4 there is. Like, it's going to be a melting pot of strats here. Kind of one thing that worked for you in the last round, this round, now you could be potentially contested. You have to change things up pretty quickly because it's a whole different ball game now. One thing, obviously, we do love here as well, as we mentioned, is getting up close and personal with players. And one that's really exciting is going to be one to watch this evening is Jamper. And this is our experience in the lobby with him.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I am in the lobby with LG Jamper, and we're gonna hop right on into it. Jamper, how you doing today, bud?
I'm doing great.
Why don't you tell people, what was the first tournament you ever played in, won money in, and what did it feel like?
The first tournament I ever played in was the Lux Cup, or actually that's the first tournament I won money in, but I competed in some of like the other tournaments, but I wasn't eligible because I was like under 16, so that kind of held me back, and like I still loved the game, so I kept playing even though I wasn't like allowed to compete. And then when they announced World Cup, it was age 13 to compete. That's when like I was like, I'm gonna get serious, I'm gonna focus it, and I actually made money in the Lux Cup, which is actually pretty early on. It's like the first tournament.
At what moment were you like, wow, I can kind of keep really doing this Fortnite thing?
Because I was doing average, you could say, in like a pro terms, average in like the tournaments and everything, but that was while I was playing soccer and school and everything. So I knew if I had more time to focus on what I was doing that I would be successful. So I guess I kind of always knew, but when LG messaged me, that's when like I knew.
So once you were able to focus on Fortnite, what kind of gave you that biggest lift? Was it being able to practice all the time? Was it really being able to dedicate the tournament? Do you do a bunch of VOD reviewing?
Definitely VOD reviewing. That's like the most important thing, because like, a lot of people, they have like an ego about themselves and like won't admit their mistakes, but if you take away your ego and actually like look at what you're doing wrong, like that's what really pushes you above everyone else.
I feel like in your particular duo, that's made sense because you're paired up with Dukes right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you feel playing with him as Ben, and what are you excited for this upcoming season?
Playing with Dukes is actually really fun because I like, it's one thing to like play with your teammate just for like tournaments, but I actually like hanging out with them and talking to him, so it's really nice. And the last finals we played, the grand finals, Chapter 3 Season 1, he actually solo clutched like a lot of points and he had a really good performance, so I'm really confident with him.
Yeah, and how is that knowing that at any point in time, not only are you enjoying playing with your teammate, but you both really have that capability of kind of popping off and having that big game? Like, what are the vibes like in the call when that goes on?
It's great, because like if I do it, he makes me feel like I'm the best player, and if he does it, then I'm just like, oh my God, Dukes, you're the best player. Thanks for carrying me.
Where can people find you? Where can they watch you, catch up on the social media, catch up on your streams? What are your tags?
Jamper FN on Twitter. That's like my main platform that I use to like communicate what I'm doing. And I stream a lot on Twitch, twitch.tv/Jamper.
All right, sweet. Thank you so much, Jamper. And that's been In the Lobby.
Great to hear from Jamper there, talking about, you know, you need to check ego at the door when it comes to these competitions, and a lot of belief in his teammate as well. Just like I have belief in Sundown there, like we all do. What a legend. We're going to find out about him at MDF very shortly when we get into the action. But, you know, we need to talk about predictions, of course, every week. And we know you guys love this as well, Chat-A-Roonies. We know you guys love to get involved with our predictions. Let us know who you think is going to win. This is our predictions for Qualifier 2 here. I had to go. It was perfect timing there. Jamper and Duke there going. I mean, they came so close last week. They came 14th in the last round with the first four. I think the first 4 games they had, they came like first, second, couple of 6th places, a lot of eliminations. I'm feeling good. Logjam looks like a great POI for them. It could happen for them tonight. Vivid, walk me through your predictions.
Yeah, Adam, honestly, I think they're going to do well, but I think Day and Clicks are going to do even better. And it's awesome to see that MDF is agreeing with me here. You know, Clicks and Day had an amazing performance in round 3 that actually came first. And here, we're actually going to get the stat line for that. They had an average eliminations of 8.75. It was the highest out of any team in round 3. 2 victory royales. I mean, they just played so well, and I had the awesome opportunity to watch because Clicks does stream these events. And listen, let me tell you, from their POV, they are playing way too well not to pick them.
Yeah, they are playing well. Another team that we've seen some ups and downs from, but I do truly believe in is going to be Scented and Cold. You know, when the moment comes and it's time to shine, these guys have proved to be able to do it. I think they will qualify here in qualifier number 2. Another team that has really come on as of late once they started playing together is Joji and Rokane. That's Sundown's pick. They have been playing well the past few weeks, so, you know, trying to keep a hot hand and continue that streak.
It's interesting. Obviously, we mentioned the last in qualifier 1 as well. This season, a bit different to usual, that there's a little bit of a kind of like a mini competition going on between the desk and the casters as well here now. So we're all kind of like going, we need to really think about placements here and points and what's going to happen, because it kind of certainly has really raised the stakes for us here as well. So interesting there, Vivid, that you and MDF have gone for the same pick here. You know, I mean, I saw the VOD as well. Amazing stuff from Clicks today. But do you think it could be the night? Because if you don't go through qualifier 2, there's a lot of pressure on qualifier 3 to have to qualify here, Vivid. Do you think tonight is the night that a lot of players think qualifier 2, it has to happen now because the whole series points thing and trying to do qualifier 3 is just too risky?
Yeah, you know, we are in qualifier 2, only 1 left, as Anna mentioned. And yeah, that could be a part of kind of maybe some of the nerves that some of these players are experiencing, right? But I would expect that out of like some of these newer players that aren't necessarily used to that FNCS environment, but are veterans like Clicks and Day. We have Scented and Cold here at Macwood. Like all of them, they're probably locked in by now for sure. So I don't think it's going to be a problem for them necessarily.
Yeah. Do you know what, guys? We are right there, ready to rock and roll. Game 1 is upon us. Our delectable duo, Sundown and Monster D-Face, are waiting in the wings to bring us the action. Let's head over to the boys for Game 1.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. My name's Sundown, joined here by Monster D-Face to call all the action. We saw qualifier number 1 happen on Friday, but qualifier 2 here today. We will see 5 more teams advance, Monster. Who do you have your eye on?
I mean, definitely Clicks and Day. So there's a reason I picked them. Vivid said it best. Clicks was streaming his perspective. You can see the vibes in the chat. Like, things are just looking immaculate for this duo of Day and Clicks. And not only that, they had a pretty exceptional performance the last time we were here, just casting over them. Slightly missing the mark. So there's a couple, you know, players that kind of open up the room here. But again, there is no time to waste, guys. The battle bus is ready. Let's get into game number 1.
And away we go. Match number 1 of 6 here. We already saw the action go down in Europe. A nice, tight qualifying race at the top. And we'll see if we get another little bit of a runaway train. Over in qualifier 1, we had 5 teams separate themselves pretty securely from the pack. But right now in the top right, we got Macwood in the bottom right-hand corner. We got Bucky representing G2 and NRG respectfully.
Yeah, and you know, the one thing to really put this all into context, ladies and gentlemen, is that these players have very little time to figure out where exactly they are going to drop. What are they going to claim? For Bucky and Cam, it does seem like Donnie and Macwood do not want to go ahead and contest against them. They've decided to possibly land around the Sleepy Sound, where Scented was also deciding that he was going to transfer out of. So a lot of shape-shifting, right, happening on the map right now. A lot of players just deciding, hey, we got to play a little bit differently. How do we maximize our odds here? Because with only 6 games Sundown, you see it really comes down to playing all of them well. If the last qualifier that we cast over was any indicator, it's that teams can really break away with the lead and not look back.
Yeah, you just kind of hold on to it, but right now somebody's trying to break away and just hold on. You can see Blair running away from Tenley. The pickaxe damage coming through, but all of a sudden Tenley gets a weapon in a chest and the situation gets real awkward. It is a 1v2, as you can see Sin has been able to pick up an elimination already, but looks like Blinn just trying to get away, trying to find a little bit of space. He will have the ability to disengage if he can get out of here, but Tenley has absolutely no threat. I mean, he could throw a fish at him, but that's it.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, like, maybe you just eat that, right? Go in there, get that pickaxe swing, but they've allowed him to have a little bit more time than he probably would have liked. A Ranger in hand for the opponent on the other side. Sin's going to go ahead and commit here. It's a pistol. He should win this. Okay, it was closer than he probably would have liked, but in the end, it is a 2-elimination lead now for Tenley and Sin FPS. Again, newer teams showing up today here in this qualifier. And let's talk about the significance of elimination, Sundown. We saw just on Friday how big the points can really gap ahead as you start to pick up these elims.
Yeah, we saw it with Threats right off the bat, able to pick up that 10 elimination game in match 1 that basically kept him on the front page until the 5th or 6th match, despite them not really picking up any points after the fact. So the additional, you might think it's just 1 extra point when we get to this round number 4, but when eliminations were just 2 points before, that's a 50% increase from 2 to 3. So got to keep an eye on that. Because right now you can see FaZe Svented currently sitting on that mythic burst rifle, as well as legendary striker, or a epic striker pump, excuse me, and tons of shields. So they're gonna look to get in some fights.
Yeah, that's that adjustment to the drop spot we were talking about. On over to Dignitas' Duke and Jamper here. Does seem like they have the Lumberyard and some players nearby. That's Beast and looked like Kipto over there in the distance. Didn't quite catch the full name there, but or could it be Kyoto? Yes, does look like it. Shots going off there, so could they have found a llama potentially?
Llama 210, as Emat's chat would always say, got to keep an eye on that, but somebody who had a really solid back half performance, we were just talking about it, was Duke and Jamper. I mean, they roared up the leaderboard and put themselves just outside of contention, unfortunately falling short in match number 6, but you can expect with those top 5 duos out, they'll get a little bit more room to operate, but also, Monster, don't forget, in Qualifier 1, a lot of these top names who we're used to seeing in NA East didn't make it all the way through the 4th round, with Stretch and Commandant being one of them.
Yeah, a lot of big names just slightly missed the mark. Edgy, not quite making it there. FaZe, Dubs, and Mega, of course, we're not seeing them this time around. And honestly, the list goes on, right? Bizzle's team, Pump's duo, and it just really plays into the narrative and the caliber that NA East players have to offer, and how many household names we have known to grow comfortable and fond of, right? That we've seen appear multiple times in FNCS. So that just really shows you that on this FNCS stage, anyone can really make it here, but there are so many big names, big profiles, and skilled players. For Clicks and Day right now, these are some important battles going on here, very important early engagements, these tags, right? Game 1 in NAE Sundown is always extremely stacked. You can always, you know, put a safe bet, if you will, on the fact that there is going to be a surge active.
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate there that Clicks actually ended up taking a headshot, so we'll be able to find those Clomberries over on the side, but it's not quite going to top him all the way up. You can see he doesn't want to eat into that extra heavy pot just because of how heavy that Storm Surge has been. You've talked about it, and we saw a prime example of it in match number 1 of Qualifier 1 here on Friday, where we still had 90 players up from basically this point up until that 3rd, almost 4th zone was closed. But right now, we're going to swing over to, again, might as well cue the circus music because we have everybody landing over at Command Cavern. Though Monster, instead of 5 teams this time, it looks like 3, but that might have just been because a couple of them thinned out.
I was going to say, it doesn't really matter. You're still going to have players come in from the opposite sides as well. So yes, the early drop is going to be highly contested. I mean, Bank and Elite here, they did it last week or just a couple of days ago. They're here returning to do it again. It's contesting this drop. This time around, they are going to get 1 for their troubles, but how consistent can they make it? We saw just on Friday that they were only successful really coming out of game 4 or so. That's where they picked up tons of eliminations, and it, you know, kind of played well into their overall standings. But every other game matters equally as much when we have a 6-game format. There's really not too many opportunities to break away with those big points. For Illust and Jack, I mean, the conversation is the same, right? You have a team like Okus and Knifer, a team that is extremely explosive when they make it out of this drop spot, and they are a team that can convert into eliminations and victory royales.
Yeah, this is so tough. Just trying to turn the IO car around. We talked about the removal of the cars and just how valuable it has made getting into one of these. And you can see how they've already noted the 500 plus damage that was taken into that one. They want to swap up and make sure they get this max health car, knowing that there's going to be a ton of teams right around this edge of the zone. And you really can't give people the option to get a beat on you because the players are good enough to where they're going to pop out a tire. They're going to be able to weave those shots in, and making sure they double as a motorboat here as they're just going to scoot their way along and away from that edge of zone.
Yeah, that's the one really cool thing about Tilted Towers is, of course, those extra vehicles. Makes it that much more unique for Spade and Chimp, though. This is a pick that we had on Friday, one of your faves, and for good reason. A team that's been so consistent last FNCS, picking up a 2nd place, and it's crazy to think that Spade and Chimp managed to do that. Spade, of course, entering into the scene. So I would say somewhat halfway into Fortnite's competitive lifespan, right? Chimp being even newer than that. So these are players that are really just figuring it out, really getting comfortable into the competitive ecosystem, into this atmosphere of playing in high-stakes tournaments. I would say now, Chimp's got enough reps under his belt, but hold up. Big name falls here. This is Clix, boxed up now by Scoped and Magnolia. What an unexpected elimination to come through here for Scoped and Magnolia. Not only that, in the box, what was he thinking?
Yeah, and Dave's nowhere near, but we've seen this a couple times before where their buddy system tends to break down a little bit. You're not able to really kind of get it together, and interested to check this replay out and see what happens. And looks like Scoped, he just gets real aggro here with that harpoon, getting the aggression onto him, and Clix isn't able to buy enough defensive time for Day to come over and bail him out. So that's unfortunate. We'll see if Day is able to just kind of creep his way along, maybe find that reboot card. We've talked about the extension time, but with how central they are in zone, I really don't see Scoped and Magnolia going anywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, they're sitting on the base that Clix had up above. I mean, that is the one issue with sitting inside a wood base, right? You had Scope Magnolia say, hey, listen, this looks like a solo up here, just kind of hanging out. He's in wood as well. Let's go for it. And to make the window edit and get hit by a harpoon, oh, so unlucky there, as Clix was essentially predictable by Scope. But for Scented and Cold here, this is more of a storm surge positioning, right? And location here, trying to, again, sit up on a strong spot, but it's the same potential problems that we saw with Clix, right? There's a lot of wood being invested here, not necessarily heavy material.
Yeah, but the difference being there's nobody is close enough to approach on them, and they're keeping a defensive eye, whereas not sure what was going on with Clix, but as you mentioned here, as we're going to hop on board here with Creo and Vert right on the outside of Logjam Lumberyard, when you get hit with that harpoon, particularly in a box-to-box situation, it is so disorientating as the player getting hit. Like, you get dragged across the box, and all of a sudden you're like, what? Where am I? And it's real easy then for the other player to just take a pickaxe to your wall. You've already recently reset it, and he ends up losing the wall there, particularly if they have a harpoon in its wood and they just push through. But a little bit of an engagement going on here. Chimp and Spade trying to get some shots down as they've pushed up on the hill of the Bugle.
Another fight potentially breaking out here on the other side of the wall, though. This is a new duo entering into the battle. It's Nick and Demon. Right now, Spade playing his distance here. I like the passive play. Trying to force potentially Bucky and company to start looking into this battle and put their shots down as well. We knew that they were off in the distance. It does seem like they've gotten the attention. It's actually Nevify who's put in those extra shots. These are great tags here. And the knock comes through. It is for Chimp, and they do manage to secure the body as well as they pull it back. Backwood falls in the feed, so another fight going down just not too far off from here up at the Sleepy Sound, as these are players that have actually pulled the zone, right? So typically when you have that zone on top of you, Sundown, you know, it kind of changes the dynamic of things. And look, Spade and Chimp taking full advantage of teams that are trying to take fights, because you kind of have to. They're not going to necessarily be rotating around this time. Players are going to have to force these engagements.
That's a really good job to clean up that fight, and as you noted, the zone pulling pretty much on top of the Bugle means if you were a little bit late to rotate, these players already have the positional advantage on you. So now we're going to swing back on over from the northeast side over to the northwest. It's not the Pacific. We're just outside of Sleepy Sound and Shifty Shaft, so we'll see what else is going on over here. I was trying to throw in some more S's for the alliterative practice, but I knew I'd probably fumble them, and I also occasionally whistle my S's. So let's not get into that, as Duke and Jamper need to get into a little bit of something here, Monster. 9 damage below that Storm Surge. You see the warning on the right-hand side. It's 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage in the lobby. That will activate as soon as the third zone has closed here, and it will stay on until we're at 70 players left. So currently at 85, it means 8 duos will be under pressure.
Yeah, and I really do respect the effort here from Jamper and Duke, trying to split up their base hold. One being down low, other being off to the side here, now being back into the base, working together with one another. They do find some tags, so they're just going to find themselves edging their way above the surge. But with how many players are up, as we know, there is going to be a lot more action. Day does get found there in the feed, and this is going to be a dropped opportunity coming out of game number 1 for Clix and Day. Mine and Vivid's pick. Super unfortunate for us with the stakes that are on the line here, but it is what it is. These kind of things do happen, and the pacing difference from a round 3 to a round 4, I mean, we all know is very different. Things start to elevate here in these later stages. But a big fight right now, Sundown.
Yeah, Mikey Key is trying to get on the wall, and immediately Voil and Accept just slam down that armored wall onto the ramp, saying, no, you're not coming through here. But you can see Mikey wants in on this, and they don't want to wait for it. However, Keys unfortunately gets taken out, putting Keys in the wrong lock, but will get a trade out, and they will just barely get above surge. So going to back off, reset, but not a ton of excess utility in the form of heals here.
Yeah, call in the Master Smith, because Voil's on the door with Accept here. They know this team's weak, and oh my, they fall at the same exact time. Might have been a 2-for-1 with the shotgun shot, because I only heard one shot go off there for Accept. So it does look like they pick up a big chain of eliminations. Now for Polarized and Nico, who are at 3 elims themselves, also finding massive success this early into the game. And a team that's not looking too hot right now is actually Scented and Cold here.
And I mean, Scented, they don't have rifles, and they have no one near them. So I don't know what the solution is here. I'm not sure yet. Boom, they're going to then immediately give the rifle over to Scented so he can try and get some shots. And that's what we were looking for. Luckily, they do have just plenty of shields. But the thing is, once you're dipping into the shields and then not dipping into HP, Chug Splash is a quick thing. You're not able to shoot. He can't take the time to open up and actually fire because he has to be consuming the shields. Instead, now they're going to use the med miss to try and offset and buy Scented some time to throw out shots, but the shots just keep coming. So does the Storm Surge. He's going to go down. One more tick here is also going to take out Cold. And I mean, he's not even he's not bothering Monster. He's out.
Yeah. Big mistake there, not grabbing the minis, unfortunately, under the pressure, right? Incoming shots. And look at this, it's Smite and Larson who come through like vultures to pick up the scraps. And, you know, the story of Smite and Larson versus Scented and Cold does go back to the previous FNCS. That was a team that was, again, explosive on the Sleepy Sound drop and was partly the result of them not performing so well. Tahi, though, slides in the box here onto Leroy, making him look like a kid here. And that's a big elimination for Tahi right now, who also needed just a little bit more tags to get comfortable. Hold up. Big pressure.
You're saying Leroy looked like the kid. I was saying Tahi, man, he looked like the way I used to hit a slip and slide on a Saturday morning in the summer. You know, just throw some soap on that thing, full sprint, hit it. Like, that was fantastic. And the benefit is, too, you end up holding momentum when you're sliding. So the fact that he had a little bit of a cone there, he got just a little bit underneath it. And a player, yeah, holding right hand, they're going to be lining for a headshot. But all of a sudden, if your head is down at knee level, you're not going to be able to pick that one up. But who gets picked up? I hyped him up at the start as somebody who looked like they might be a big fish in the pond, but instead, Fazo said there's always a bigger fish, and it looks like you need a bigger boat. Brilliant for him there, and we also cross into that first placement threshold and turn off Storm Surge, so lots of little things happening with that round of elims.
You say little, I'm calling these major. These are major developments right now in newer teams, right? The fresh young bucks on scene right now, really getting the highlight here and finding the success, at least coming out of game number 1. This is a great sign for players like Phaser and Ethor right now, who are, again, just healthy enough to go ahead and bounce back into the game. You can see the little material and resource split there, but Bezos got to be careful. He is exposing himself and still back in the storm line. They're not quite safe just yet. Underneath them, Haji and Suscript. That's a hungry duo right there. Had much more of an HP lead as well. For Spade and Chimp, though, Daily Bugle has really just been a blessing. The zone has continued to favor somewhat of this general side, and they still have a piece of the volcano. And off in the distance, it's really not that far of a stretch here. The southern portion being a little bit more congested as we'd expect, but just looking at the loadout in general here, I mean, Spade and Chimp can honestly ride the momentum of sliding down this mountain into the new zone.
Yeah, though to be fair, we saw in Qualifier 1, we had a lot of northern zones drop pretty much right on top of Bugle or near to Bugle. This is a very similar rotation to what we had in the first couple games, and they weren't able to put the pieces together. So we'll see if the momentum from the early eliminations and a little bit more room being granted to them in this aspect. You can notice before how, unlike on Friday, this area was super congested. They're able to go down. Now we'll get a replay here of Stretch and his fight over on the side. It looks like him and Commodon were able to take advantage of those teams coming late out of the zone and get some pressure onto him. That's Qua and Tabs going down.
Ooh, Tabs G, who also just had found elimination right before that as well, so possibly picking up the additional unwanted attention from a vet team like Stretch and Commandment, who are now putting more shots onto Serbs and Pikes there. These tags are going to be important, though. Notice what they do. They get the tags, which should alleviate anyone from peeking in at them, and then take full advantage to rotate into the zone free of charge. For Deroller and Npen, they have a very smooth sail here. Seems like the wind is definitely favoring them. They're going right in from the backside of zone. A lot of builds in front of them as well to just give them that extra additional coverage here. But, I mean, looking at and judging by the loadout here, does tell us a story of a team that has been struggling with Surge this game. Only 100 above the Surge right now.
Yeah, it seems like they're probably right on that first line going through. You've seen them eat into a lot of their consumables, but they still have some more. Slurpfish and a mini in the back pocket right now, hopping back on board. Spade and Chimp 29 below, so that first Elam was enough, but since then not active enough with everyone else rotating away. Going to put an armored wall down and then immediately build a metal cone on top, making sure that, hey, they recognize there's a team over there. They're not going to get pushed. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Keith and his duo. They're currently 96 below. That Storm Surge turns on in 10 seconds. We'll have 5 duos pressured by it. This one will turn off when you see a 50 in the top left corner of the player perspective. You can see these two teams both underneath, right on top of each other. If they don't find rifle shots, they're going to fight, and they're going to fight right now.
Hard to call, though. Spade and Chimp did put down that armored wall, but now they're edging their way down. They have decided, hey, we got to get this team here. They do have this slight height advantage. I like the way it's looking, but the tags are already coming in. Here comes the double splash. Is something that both sides can begin to hear from one another, so they know we both need this fight. We have to commit here, and they take advantage, and a shot's in from the sides as well. They make it look easy, and it is going to be a full refresher for them. It does seem like the sun has set not only in the Fortnite world, but for that duo there, for Keith and company. Hey, they made it this far. They picked up some placements. It's not all over yet. This is just game number 1, and you can see what teams right now are looking really good and starting to break away.
Yeah, one might say it was their sundown of game number 1.
You hit that. You hit that.
No, that was awful. I'm sorry. I apologize. But like I said, we say easy, but a very well executed fight in their regard, going through there and just showing that the team being a little bit more comfortable with Surge and able to go. On the left-hand side, we have my prediction from all last season, Pamsa and Fash, but on the right-hand side, Coop and W Carry, they're trying to get a little busy because 106 below, but with 1 HP, the 25 damage coming through. The Purple Lightning claims another one. Storm Surge will turn off. They were the last duo underneath, and the action does not come down as everyone's trying to rotate and get inside this half in, half out, and get into the cascading placement points. Next duo to drop will miss it. There they go. So now every duo that drops is +1 points, with Edan, his duo, dropping in 26.
Yeah, this is where the eliminations are going to be extremely impactful to your tournament standing right now, especially if you can take out a full team in the process. I'm looking at the players that were at the zone nice and early. There are so many big names alive still in this game. We were highlighting and platforming some of the newer names and newer faces here, like Phazo or OMG Shadow, that we saw still alive, but there's teams like Bucky still up. I saw Scope's team still up. You see Illis off on the peripheral there, still alive as well. These are players that got to this zone first and have been comfortable.
Yeah, pretty much max pull south moving zone, though, and we're going across a little bit of a river. Decent change of verticality here. Yes, it's a sloping hill. It's nothing like a massive mountain going through, but a couple of builds on that will make the grid space a little bit awkward, and it's going to be more than a couple, but noticing up on the high ground, Smite and Larson, I mean, if they get back together and straight up win the first game of this qualifier, that's going to be a bit bonkers, because anybody who's been following along, you can know their relationship has been as rocky as the Appalachian, to say the least, but man, do they play well when they're put together. And Surge, no problem for them. 239 right now, but what is a problem is the loadout. I'm seeing no extra utility for Smite. We'll have to see what's in Larson's hand as the bottom right-hand corner. Magnolia and Scope, they got plenty of room as well. They're on the way front side of zone. In fact, they're the only ones across the river right now.
Yeah, it's looking great for them here, but it's not looking too high as Bucky falls, Spade falls, Rise falls there in the feed. 3 very notable individuals are all taken out here. This being one of those treacherous rotates right now. Cam is still up, however, though, so there's some solo components that are in play right now. Smite and Larson, one thing I don't think they've ever thought about or considered is their team name just sounds legendary. It's like an iconic duo at this point. They can be that if they can continue to find success here. For threats, though, we talked about Rise falling here. He is by himself. He's got 3 Elans, though. He's surviving a little bit right now.
Yeah, Magnolia is not, though, as he's down the right-hand side. So we got 2 solos on the screen. Scope being one, Threats being the other. Scope trying to get on the backside of that wall, but not going to find it. Don't forget, Qualifier 1, game number 1 in a very similar situation. Threats put the pedal to the metal. I was calling Pep saying, get this man a spot on the roster.
Oh, no.
But instead, he blew out his Achilles early there as he gets taken down and cut down, trying to make a jump. We'll hop on over. PSG TNA Oliver OG was on the left-hand side, but instead we'll swing back to the individual effort of Scope trying to find some room up on the high ground. Smite and Larson still just raining shots down from above.
I'm loving Stretch and Commandment's position right now. You have Commandment looking from one angle, Stretch playing a completely different one on the backside. They're trying to dismantle high ground right now, and this is something that Stretch will do. Yes, he will look for these opportunities to try to play for height here, and you know it. He's an exciting, explosive type player, and what's crazy about it is whenever Commandment makes it to this end game, they will perform well, right? They are just about guaranteed to break into that top 5, top 10. They're so consistent when they make it this far, and now that they're looking at second height, I mean, Smite and Larson have a big task in front of them.
Smite and Larson are out of builds. Smite and Larson can't hold height anymore, and you see Commandment just inching his way up, knowing that they're going to have to drop down eventually, and Stretch finds the window, and he goes, and he knows that he's going to be able to cut it out. The ramp above him, he can't keep going up. He's going to be forced down, and 175 to the face. The swap comes through, and Stretch puts Larson down, and he says, my high ground.
And we knew it was going to happen, right? This is a veteran duo we're talking about here. Now Stretch and Commandment have this high ground very cleanly done as well as they managed to execute here. For Oliver OG and Jeff, though, what a sleeper team. Oliver OG has made such huge strides in the competitive scene, and it just seems like when he makes it to the final stages, he just performs better and better. His playstyle, it reflects so well, and alongside Jeff right now, they're definitely making this far. One of the few healthy teams here, actually. Look at how many players are very hurt, except being one of them. Joji being hurt down below. That's your pick.
I was just about to say, Joji, give me a top 10. He's a solo on the backside of the zone, but right now, raining shots down from above, but minimal amount of builds. As you can see, Bobby get picked up on the low ground. Jeff sees him finding another one, that's Bank, but Oliver does go down. We talk about being a fish in a barrel. Well, how about a fish in a box? And no, I don't see Mohammed SR anywhere around here. Instead, it's just Jeff with some fishes. He's swimming with them, hoping to pop one right in the face. Talk about irony, but instead, Commandment finding a shot there. That's their 7th one, and they're just picking up everybody in the backside of the zone, trying to see who else they could get, and they're just going to wait this one out. They see where he is. They got the shot in. They know it's going to tick over, and a brilliant performance here from Commandment. And is that Joji still up on his feet?
It's Jeff. It's Jeff.
Oh, it's Jeff. Okay, I was just about to say, there's no shot. I saw the FS, but the FSJ, second place coming through, but Stretch and Commandment take match 1 with just such a calculated high ground take.
And I mean, there's a reason why I like to call Commandment Mr. Clutch himself in the end there. Stretch and Commandment retake that high ground in what was a brutal face-off against Smite and Larson. What a performance for them. And then, of course, to clean it up with a huge shot there, Commandment and Stretch on top for game number 1.
Yeah, in 8 eliminations there. We saw when we had originally turned over them, it was just 4 or 5, but they picked up nearly every single one at the end, and really good comms to be looking at the back of the zone and just finding those shots.
Yeah, definitely. And you can imagine for Oliver OG and Jeff, they're feeling really good at second place there. Tons of eliminations as well. So a lot of consistency coming in through here. But we have to toss it over to Des. I mean, a lot of our predictions were dropped in that game, guys. What a toss-up.
Yeah, I'm going to follow on from MDF's point there as well. We went into this being like, yeah, we're going to predict this, this team, that team. We're feeling really confident. Dude, like every single one of our picks gone in the first, the first wave of players. What happened? But what it does do is it makes the rest of the next 5 games super interesting because those teams will be coming back and wanting to deliver. But let's first things first talk about our winners. Commandment Stretch, great, but Smite and Lust, they were at the top there. They ran out of mats, and that often is the case with it. You simply don't have the mats. You cannot retain high ground. Another team comes through like Commandment and Stretch and dominates.
Yes, Smite and Larson, as we saw throughout the game there, they actually had high ground during the half zone, which is the 5th zone, and we've seen it time and time again where teams get way too comfortable, right? They're like, oh, nice, we have high ground now in the 5th zone. We're just going to hold it for the rest of the game. But, like, no, you just simply don't have enough materials to do that. And Smite and Larson never really made a play to get that refresh, and Stretch Commandment way too well aware of that. They were playing that mid-ground for a very long time, just looking up, keeping record of how that team on high ground was doing, and eventually just went ahead and made their move and got 2 eliminations and the high ground and ultimately the victory royale from it.
And we should have known, right? We were talking, what kind of style are Commandment and Stretch going to play? They played mid-ground, then eventually take height. We do see another solid performance, though, out of Larson and Smite. They were able to, hey, just come right back together, put together a good first game. It's not exactly what you want, but ultimately it is the veterans, it's the pros that we all should have picked, right? We should have known that Commandment and Stretch were going to come in here and just do what they do.
Yeah, I mean, that's on the flip side though as well. We saw clicks taken out by Scope super early on. Your pick today, you at MTFs there, Vivid. I mean, I think a lot of the chat as well is surprised that a player of that caliber going down so early in, what is a kind of, I think, an uncontested POI as well. But we've got the standings on the leaderboard right now. This is how things are after game 1. We see Commandment and Stretch sitting pretty on 56 points with 1 victory royale, of course, and 8 eliminations, 32 placement points. But we can see a very mixed bag in the top 10. A lot of teams still scoring, Vivid.
Yeah, honestly, and this is an impressive feat from Commandment and Stretch because honestly, a lot of the times where we see a team get a victory royale, they don't have the most eliminations. Usually there's some player, like we saw in Qualifier 1, Threats had 10 eliminations by himself, right? But like, no, Commandment and Stretch put on such a show that they are all the way at the top and they have the most eliminations by far. So impressive performance from them. But, Jeff and Oliver OG, we were talking them up before the show actually started. They have been doing very, very well. Oliver OG, been a part of the community for a very long time, so it's great to see him having a great performance in game number 1.
Then we see Smite and Larson topping off this second page. The little comeback story of these two getting back together. Illis and Jack right behind them. Pam's doing Fatch, talking Paper. A lot of the who's who in Fortnite hanging around after that first game. And like you mentioned, Vivid, no one really took over and just had a ton of eliminations. They're pretty well spread out throughout the leaderboard. And that's interesting. Yeah. Normally we see one team just have that big pop-off, but not in game 1, boys.
Yeah, not well. I mean, we saw Commandment and Stretch there, who I think we can all agree are a fun duo to watch. And Stretch, and we've seen them time and time again, as I mentioned earlier in the show, qualify for getting into this exact same position. We can see some stats on the screen right now, what separates them from the rest. Which stat particularly jumps out at you here, Vivid? Like, you can see average placement 16, eliminations, almost 3, but boy, what a team, what a team.
Honestly, it's going to be the average placement, and it's not going to be for the reason that you would think, right? The average placement in round number 3 was actually pretty bad, but I mentioned it in the pre-show. It's like they're like an all-in team sort of thing, right? If they get to that end game, they're going to do well. But a lot of the games, they do go down early on. As you can see right there, I told you, if they find themselves in an end game, you're going to see that top 5 come out. And the victory out works out here very, very well because they see that opportunity for the high ground and they take it. They are well-vetted players who, they've had Sentinel on their team before. They know the low ground. They've had, Stretch played with Zate way back in the day. He knows the high ground. So all of those play styles he knows, and he's incorporating it into any of these end games.
Yeah, it's the perfect combination. Literally just playing whatever you're given. And now we've seen this team already win the first match. I'm going to expect them to continue rolling, hinted at the solo clutches by both Commandment and Stretch. Hey, we might see a couple of those coming here soon, Adam.
Yeah, we might do. Indeed. I remember those days of the Zate, Saf, and Stretch days, the Commandment and Edgy days. I mean, that's the great thing about these players. As you mentioned, there is a legacy there now as well. With having played in trios, some of the top players. Do you think, Vivid, it makes a big difference? Obviously, you being an ex-pro in this scene as well. Does it make a big difference when you're playing with multiple different duos or trios or different kind of players that have succeeded so well in other areas in the game previously? How much does that give you in terms of like new knowledge, new intel, new strats when it comes to defining how you're going to play as a duo when you eventually form together?
Oh, it plays all the difference because you take all this information that one player has gathered from previous duos, previous experiences, previous tournaments, and you kind of just feed that information into your new duos because you want to do the best you possibly can. So the more players you kind of play with, especially those at the top, the more knowledge you will have ultimately.
Yeah, it's all about the knowledge, isn't it, boys? It's all about the intelligence, the knowledge. Game 2 is ready to rock and roll. Let's head back over to MDF and Sundown to bring us all the action. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And it's all about the intelligence and knowledge. And to bring all that, well, I'm here, but Monster's got basically the rest.
Hey, man, you saw what happened there in that game number 1. I think round 3 for Stretch and Commandment there was nothing but a warm-up in that first game. They have already honestly almost doubled their best game performance coming out of round 3, which just happened, guys. Today's a very demanding day for our competitors. They're competing and then coming right in. So if you did good in round 3, I mean, you can expect players to do just a little bit better and probably be more fired up now. And that's kind of what we're seeing here as teams are coming online. Sundown, I mean, that first page, super surprising. A lot of new teams up there making a kind of a headline, making a shakeup here.
Yeah, I mean, Stretch and Commandment, you expect to be up there. Everyone talked about our predictions not doing that well, but let me remind you, Joji and Rokane sitting right there still on the first page. But enough about me boasting. Let's hop right in to game number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Game number 2 and what has been already a very exciting FNCS. Of course, we're going to start taking the world here. We already know that there have been some upsets, right? We saw last game, Scoped finding the elimination onto Clicks really early. And when you saw that standing, when you looked at the leaderboards, it was a telling story. They had 12 points off of placement, but only a single elimination. So honestly, a little consistent, but not necessarily Elam heavy. What will unfold here? It does look like Swirl and the Oxy decide to come against Rise and Threats, and they shut them down quickly there as the pistol play was a little bit better from Aox, and he ends up winning this exchange. Another big fight here for Figod and Squish as well. What an explosive start here for game number 2.
Yeah, we talk about weapons that are strong immediately off the rip, and a lot of people don't immediately credit the pistol, but with the rate of fire, the fact that it has a 2x headshot multiplier, if you dink a headshot right off of the start, that's half of somebody's health. Nobody has shields off of the bat, and because you're able to just rip those shots out there, yes, the drum was super effective, but out of a 1v2 situation, the pistol is actually slightly better from that range. They were about 3 tiles out from each other, and he was able to hit the shots. I think there was some support from the AR as well, but very hectic fight going down, and unfortunately for Threats and Rise, they're going to have a lot to think about here going into match number 3, because they're going to be waiting for the 30 minutes, but the drop down immediately, and Silent living up to his name. That was sneaky.
Very sneaky onto Creo, and Vert Kieran wrote. Vert had a top 10 finish just coming out of the qualifier 3. Silent and Jivy, though, this is a team that has really been making a lot of noise here, contradictory to the name Silent. You know, listen, they've been popping off, man, making their own little statements here. I mean, think about the fact that Jivy, who is a content creator, has also just stepped into this competitive limelight, right, and has really put that pedal to the metal. And when you look at the players that qualified to today, there were so many names that we'd have expected to see here making it this far, but it's names like Jivy that are coming up in here and honestly throwing a spanner in the works, putting his name in this conversation and showing like, hey, we've been playing, we're playing hard, and we're here to pop off.
Yeah, but one thing to note too, when you talk about content creator versus competitive player, I've been a big advocate for a very long time that even some of the best content from the quote-unquote content creators is watching them play competitive play. You look at Cypher, you look at Nick A30, you look at Typical Gamer, Noah W, Ranger, Ninja even. Like all of these guys, when you go and look at their videos, the ones that do the best are when they're playing in these tournaments. People want to see these guys trying to play up against the best of the best and how they match up. And you go back to even just the World Cup days and you look at the people who were almost instant celebrities overnight, and it was the ones who were turning on their cameras, right? It was Tfue live streaming his qualifier run. It was Benji turning his camera on for every single one. It was Bizzle doing the no weapons challenge to try and qualify in his 10th week, right? So it ends up being just a massive boon, and it's no surprise to see some of those switches coming over, but back in the action over here, P-God just showing how good that drum shotgun can be early on.
Yeah, definitely not going against the pistol like we saw, unfortunately, for Threats and Rise there. But let's take a look at Clicks and Day. Let's really look at this positioning that they found themselves in. Okay, so they have the Joneses to themselves. It does seem like they did a great job looting it out, and there's no one in near sight for users. And Skittles here on the other side, though, they've taken up Degen. and Iamzo's drop spot here at the command cavern, taking the topmost position of it. But they're playing it differently than Degen and Iamzo. They have come down into the fray to come fight inside the command cavern. What do you think about this play here? This is risky.
I mean, it's risky, but they're just going to look over on the side and they'll see Jivvy get taken down. But immediately on their 6, they need to get going because rat-tat-tat go the guns from the opponents. And you'll see them investing a solid amount of brick here, which is a little bit dangerous. Yes, there is a decent amount of brick around after you've gotten kind of that first farm out, but you can anticipate that most of that will end up getting picked up. So they should be able to double back in. Hitting these rocks is super efficient. They're like 140 if you break all the way down. It's like nearly like plus 25 per swing. So it's not that bad. But you can see they're trying to create space because they recognize, hey, we're in kind of an awkward position. Getting out of here could be tough.
Yeah, and at this point, users are just building against any potential threat here, not taking any risk. I like to see how it ends up working out for them. On the other side, though, Clix has decided to come back in for a fight. Is this a little bit of revenge? What a fight we have going down here. It's Scoped and Magnolia. This time around, Clix not being caught off guard. He has his teammate working with him. Day on the other side of this wall here. He does have Magnolia being boxed out for a little bit, but Scoped comes around the side there and bodies Clix for a second time now today. Not before, of course, taking big punishment here. Day doesn't even want to pause down and heal. He's going straight forward. This is so risky.
Yeah, he knows that the opponent is weak. Clix is calling out his tags. He said, I did at least 200 damage to him. Come on, he must have gone down. No siphon going through either, but the shield keg, every second that ticks, is giving him HP back. And Scoped is going to be able to find the angle. Day doesn't cover his 6 for the second time going through. And now a 1v2 where he had the advantage. Look, almost no white HP at all of Magnolia and Scoped. I mean, barely a sliver between the two of them, but they're going to be able to get the siphon, the much needed HP. Going over to Scoped, they'll get all of the utility from Clix as well. So now what was a close 1v2 is now a very far 1v2. And I mean, Day, he has the weaponry to be able to do it. Yes, the striker in the common variant isn't that strong, but if anybody could win that fight, it's still him. And Magnolia still not a great percentage, but Day gets caught looking again.
What a fight as Scoped and Magnolia come out on top for a second time now, this time getting both of the eliminations. I can see the chat now. That was an exciting battle for the FNCS fans here today. You know, honestly, I did not expect them to go head-to-head clash again. And we could just take a look one more time. Scope just comes out with a double edit there. He was ready and armed. And he didn't miss a shot, most importantly, which is, I mean, that's like the Scope special at this point, right? You know what he's going to do with the SMG at close quarter.
I mean, if he drops a shot, they probably don't win that. Like, Scope was on 2 HP, Magnolia was on 11. Like, Day was getting ready to go. But unfortunately for Clix today, that seems to be the story with them. In each one of their inconsistent games, the ones where they're not able to quite put it all together, they aren't fighting hip to hip. They are so good, but they don't quite execute that pincer maneuver that you see from Hen and Queasy as well. They get a little bit, I don't want to say like over anxious or overconfident because it's not quite that. They just get a little bit too separated, right? And they're not able to kind of get that same pinch at the same moment. And then what happens when you have somebody who's as good as Scoped, right? He's going to be able to find the window. He's going to find the opportunity to jump on it. We saw it in round 1, and now, or we saw it in match 1. Now we're seeing it here in match 2. And if I'm Clix and Day, it seems like there's just little mistakes that you can clean up, right? You go back and you VOD review them, and it's just like, let's stay hip to hip when we're fighting, and we win those fights.
Yeah, and let's not forget Friday, the surrounding opponents were, you know, much lower caliber players, newer players. This time around, you had some vets in your immediate area, right? Those are not easy fights, and you're watching how close those fights can go. I mean, it really could have gone to either way. You saw how low one another got each other. But for Nick and Demon, I mean, these are players that have been here before. Nick just holding defense right now for Sin and Tenley. They're trying to determine the pace of this pushing in. They've already exhausted a fair amount of resources into this. Here comes the initiation. Once he gets the health up, here it is. Tenley goes for the wall. There is an opponent right behind it. Let's see if the punishment shot comes in. He goes for the wall block first. I like that play. It was smart, but he still gets punished.
Storm ticking. Time passing, but right now nobody's looking like they're moving med kit. 3 med kits on the side from Nick, and honestly a little bit of an early use there if they are going to be forced out. each one of those seconds could end up mattering, and we lost a decent amount of time. You can see one of these teams is going to be forced to rotate eventually, but with floppers on one side, medkit on the other, they're probably just trying to make the opponent blink. You got another medkit here onto Sin, so nobody is really feeling the urgency quite yet. It's still just the 1-tick HP zone, so they got a little bit of time.
You have a little bit of time, but of course the clock is ticking here. More time you waste, the more you start to offset your chances at finding success leading into the mid and end game, of course. This battle, though, has really gone on long enough. At this point, it just seems like a matter of ego. You've committed all of this. You want the resources and the gains from it. And Tenley is going to be the first to fall from this deadly exchange. Demon and Nick hold defensively down low. They get the benefits of the loot that is going to fall here, and it's going to buy them much more time. And now they turn things around. They're going straight on up for Sin. They know exactly where he is. This is fresh metal wall. He tries to get the med kit off, and he does not. This is huge for Nick and Demon, who want those resources, want that med kit, and they get to double up here. And now get 2 elims for the trouble, Sundown. That's an ideal situation for them, as they weren't even the ones really pushing the fight.
No, they were just hanging out, and now they get to hang out with 6 more points to the name. We should be closing in a little bit. No, I lied. We still have 6 more duos to go down before that first placement point coming through. So some solo riders around here as we hop back on board here. Svented, 33 FE, aka Cold, trying to find some space on the northwest side of the map here, on the pillar just north of Shifty Shafts, and nobody really anywhere close to them. If they take a northern line, they should be fine, but right now trying to rain some shots down, making sure they're okay on Storm Surge.
Gotta find the tags here. They're so far from the action, though. Little do they know, not a soul in sight around the Shifty Shafts right now. Everyone's done rotated. Boxes in the distance here, already vacant and unhoused. They do have a vehicle, though, so they should be fine as they start moving into the next zone. For Oliver OG and Jeff, who are currently holding this second place right now, it does seem like they've managed to rip a player's shields up just here. Tons of players, opposite set of setting here over at the Sanctuary. We go from the snow down to the green biomes here, and there are tons of players out here pretty much having a little run in the sun.
And right now you can see this Storm Surge warning popping up on the right-hand side. Just 4 above, now 2 below. It will turn on in the next 90 seconds. And taking a peek, both our first and second place team. First on the right-hand side, second on the left-hand side, currently 22 and 17 below. We need a quick little refresher. Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds. Turns on 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone. And will turn off when we have 70, 50, and 30 players in that order. So right now, with 81 players still up on their feet, upwards of 6 duos, or the solo running around, could be taking the damage. And you can see Commandment and Stretch on the right-hand side have just managed to get themselves above, whereas Jeff and Oliver are trying to rotate in and then start taking shots. So now they have a minute to find 64 damage, and that number keeps ticking.
Now, I like what Oliver and Jeff have managed to do, right? Rotate safely to the zone. So now they're in here, and they have decision and options to make. There's a team above them, a team to their left, and a team to their right, and then, of course, they can look outside the zone for any late rotators. Now, in the distance, there is a player there, but it's going to come down to these shots here. This is really a tournament opportunity right here in front of them to keep themselves in the game free of charge. Can they find some tags? They do find a little bit there. Actually, both of them do. That's huge for Jeff and Oliver.
Above.
It puts them right where they need to be, and that's how important finding those tags are right there.
Yeah, just barely above, but Braid's trying to get himself up above as well. He's going to eat the clon berries. He's going to eat anything he can find in there when it comes to some kind of excess utility, because, hey, 246, that's not a small number. That's not really a number you're going to be able to rifle out. You're going to have to dive into a box, and their closest target seems to be Joji and Rokane, and here they go. Slip, slide, and duck, and dive in, but what goes on the right-hand side, you can see Blair and Zax, they're also trying to push. They're able to get themselves above. My eyes are pinned to the left-hand side because my prediction there is on the defensive side of it, and they rip Roy to shreds. They're going to back off immediately because once they get those shots down, they know if Storm Surge turns on, that's their elimination. So Leroy and Braids are going to be forced back. They're going to be forced to heal and burn their utility. They're going to get one more shot at this. Joji and Rokane, they're going to do the exact same thing, knowing that as long as they're able to get any form of tag, they'll be good. But also, in the top left-hand corner. Somebody who had a fantastic qualifier won, Mpen and D-Roller just on the outside looking into the top 5. They've been taken down, but on the outside looking in, Brazen Leroy trying to get it on the wall, and instead Rokan says, surprise, that one's mine, and takes them down. Well done to FS Joji and 33 Rokan.
Not only that, it jumps up 3 more placement points there. Now in 6th place. They were just in 9th before getting pushed, and that is how important finding those 6 points worth of eliminations can be. You can jump around the other side, survive their surge.
What a turn.
No problem. Yeah, looking clean, right? The movement, know what they're doing out here. A lot of fights happening here on the Fortnite world, all across the map, on and of course off camera.
It looks like getting a peek in. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with the driving skills, but they also hung around the open there for a little bit too long, and just enjoyed the nice little whip around. As we'll take a peek into some of the other action we miss as the Storm Surge is going down. This is Donnie and Macwood, and Donnie jumping in. Looks like Macwood might be able to then pick it up after the fact, but Donnie got taken down. Macwood tried to expand the space and tries to hold off a 1v2, but Cone going in, that's tough.
Yeah, and they did get themselves above the surge, so that was one of those fights they had to pressure in on and push. P-God falls victim, and they get traded out shortly after. These kind of things do happen. Let's take a look here at Scented and Cold, who have only managed to pick up 3 points in the tournament so far, and that is off the backs of their first elimination here and now.
In this game, yeah.
Game number 2. So a rough start for the veterans.
We were also just talking about where they were boxed up and how no one was anywhere near them, and I love how immediately then we flip back and they are just smack center in the zone. Yeah, they could not be any more center. So now we swing on over. The mostly French-Canadian duo, Pam Stow, Fatch, looking for a little bit of room, looking for a little bit of space, trying to spray some shots down. That's currently the 2nd place duo, who's under a lot of fire, and Oliver OG from each side not able to cover it. The Shield Cake tries to do its best, but the bullets just rip through the walls like the paper. Voyle gets one, Coop gets the other, and they go down.
Like a match to the paper. That is a burning situation right there. So unfortunate for Oliver OG. And Jeff, they made it so far, and they get cut down. This is really going to play well for the rest of the standings, for the rest of the leaderboard, right? That's a placement that's going to start to open up here. And as we all know, the more consistent the top teams begin and continue to hold out, the more likely they are to lock in that number, lock in that placement for finals. Commandment and Stretch, if they stay consistent, if they pick up another big game, that could be enough to allow them to coast through the rest of the tournament. But we still have a game in front of us, of course.
And 4 more after that. Like, we got plenty of time. Like, so one thing, because it is a 6-game series, looking at the cutoff for top 5, that basically means like 4 solid games puts you in.
Yeah.
3 if you have really, really good games, like you can kind of afford to drop 3 games. But as soon as you drop more than 1 or 2 games, the pressure starts to get on. So these first couple of games, if you're able to really put together solid performances, and so far Stretch Commandment are the ones who are in that opportunity, Joji and Rokaine a little bit as well, but not quite as much, where 2 good games right off of the start, you look at the leaderboard and you're like, huh, there's a little bit of the gap between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and maybe 5th, 6th, and 7th. And as long as you maintain that gap, then you look in the 3rd game, you're like, oh, hey, that gap is still there. You can kind of start to enter the tournament management mode. I mean, for Joji and Rokaine, 5-14 above, they don't need to poke out for the rest of the game. They can just play for end, which is where they are most comfortable.
Yeah, and the number we're talking about, guys, is right on the right above the map. That number is so important. It just tells us who has gotten a lot of damage in the game and who has not. If you are below a certain threshold because of how many players are alive, you will begin to take damage when that zone closes. So in 30 seconds, if you are below, you have a lot of pressure to start fighting your way up to the top as the lobby begins to cut down. And right now, I mean, teams that need a lot of tags are like Jamper and Duke down in the bottom right, and of course on top, Nico and Polarize, who are inside the top 10 currently. And look at this, it does look like Femboy Bobby is gonna fall, unfortunately, leaving Plurelli by himself. Ooh. That's a huge tag there. It's gonna keep him in the game for a little bit, but as a solo, how much can you do? How long can you last? It's not looking great for Ellie here, who's on the run now.
Yeah, trying to put a little bit of space in the bottom left-hand corner. You can see, though, in the top, that warning signal, that Storm Surge turning on. Nico and Polarized top of the screen, 35 points, currently sitting in 7th, but 151 below. That's not something you can really get by rifling unless you get a fantastic beat on somebody. They're looking above to potentially drop him down. Plur Riley makes a great effort of it in the bottom left-hand corner, but unfortunately going to get cleaned up in the bottom right-hand corner. Jamper and Duke, they're actually back below, but plenty, and I mean plenty of excess heal, plenty of chug splashes. They'll default to those first, as it is AoE, but they're going to keep looking. Bottom left-hand corner, my prediction, Joji Rokane, 319 above. They're still chilling, Monster.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. 319 damage above is pretty far ahead, and that should give them so much more cushion than the rest of the lobby, especially as players start to fall and the numbers begin to move around a little bit. For Nico and Polarized, though, it's the opposite story. They're low. Someone gets in the box here. Polarized does land right inside here, but that makes it a 2v1 situation of the defense. The cones coming down from down low. It's Jack and Ills who managed to slip their way back out. And yes, they may have found some tags, but it doesn't look like it's a lot. Polarized gets focused, and now Nico's by himself here, just 30 damage below. Can he get one more tag to keep him alive right now? The clock is ticking. He's beginning to run out. Even that down body would be enough, but no. Armored walls shut that down. Things slow down. He manages to catch a moment as finally the surge threshold gets cut down below 50 players, and Nico stays alive for a little bit longer. Remember, 7th place for Nico and Polarized, and Nico now has to play this one out by himself.
Yeah, but Commandment and Stretch still sitting pretty, able to pick up an elim there. 50 players left, like you said, 27 duos, so 5 solo riders hanging out there, and we're not into those cascading placement points yet, so still 2 duos will miss out on those points, and then every duo that drops in the top 25 will be an additional +1, so we're into the +3. Eyes on the right-hand side, so we have Joji and Rokane trying to find a little bit of room. They are not necessarily in the most priority position. They got a little bit of room to work with, but as you can see, we're going northwest across the river, under the bridge. It's not Grandmother's house, it's the 6th zone and the start of the end game as we get into the full moving.
Shadow and OMG Me Too right at the front side of that zone. Larson on the side there, housed up just above Commandment and Stretch. We're gonna end up using a launch pad here. I like that commitment right now. Scented in the feed, however, finds Sphinx. Those are more points that Scented and company did need to catch up. Larson's gonna fall there, so big names falling once again now as Tabs G is on fire here in the endgame, but Commandment and Stretch are the story. These are the players we want to follow right now. They're in the lead. They're trying to continue to break it open here and get far in ahead of the competition right now. So far, so good. So much time for them to work with here.
Yeah, but they need to be aware of that Storm Surge number. They were below before we started and were able to just get themselves back above with that about face towards the end of the zone. Somebody who is way below as a solo can see, not sure if they're going to be able to get back aboard as we swing back on over. Commandment looks like he took heaps of damage there. Scope picks up Bezo in the feed. You can see players just dropping left and right. Storm Surge is going to turn on to help out just a wee bit more here as the players continue trying to rotate. Joji and Roke in the bottom right-hand corner are looking for elims on the backside of the zone, but they're not quite finding any of the confirmations despite them getting the space. They think about stopping for the supply drop, but they're not going to. In the top right-hand corner, Commandment sticking a medkit right now to just get back up on the HP. And the high ground is madness as Duke and Jamper just slapping players down.
Yeah, after a challenging game number 1, Duke and Jamper do manage to find themselves on high ground now with 3 eliminations, trying to make this a big game, and there are so many more opportunities available in front of them. They have gone from just outside the top 25 to now within the top 20, trying to break to the top 10. For Scoped and Magnolia, though, they have done exceptionally well, and they picked up so many eliminations this game here, now sitting at 6, and they're edging their way to the second height here. They're eyeing up Duke and Jamper. They don't want to just allow them to walk to a free victory. On the low ground, though, your pick, Joji and Rokane, have rocketed their way up to second place, being some of the most consistent we've seen so far, of course, alongside Commandment and Stretch, who are still bulldozing their way through the builds.
Yeah, another one for Commandment and Stretch in the bottom right-hand corner now as we turn over to the wide. We see where everyone is positioned. Joji and Rokane still on the backside of the zone, but Scare Bear scares Joji there, one-shots him towards the back. Commandment looking for a little bit of room as Stretch gets taken down. Rokane gets cleaned up. That's a 5th place finish for them, but you can see Cold also going down as Duke and Jamper are completely uncontested on the high ground. You have Voil and Accept 2 layers below them. Commandment gets cleaned up. He's going to go down in 12th, so that's 1st and 2nd being cleaned out. And Monster, that means we got a little bit of a shooping. Nobody quite in that top 5 is going to have the repeat performance, and Scoped and Magnolia
Magnolia are trying to put pedal to the metal. They're up to third, 6 elims in the back, a top 10 performance, and they're no slowing down yet.
Yeah, it's realistically Scoped and Magnolia can definitely jump up here with a couple more eliminations and just a few more placement points in front of them. But Illis and Jack also want that title. They also want that positioning. They can get it here too. There's a player behind them though. A little opportunity there. Shots come in, but it's not going to be enough. And in they go. That's 3 more points plus the placement points as it starts to add up. But Tabs G, the man of the hour, solo dolo, takes Health Chimp on the low ground here. And he's continuing to work his way through. Now out of builds. Looks like height still continuing to be held here by Duke and Jamper. Very nicely done. They've managed to continue to rack up elims as well. Now up to 5.
They got a reset on Voil and Accept, who were the only ones even remotely close to trying to challenge him. You can see there how Accept is just trying to lick his wounds to get back in fighting shape to play out the rest of this end game. But Scoped and Magnolia with no builds and control of the high ground, they're just dropping down, trying to get whatever refreshes they can. One goes over to them. They'll get the builds, but it didn't look like anyone over to Scope. They'll just get the 15 from the reset and looking for room. Accept ends up finding Crispy. Jamper gets another one. That's Skittles going down. We're closing in on our top 5 with Tabs G making it as a solo as Jamper gets the return onto Scoped.
That's a big elimination there. Scoped, of course, wanted a little bit more placement points to break into that second and first place spot, but Duke and Jemper are not having it. Magnolia, however, is still alive here. There's so much points on the line. That's already 3 if he can get the finish. Can he actually catch Tabs G2, who is also a solo? This is worth so much points right here because of the placement as well that is on the line right now. But Tabs holding on to dear life here with the med miss spray. Just a couple more seconds separate him. He sees Illis and he gets him as well. And then traded out by Magnolia there, who in the end will get just a little bit more placements. 3 more elimination points, of course. And now has the biggest challenge of his evening right now. It's a 2v1 situation against Jamper and Duke, who have picked up 8 elims. What a game for them to jump back into this battle right now.
And they want to make it 9 here. They're dropping down. We talked about their ability in Qualifier 1 to just have a late game performance, but we've seen them controlling high ground in back-to-back games. But Magnolia's trying to give them a little bit of a run around, trying to give them the fakie, but there's so much time and you can only really equalize, not gain Storm HP. He's sprinting around, trying to find something to heal off of, praying for Frops, praying for anything, but Duke, despite going down and Magnolia going down, Duke and Jamper will clean up match number 2 here.
Duke and Jamper come in with an exceptional performance there in the end. You love to see it. After what was a comeback story for Duke and Jamper, they take that high ground and they coast their way through the end game, but they fought for it. Look at how many points they picked up. 8 eliminations then. Of course, the victory royale in the end there with a clean win for them. Jamper and Duke take game number 2.
Yeah, but also shout out to Magnolia being able to pick up a bunch of the eliminations in the zone, ultimately getting the 2nd place, and also denying the elimination point over. It might look like just the smallest of thing, but that's 3 less points that they're going to be able to add to the total, and at the end of the day, it's going to be pretty positive, and we'll see how it impacts the leaderboard as we kick it on over to Adam, Vivid, and SVG.
Thank you, guys. Speaking of leaderboards as well, my team, Jamper and Duke there, coming first place. Yes, Vivid! Yours didn't do so well, but hey, we're used to that by now. This is kind of a trend here on FNTS. Dude, honestly, Clicks and Day, no one kind of saw it coming, but Scoped again, back to back on Clicks and Day. This is big. I mean, Scope, what is separated? I mean, we've got Jamper and Duke on screen first. Let's talk about these guys. Obviously, one interesting thing about Duke and Jamper there, they managed to kind of utilize the high ground at a point, and that's the great thing. They went into that high ground, not too many eliminations. I think they had maybe 1 going into that, but then knowing as the players started to kind of come closer and closer to them, dominated that high ground and made sure to utilize it, and I think ended up with 8 or 9 eliminations at the end of it. Just played it perfectly.
Yeah, well done by Duke and Jamper for sure. We saw in that mid game there, they did actually have a vehicle, so that vehicle playing a part in how they had so many mats coming into this end game, and then also when they had that high ground going up to it, they had 3 total eliminations, so the refreshes were definitely there for them. But to speak about, Clicks and Day going down the Scoped Magnolia, I think Scoped and Magnolia are just playing way too well. We saw Magnolia in the end game there, picking up that 2nd place with that solo clutch. But man, let me tell you something. We're highlighting these teams, but Tabs G also impressing me for sure. And he's going to be putting his team all the way up to 6th place with his very own solo clutch. But SPG, Commandment and Stretch still at the top with 77 points.
Yeah, they had another great match right there. Not getting all the way into the top 10. I believe they fell in 13th picking up a couple of elims, holding down that first place. But Sundown highlighted it. Magnolia was able to make a really nice play there. He was able to stay alive as a solo, just like we saw him and Tab sneaking around. That was some great solo clutches. And ultimately, that's going to put them up into second place. This play right here is what I think was the difference. They had no mats right now. Then Magnolia grabs them all, goes and makes a solo play, and is able to get a couple of elims and sustain just long enough. Those couple of elims along with the med miss plays are so huge because that could have been 4th, 5th place. Now he's able to get second.
Yeah, it's interesting as well to see the top 10 standings here right now. And you can see that some of those teams that had a terrible first game have catapulted their way up into the top 10 now. Obviously, I'll focus on Jamper and Duke again there. Had 0 points after the first game. Now, 56 points from one game with the victory royale and the 8 eliminations there. Not to mention the 32 placement points for the victory royale as well. We can see users that got up there as well. Joji and Rokane, of course, as well. We saw them on... they had a couple of good games, actually, relatively okay. 50 points as well. There's a lot of teams there, but still, it is very tight after 2 games with it.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Jamper and Duke, 56 points. After, you know, not getting any in the first game, and that just kind of proves to show why, like, teams like Clicks and Day, who have gotten 0 points over these first 2 games, why they still have a chance at this. Because, you know, there is so many points to gather up. 32 points for victory royale, and then obviously 3 points per elimination. But SPG, you know, if you're Clicks and Day right now, you're coming off of a hot round 3, right, where you stomped out the competition, highest average elims, doing very, very well, and then the first 2 games you're shut down by a team laning near you. Like, what do you kind of do to switch it up?
And you just have to calm down and understand that it's not over. You know, a lot of times you try and make these desperate changes to do something, but ultimately it looks like they're trying to take these fights against Scoped and Magnolia, or Scoped and Magnolia are forcing the fights. You know, just make a little earlier of a rotate. Push your way out of there. You don't have to fight them off because they're not landing right on top of one another. You can make a rotate, grab some mats, or even make a little bit of a rotate to a hill, get tags early so that team just can't even think about pushing you.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one thing is interesting as well. At the beginning of the show, in the pre-show, we saw Jamper there talking about ego as well. As you mentioned, guys, you know, we've got Clicks and Day there back-to-back kind of losses in the first 2 games. This is when their ego needs to take a back seat and they just play the game, do their thing, and try and just get past this kind of first kind of phase and try and play some points, eliminations down the line. Because if they let ego get in the way and try to go one-on-one them and try and win that and focus on that, I don't think they're going to get too far because, hey, let's see what happened a lot the first 2 games, you know. We have loads more coming away. Game 3 is round the corner, so let's go back to Sundown MDF to bring us all the action. What's going to happen in Game 3?
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And I don't know if I agree, Monster. If I'm Clicks and Day, I want more ego. I want more pushing. I want to see them go pedal to the metal and just fly at these guys, because when they think they're the best and there's no hesitation, they win those fights.
That's what happened on Friday. Coming out of Game 5 and 6, we really saw them turn on the gas pedal because they knew they had to make it that much further. They had to push it that much further, and they do perform well typically under that type of mental setting that they put themselves in. But what we're seeing the difference is this time around, Sculpt and Magnolia, they're just playing great today, right? And what can you do when you're going against a team that is really feeling it? You're gonna have those close engagements. Those weren't just like steamroll elims by any means. Like Scope edged out like this much. Like we're talking 2 HP difference, right? It can be that close here, but game number 3 is ready, Sundown. Let's just get into it.
Halfway point coming in, a third of the way through the competition, and we'll get a good little look at the leaderboard so far. Stretch Commandment have looked pretty solid. Duke and Jamper made a great case in match number 2. We've had some consistency out of Joji and Rokane, but nobody really running away with it. Still plenty to be taken. And Monster, with a west to east bus path, we'll have some interesting shenanigans going on at Command Cavern. I anticipate those fights will resolve very, very, very quickly. And as I say that, you can already see Creo, Smite, Silent, all in the feed.
Yeah, that's the Command Cavern battle going down there. Macwood also taken out as well. Seems like he might have been clapped out the sky too. And here's a repeat performance as Threats just gets taken out, this time to the hands of a shotgun on the other side, but a great defensive maneuver there by Rise to put a big tag there. Tries to put the all in one down onto Aoxy, but it's not going to be enough there. Swirl and Aoxy come out on top once again. So after what was honestly, almost last place performance by Aoxy. They come back game 2, jump up to 23rd, not bad. And if they can do another leap on up, they'll be in the bubble for discussion of a top 5 performance by the end of this all. But that's an unfortunate start for Threats and Rise.
Yeah, Polarize and Nico finishing off a Creo invert there as well. We'll be able to find that one. Zeke's looking for Nyx in the corner. Blar's going to give him some assistance over on the side. Polarize finishes off Creo, and that duo is going to go down. And much faster paced game here is already down to 42 duos, 83 players, with just barely a minute off of the first Stormfall.
Yeah, and that's kind of the determining factor, guys, of the battle bus, right? When the battle bus goes in a different direction, you can see that those highly contested areas, they're going to play out a lot faster. It's really going to change the dynamic of the game and the pacing of the early game. Can't really, I guess, predict that sometimes. The highlight, though, if you were wondering how Threats went down, there it is. He touchdowns, he tries to go through that first door. Gets called out. Scope is going to find a llama, and it's these little things you can see, guys, that are really coming together for Scope and Magnolia. Off to a hot streak, a hot start, and now a llama. That's going to save them so much time, Sundown.
Yeah, not having to invest the time in order to farm all of that metal, the excess brick, and just being able to split makes you look into that. It's very much allows you to min-max, rotate earlier, or go take some fights with the excess utility you have right off of the start. Speaking of excess utility, Polarized sitting on 2 eliminations, Chug Splash, Medkit in his inventory, plenty of weaponry here too to take this close quarters fight. You can see he's been able to back off Elite, but Nico desperate for HP, so that one Chug Splash is going to go down right away, and Elite and Bank are going to take the time to just get out of dodge.
I am very impressed with Polarized, Nico, and Bank and Elite because of how consistent they've managed to be in these first 3 games here. In 8th place for Nico and Polarized, Bank and Elite, who just skated out of there in 11th. So much better than their first qualifier attempts, where they ended, around 30 or 40th place, just really not doing too hot. For Haji and Suscript, who also made a bit of an endgame splash just a round to go. He's now fending off their drop spot here, just outside the Greasy Grove. You can see they've caught Slurks. Want to play for the full damage. Nicely done.
Right now we need a replay here, and yeah, Haji just sneaking in that sniper shot. I mean, we talk about snipers like they're out of the game, but you just tend to see players not opt into them because that one-shot headshot potential or the one-shot down potential is no longer there. And I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that, because you still get the opportunities to find these sneak shots. And in a pinch, a sniper headshot in a meta where so many players are just kind of hanging out up top with those scope burst rifles, or absolute worst case, the MKs, and you're able to just kind of rain those shots in.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm with you on that. I personally I still think there's so much effectiveness and usage that can come out of the sniper. But, I mean, you're right. When you really just weigh your options, I mean, you also need all the heals you can get, right? We're talking duos versus what was in the past a trios type of setting where you have a little more flexibility with your material and, of course, what you can carry. So the meta surely right now, I think, is burst rifle, followed by, this is a preference call, right? Drum shotgun, striker, or, of course, an SMG.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of players opt more so into the drum, particularly after the shotgun changes that occurred last week. However, I will say, after watching EU in particular, watching a lot of the rounds of this FNCS, seeing the players who generally were known for their very high-level pump mechanics going back to the striker and preferring the striker, it seemed very positive, but ignore what I'm saying right now is we have a wascally little wabbit. They're going to look for the 3-2-1. And could they get the trade out here? Yes, Magnolia taking a bunch of damage. We saw the 1v2 in the first game. It went down because Clix was completely by himself, while Magnolia now, the shoe is on the other foot, and it's not Cinderella. The time is ticking past midnight, and that shoe did not fit. He tried to cram it in there, but instead, Day and Clix say, nope, you'll go back to being the pumpkin. We finally get a little bit of revenge, and if you're them, Monster, you're going hunting right away. You're looking around, you say, I know he's close. Where is he? I want a piece of this, because Scope has been a thorn in their side.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Day did there. You saw the language that his character was speaking to us there. He went straight for the high ground, starts looking around here. He's on the hunt, but Scope wanted nothing to do with it. He's hiding down low. I mean, it's finally a little opportunity for them to put some points on the board. They were at 0 after the first 2 games. But hold up, Mason and Jackson here do end up sliding back into Greasy Grove. They go toe-to-toe, and they find themselves an equal set of eliminations here. Nico and Polarized get taken out by Bank there. That's the Command Cavern fight. It does look like that ends up coming full circle as well. So 8th place, Polarized and Nico are down to the hands of 11th, Bank and Elites. That's a big, big fight there too, guys.
And right now you can see Shadow, OMG Me Too, trying to close in. And again, another duo who made a lot of waves last season. Shadow, somebody who did very well at the Streamer Bowl, making it to one of the first Fortnite lands in a very long amount of time, has really made a name for himself after that fact. And in Qualifier 1, just an abysmal first full game, 4 games performance. And normally if you hear that, you think, wow, the team probably didn't do that good. But no, they roared back with a second in first place in games number 5 and 6, and honestly I was anticipating them carrying over a little bit of momentum today, and right now it looks like they're doing that. Yes, they're in 15th, but with only one endgame made, the way they're making this push on the left-hand side is very effective. But right as I say that, OMG Made 2 takes a ton of damage, but he says no problem, clean that one up as we swing back on over to Clicks and Day.
Clicks and Day have been struggling today, but trying to keep their mental in focus here. They're gonna go against another top quality duo right now of Bucky and Cam. Like we said before, there are no easy picks here today in this general area. Every team they've clashed against have been of exceptional quality, and Day gets punished in the distance there. Another team starts to put in their focus points.
Oh, I thought he got right in the box of the opponent and missed the shot. I was like, wait, what? And it was like, Clicks almost panicked for a second. We both almost panicked, had the same reaction there.
See Clicks gathering information. You can see him right there. They're actually trying to time this together. Bucky and Cam actually have a disadvantage here off the left camera peak while they were holding that edit. Luckily for them, they do close it. Could have been really bad for them, and it still can be pretty bad. They have a lot of wood builds in this area.
But if I'm Bucky and Cam, I don't want to take this fight. Right? They've kind of struggled a little bit off of the initial start. We've seen them generally cleaning out Bugle very quickly in a lot of their other fights and then being able to rotate out, but so far haven't necessarily been able to find that same success. And if you're relatively well set up, if you're relatively center zone, if you're not really pressured by Storm Surge, you don't necessarily want to make that push. And Scope says, hey, I ain't leaving anybody behind. Clicks and Day weren't able to smell out what he was cooking, and instead he's just going to be able to get his partner back up on his feet. Now, we had previously had a stat about how in duos, no team in a round 4 had been able to get a reboot in a victory royale. That was broken in EU qualifier number 1. The question is, can Scoped and Magnolia be the first to do it in NA as Magnolia gets rebooted? And that reboot monster could also potentially trigger a Storm Surge now, as we're up to 71 players. So implications all across the map.
Yeah. But if there's going to be a team that's below, I mean, Scoped and Magnolia might be that team. Magnolia did not lay off any counter fire, and we already know Scope's been keeping a mega low profile as he's hidden out by that reboot card, of course. So another player picked up there in the feed too. We're up to 72 players. The count just continues to increase here. Stretch and Commandment, though, are on the prowl right now. They see an enemy in the distance here. They're going to be pushing that box here shortly. Pay attention to the feed. Jack and Illis, however, in 3rd place. Looking around. Also have to make a move here soon.
So we hop on board here. Skibber, Sui, Walkers, 34 points. Also currently sitting in 15th place. Also need to note, not only was a qualifier 1 round 4 in EU where he saw a reboot victory royale, it happened today over in EU as well with Noah Riley and Vidil able to pick up a VR after getting rebooted. And, you know, I really want to support and say something good about Walkers right now, but wearing the 76ers back bling as a Celtics fan during playoff time, I don't know if I can support that. You know, that's a little tough for me. It's okay. You're playing fantastic at Fortnite. We'll leave it to that. But go C's, as we have Haji and Subscript boxed up right on the other side here. Walkers and CU. I'm not sure we're going to see Surge. We'll see if there's a warning here. As soon as we get back on the player perspective is Scoped. Magnolia walking around. Yep, there's the warning on the right-hand side. And you talked about it, Monster. Hey, they might be the one below. And in fact, they are the sole duo below Surge. So we'll see what they're able to get going as they're going to have to kind of press. There doesn't look like there's anyone remotely near them, which is sometimes the danger of these very late reboots.
Yeah, and so what happens now is the rest of the lobby also gets this warning. So when a team gets it and they see that, hey, you know, we're only 90 above, 96 above, maybe we should find some tags. They begin to find tags, and then Scoped and Magnolia have that much more of a trail to catch up on, right? So now, being 138 below, no vehicle in play here. A lot of teams already made it to this next zone. It's going to be tough for them. It's going to be very tough for them, and they are in second place, guys.
Yeah, but it looks like they might just get enough help from the lobby as Jeff picks up one elim. Clicks and Day get a knock. If they're able to get the confirmation or chase down this other player, then
they will.
Unknowingly, they're going to completely bail out.
Yep.
Scoped and Magnolia. So while they're talking about, hey, maybe Cinderella's shoe doesn't fit and the clock struck midnight, but it's daylight savings hour. So we got an hour left in the ball. Will Magnolia be able to find the slipper?
Yeah, Day and Clicks basically roll back the clocks here for the world. But more importantly, for Scoped, they're arguably, you know, arch nemesis of this whole story that's developing here in the plot. Day and Clicks now at 10 points, from 0 points to 10 points. Huge jump up for them. Except Voyo still in third place right now, still inside the safety of the zone. Very interesting zone. It pulls far south, and a good chunk of it's in water, so should be a heavily congested north side here. And there it is. It lands just about right on top of them. So they're going to be okay. They're going to be able to play for dead center here shortly, as they're on the most isolated side of the corner of this map right now.
Yeah, if I'm them and I'm comfortable with where I was on the surge tag warning before this, I'm just scooting inside, just inside that oasis, trying to play for the south pole of the zone. We already saw one other team make that exact same rotation. Now, Stretch of Commandment looking for some space. They are our current leaders at 78 points. A little bit of room, but as you see in the bottom right-hand corner, that room is going to get closed very quickly. They still are on the outside looking in, and there's a team immediately on their white line to the zone. Now, when we say on their white line, if you draw a straight line to the edge of the zone, basically the fastest direction to safety, that's what that white line means, and there's another team sitting directly on top of it. So that's in the top of the screen, the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. We have Scoped and Magnolia. We've been over that. Magnolia just recently rebooted and able to be saved from the Storm Surge. In the bottom right-hand corner, we got Dignitas, Duke, LG, Jamper, Match 2 winners, and Late Surge and Qualifier 1, who finished in 7th, just on the outside looking in. So plenty of great perspectives right now as we see everyone just jockeying for position.
Yeah, and the big story for Dignitas Duke is, of course, he's that newest signing, the latest signing for Team Dignitas, who, of course, are entering into the Fortnite space now. And you know, that's such a mentality boost for someone who's been in the space for so long now, being a part of what is looking to be an exceptional org alongside Mero, who already punched his way on in with that top 5 just in our Friday's competition. But can he get the tags here? Can they go continue to open up the spacing, give themselves more room to play for endgame, play for that high ground position once again?
Yeah, it is fantastic seeing Duke signed to one of those top organizations, because it's somebody who's been around the scene forever, and it's one of the aspects that I love about Fortnite is, yes, if you want to sign to one of these top orgs, awesome, cool. We see it all the time where players get in and get involved. But also, if you don't want to do any of that, you can still compete and show up to these tournaments, and you can still represent yourself, build your own brand, and make that decision when you want to make it. Some decide that, hey, they don't need to make that decision. They can do it themselves. But Duke, somebody who's been around, and honestly, I felt like really didn't get enough of the credit for how much of a staple they were in the NAA scene until recently, because yes, you could say relatively newer face when it comes to like the up-and-coming elite, but when you put them in the kind of the conversation when it comes to the top players on NA East, he's putting up results in every type of tournament. Doesn't matter. Trios, duos, solos, Cash Cup, third party, FNCS. He gets results, but right now, players who are trying to find results right on the edge of the zone, Tapsg and Qua with a brilliant harpoon. Look at all that loot coming in. My lord.
Yeah, they find a lot there. In the feed, though, as you see, Oliver OG finds Cam, and that's another big trade there, as Oliver OG and Jeff were very high up on the standings after that first game getting that second place there. Then second game not necessarily going their way all the way. And look at the wide shot here. You can see Smite and Larson. They're listening to what's going on down below them as Qua is just fishing up all this loot. He's got so much to work with. Zone's not too far either. I mean, Sundown, do you think they just start throwing big pots in the direction of the new zone and just kind of go for it? Like what do you do here? They clearly have excess.
Dude, if you have extra ones, absolutely. If you're not going to use them and you're not going to carry them, I say at least just huck them out into the open. It costs you nothing, and maybe somebody runs towards it. Maybe somebody opens up. Maybe you're able to bait something. But they also have to be careful here when they're doing all of this fishing, because as one person fishes, the other has to be holding the wall, because you can tell Smite and Larson are like, that's an awful lot of harpoons going off up there. Maybe there's some extra loot, and instead, they're just trying to break down the walls, see if they can get some stuff to drop down to them, because as you noted, Qua and Tabs, they can't hold all of it. They've completely given up that box. And now you talked about vultures earlier. This time it's from below, and Smite and Larson loot goblin gobbled all of that up.
Yeah, they did. They got some material for their hard efforts there. And that's a pretty fair exchange. That's a great exchange. A little ammunition for some mats to make this rotate, but Larson gets punished, trying to be a little cheap with the build right there, following on the heels of Smite. And now extra shots start coming in here. But it's gunfire flying over everywhere right now, and the zone is still about 20 or 30 meters out. Counterfire comes up from up above, and Qua and Tabs G are managing to put some serious pressure on the lobby, and they need that because the Surge is once again active and going to start harassing the rest of this lobby. Clicks find Shiesty there as well. More points for Team Clicks and Day.
Day able to get the second one for the full confirmation. Also saw my boy Rokane up there in the feed, making it to yet another half in, half out, which you'll see here in 15 seconds. Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds. Threshold on the right-hand side. What does it mean? Well, you want to be above. That means you don't take damage. If you're below, you're taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds. You make that number go up by shooting your opponents and getting actual damage ticks. So right now, 44 below, currently second place, Scoped and Magnolia. The reason they're struggling was that early reboot. We talked about it. We talked about how this is going to dig into their excess utility, and they're opening up now, trying to find tags and just barely able to get above before the Storm Surge turns on. That's huge. On the right-hand side of your screen, with 5 eliminations and 700 about above, they don't have to worry about it as whole. Right now, Magnolia and Scope, despite having the 1 elimination, they're under the pressure. They're trying to find a box-to-box fight, trying to dive in Monster, but nobody's near them.
Yeah, they need to find someone here, and they need to do it quickly. They do find a duo on the side. That's a great tag there. That might have actually resulted in elimination there, but no, he just barely slips away. But hey, there's a lot of tags that come with it, and at least they managed to steal up the loot as well that this team was basically sitting on, trying to figure out what exactly to do with it. On the other side, Jamper and Duke are already up here at 4, or inside the 4th place, 18 above the search, and they need a little bit more. You can see Dukes is continuing to put these shots down right now, off to the outskirts.
Stretch ends up knocking Rokane there just as a transition ends up coming through. You can see Storm Surge will turn off. Rokane gets finished, Pikes gets finished, Serbs gets finished, and Penandy Roller on the board with a pair. Riley goes down to the zone, 50 players up on their feet, which means we got 6 solo riders out there as Blar also goes down, 27 duos remaining. As you can see, Scoped and Magnolia taken to the skies themselves, looking for a little bit of room, looking for a little bit of space, and they find the space. It's up on the high ground as they go up and try and take it away. I don't think anybody's above them.
Uh-oh. Might be seeing the NA East victory after the reboot story unfold here. As we all know, high ground is king in a Fortnite lobby in endgame when playing for the win condition. That is the #1 thing you want to check off there. Besides, of course, having some type of material count to hold it. In the distance, their second next biggest, I guess, concern could be Jack and Illis, who are in 3rd place, also playing for that second high position. They're stretching Commandment, sitting on the refresher, edging their way forwards. A lot of loot to work with. Going to opt into using those metal mats there to go and stay nice and solidified. Larson does look like he gets finished off here. This is to the hands of Duke and Jamper. They're starting to push in. They want this material count as well, and Larson and Smite now being fractured here in this end game already.
Yeah, taken out outside of that top 25. Again, that's where the placement points will come. You see the moving zone. I mean, it feels like a rinse repeat every single game so far. That first moving zone, down a hill, over the river. Still no grandmother's house on the other side, despite the fact that I would love some snickerdoodles, fresh baked cookies. Hers are my favorite. Instead, Duke and Jamper looking for some space, looking for some elims there on the top of your screen. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, you have Tabs and Qua looking for a little bit of room. Bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you have Scope and Magnolia going up towards the height, and they have it, but they're only 34 damage above the Storm Surge right now, and somebody's building off against them.
Yeah, all these teams are just barely holding on right now. Clicks finds another one in the feed there onto Haji, though. So Clicks continuing to rack up points from 0 points. He started in this game here, coming in so late without finding anything. Can Duke actually get it? Oh, the launch pad, he blocks himself there, but it does end up working out. The story is going to continue here. Jamper doesn't have any HP. He's going to pulse to start getting some heals on in the box, and Duke with the 180 onto Leroy is huge, and that's going to give him a glimmer of hope here, but he is not completely safe just yet. The surge of the Storm is riding right behind him here. He's going to continue to slide on over, but what a fight there for Duke.
Right now, Tayo and Pledge up on the high ground, just trying to maintain control. 121 above. Shadows picked up an Elam. Magnolia goes down to Nevify. You can see OMG Me Too also picked one up. D-Roller ends up getting the confirmation with Magnolia getting confirmed there by Ritual XYZ. Voyo picks another one up in the bottom right-hand corner. We have Duke and Jamper still just hanging on from that refresh. They're able to end up picking up, trying to find a little bit of room. They're on the forward part of the zone. On the left-hand side, you can see Joji finally going down. That 16th place for him there as Pledge ends up picking another one on the backside of the zone. Jamper trying to get the wall replaced in the bottom right-hand corner, not able to find it, so they'll continue going through as you have Tayo and Pledge still just riding out the high ground with Stretch on the low ground.
And you're seeing Jamper and Duke do such an exceptional job rotating on the outskirts of the zone, but Scoped here with Commandment, or Stretch and Commandment have made it this far so far, and they're playing that low ground so well as well, staying consistent. Here comes a catch, a big catch, and Duke follows up huge, and that's onto Scented as he shuts him down. 3 eliminations now, and all of a sudden they are really getting the ball rolling here in this endgame. Stretch is gonna get damaged just a bit there on that low ground. They have to make their way up. This is some weird terrain we're playing off of here. Clicks finds another set there in the feed that's onto Jamper as Day falls to Tabs G, and Clicks is now left by himself, but the hero effort, 44 points earned in this single game, already at 8 eliminations, and it's not just over yet. Can he find a little bit more here?
And he's pressing this 1v2, uses the harpoon, a tile away, double wall replace, has both of those walls pre-edited down. Like I said, I wanted more ego, I wanted more pushing, I didn't want you to stop. And Clicks continues rolling, but Empen and D-Roller find another pair for themselves. They're saying they're not the only late start coming through, as they had a tough game 1 and game 2. Ritual gets another one as we're on board here with Stretch. Look for some space, but a limited number of builds, tries to find the shots, but instead throws one towards his teammate as it's down to just 10 HP. He has bandages, but he's not Zexro. No more ability to find Mats, instead just dives in. We're not sure if he's able to resolve that. It looks like he got chased away as Tabs and Qual are looking for some space, and Clicks finally goes down, but not before riding out a top 5 performance.
On high ground is Tayo there, but hold up, Stretch here is gonna fall. Commandment has to clutch up by himself. Commandment gets pressured from up above, and Pledge and Tayo manage to just continue to be the team that is putting in the shots from up top. D-Rolo, however, playing the outside here, trying to lean into this win condition right now. He finds a lot of loot. He finds some heals to work with. And will he be the thorn in high ground or the low ground team side? He'll basically determine who can actually get this victory royale, who will have the best chances now. Tabji and Qual, what a game for them. They slide their way into second place. Somewhat of a comeback story for a lot of these teams right now. D-Roller included. Look at this, but no, he's gonna get spotted out. Remember, there is an animation and a visual cue that gets given away with the usage of the heals here, Sundown.
Yeah, they're going to be able to see that. They're going to be able to hear that, but he finds a gap a little bit, going to be the person under the stairs, but not sure he's the chosen one. As you see, he'll finally get taken down. Qua says, moi, see you later, goodbye. He'll send that one down as we get a 2v2. Tayo and Pledge trying to ride this one out as Tabji and Qual on the low ground will look to contest minimal amount of builds here, so they're going to have basically one more opportunity as Quad defensively going out, but with only 4 builds, can only box up one more square. Here it goes.
We're looking at potentially the biggest elimination game and a victory of the day here, fighting for the 9th here on NA East right now. Beautiful knock there by Tayo. He's going to need the refresher. Tabs G takes so much heals deep into the storm there. That might actually be enough for Tabs G to get this win. We're looking at 3rd and 2nd places respectively. Can Tabs find a little bit more heals is the question. He's hunting, he's looking, but no. Pledge is loaded too. He's got a lot to work with, so okay. This should be Pledge's and Tayo's game here. And you said, moi, that should be the chef's kiss there to close this one out. Tabs, you know, tries to put it all on the table, but Pledge is going to win.
You said, come on, baby, light my fire, but the rain was already pouring down. The storm was too strong, and his tinderbox got a little bit soaked there. I mean, Teo and Pledge just riding this one out. The chug splashes, they'll feel it off. 8 eliminations and the victory royale in match number 3, but we saw a lot of interesting leaderboard implicating fights, Mons.
That was a huge game. Huge game for Clicks and Day. Huge game for NPen, DeRoller. We saw Stretch and Commandment, of course, staying consistent there in the end. And tons of teams now starting to get close to that triple-digit mark, but it's Stretch and Commandment who do make that big leap.
Yeah, but to see what that leaderboard looks like, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SBG, take it away.
Now, before we kick things off, I called it at the beginning of that game. I said, Vivid, SBGZ. Let's think about Clicks and Day for a second here. Are they going to go all the way? I called it. I said top 3. I think top 3 that game. I felt it. They got a top 5, Vivid. That's good for you, but also great for them. An unbelievable performance. It's so great to see them rolling with the punches, getting themselves back up. And I was completely wrong. Sundown on point there about ego. They just went for it as we expected they would do. And now they're suddenly flying up the leaderboard.
Yeah, a lot of confidence from Clicks and Day that game. As soon as they got rolling, made it to the mid game, they didn't stop. They just kept going for eliminations. As we were watching other POVs, I was watching Elim feed and just kept seeing Clicks and Day find Elim after Elim. And I believe they ended that game there with 8 total. So props to them. And, you know, off spawn, finding that cheeky little gang over onto Magnolia when he was a solo. So that storyline does continue. But something else that is continuing is Commandment and Stretch's consistency. 110 points and actually furthering that gap. SPG now 13 points ahead of the pack.
Yeah, they seem to be comfortable playing wherever, whenever they want. They've won a game on high ground. They've been playing the low ground. They've played the mid ground. It doesn't matter. These two are simply too good right now, and they are on fire. But that last game, we saw Teo, Pledge, Tabs, G go head-to-head. That was probably one of the longest games we've seen thus far in qualifiers. And fun fact, Teo, Pledge, Tabs, they all played together in trios. So, you know, head-to-head with your former teammates going. And this was just really well played by Teo and Pledge. It was one of those games that I haven't really seen them on high ground very often in these finals lobbies, but I want to more. They clearly can do it, and I want to see them continue this streak now that they've already picked up 1 Elim and are going into second place heading into the next match.
They are, yeah, tying as well the record this season for most points in a game, 59. Matching Death and Coney's on Friday. You know, interesting as well, you bring up about the point between high ground, low ground as well, because Commandment and Stretch we talked about, who have obviously had 3 games back to back to back now, but they've delivered and got eliminations, standings points, consistency. But we're so synonymous with high ground all the time, particularly with Stretch there. We saw the low ground there, Vivid, as well, utilizing it brilliantly. They've obviously evolved as a duo and can come rain or shine, come whatever layer it is on the map. They are really delivering right now.
Yeah, it's dangerous because Fortnite's one of those games where you can't do the same thing every single game. You kind of have to adapt to the situation. So the fact that these guys are proving right now that they can play high ground, they can play mid ground, and they can play low ground. Those are like the 3 main styles that we see in the end game is very, very impressive. And it's come down to all that experience they've had with teammates in past seasons.
Yeah, and then just checking out that second page, 2 of the biggest risers were D-Roller, NPen, and also Day and Clicks. 25 spots for D-Roller and NPen, 32 for Day and Clicks after that game. So huge matches by both those teams, and oh man, you gotta keep going. Keep the train rolling if you're Day and Clicks right now.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, another train that keeps on rolling. We saw Jamper and Duke there. Despite the fact that Storm Surge was on the brink there, they could have been affected by it. We saw a pretty awesome rotate from, I think it was from Duke there, who managed to utilize a launch pad where he kind of foresaw the fact that Vivid, he would use that launch pad, hit the kind of roof of a build, managed to curve his way around into a box, and Leroy was just sitting there, and he knew he was there. The awareness of that rotate and how things were going to affect him, it was kind of beautiful to see unfold.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, there's a lot of moments when people use launch pads and maybe like a build gets placed or it kind of messes you up. You don't really know where you're going to go, but Duke clearly showing that he knows how these launch pads are going to work. He knows where his character is going to go and how to control it. And right there was an exceptional showing of how good Duke is, especially in the end game. And not to mention, he is in the end game, right? The pressure's on, and he's still making consistent and thought-out plays like that.
Yeah, it separates the champions from the rest of the bunch. Let's head back over to Sundown at MDF for Game 4. Let's do it, boys. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SVG. My name's Sundown, joined here by Monster D-Face, and 3 matches down, only 3 more to go, and we will have our 6th through 10th teams joining us in the finals.
Yeah, the games are flying by, and we're watching a different story unfold for each of them. What has remained true, though, is Stretch and Commandment's dominant performance so far, being the first team to break into triple-digit mark just after 3 rounds of Fortnite there. But hey, there's still a whole tournament half in front of us, right? There is no one's out of the competition just yet. You saw what Clicks and Day managed to do there, NPen and D-Roller as well. In the highlight there, that was a flashy play. I don't think we gave credit to the harpoon shot. Grabbing Duke out of that box is definitely crazy. So big plays unfolding everywhere, and our teams are still in the battle here.
Yeah, there's still plenty of Fortnite to be played, and don't forget, if they don't auto-call going through here, we'll still have 1 more qualifier and then semifinals. But enough from us. Let's get into match number 4.
It's game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just touching down with us here, NA East has been quite a show for us. Of course, I'd say story has really been around the Joneses, Magnolia and crew versus Day and Clicks here. What an engagement we've seen go down there today. It really has been some of the bigger fights of the FNCS so far. For Rise and Threats, they also have had quite the battle here against Aoxy and Swirl. So far losing 2 of the, 3 games so far on the drop. This time around they are going to have the better drop, so it seems like a little more room for them to work with.
Yeah, I would want both teams to go back and review their Greasy Grove drop spot, because I think what Threats and Rise are doing is a little bit outdated, with the cooler kind of coordinated drop always in the same spots, like bank on there being a weapon in one of the spots and get together and chug splash. Because you aren't guaranteed the same amount of chug splashes from the cooler, if you happen to pull a flopper and your opponent gets 1 weapon they're able to drop on you, it just takes too long to execute, right? Get yourself on top of weapons, worry about getting your max shield after the fact, and don't give your opponents an opportunity to drop on you. And I think you'll probably see the percentage of fights you win off drop at Greasy Grove go up, but somebody who's in a tough situation and not in the Greasy Grove, hiding in the bushes here. Yeah, Keith, Botboy Trev.
Yeah, up against Squish and P-God. Both teams have had a bit of a struggle here on the day, also trading back and forth. And I mean, you talk about you wanting to see these teams hit the drawing board. I mean, what we have managed to kind of get out of this is that both teams are struggling even if they survive the drop. So it's not just coming down to whether or not you get these points. It's about what you can do after this. And I mean, it can be tilting, trading these exchanges, not necessarily winning every single round, right? Remember, when you fall this early in the game, Sundown, I mean, you lose all momentum, right? You are sent back to the lobby. You have to wait until the next lobby's completely over or the lobby finishes and then you can queue back up. So it really is so much more than just this battle and just these points. It's the momentum. It's the pace change for anyone who loses. And right now, Threats is down. Rise tries to come to the rescue here. He gets a finish onto Swirl. But if there's a team out here in the distance that's really adding to the pressure right now. Who is it? It's Jackson and Mason coming from what is the windmill drop spot down south. I mean, Jackson, he's been landing there since the beginning of last season as well, or maybe just before that. So no strangers to this general rotate in this third party here.
And they're trying to put the pressure on. They know that fight hasn't necessarily been able to resolve yet. They got a piece of the pie. We can see Rise fighting defensively, and you might have a little bit of reinforcements riding over the hill. Dawn has come, and you can see that Hachi and Suscript are trying to get involved in the fight. And Mason and Jackson, they have to back off. They're like, we can't continue chasing this as aggressively. You saw that they're just kind of out in the open throwing shots that way, but unfortunately that'll get you cleaned up. And Threats, he's still ticking. He has about 20 seconds before he's taken down. Mason will end up finding him and getting taken down there, but Haji and Suscript are still looking to push the pace a little bit here.
Yeah, and Haji and Suscript are, well versed enough to know that this is a clean duo right now, and they did get the full siphon. Also picking up the sound cues here. The team's fully healed up, but they want to continue to take this push here. These are 2 teams that are, I would say, about evenly matched. Haji and Suscript have been competitors for quite some time. Jackson and of course Mason here. I mean, they've had their runnings of competitions through the collegiate courses, and now to the FNCS, and look at that. They are gonna win this duo exchange drums, man. You open the box against two of those, and well, you see what happens. You just get chewed up, spit out.
No, that was Mason's huge shot. Mason hit like a 170 max headshot there with that uncommon striker. I think, I'm almost positive here. I want to see the shot here in a second. He's going to be able to pick up that first one, drops down, gets the second, and they're going to be able to find it. No, I lied. You're right.
It was the drum connecting.
It was the drum for Jackson. Yep, you're right.
Hey, it happens, but that's good teamwork there. And I, I really am curious. When is it just going to click fully for Mason and Jackson? We've seen them not really lose early games at all. Like in the last FNCS, the one before that, every time they've made it, they've actually had a successful turnout, even when contested at the windmills. And there was a point in time where they were up on the standings and almost playing for what could have been a top 10 finish in FNCS, but you know, naturally other teams called into their success and they had more friction along the way, to say the least, and things didn't go their way. But it is very cool to see these newer teams continuing to make FNCS appearances now, right? Making their names more and more seen and heard here.
And I mean, Haji's been around for a while and competing at the top, never necessarily a name who you see in the top 10, but making pretty much every final round of every tournament on NA East. And we talk about owning the space inside the cavern. Well, I hope you like brick finishing, Monster, because there's brick as far as the eye can see, some metal accents going on at the top level, but not a whole lot of grid space to really be working with. We talk about piece control, and it's all over here with Polarize taking, I don't even know how you managed to sneak a shot through there. He's going to scan out, get whatever information he can, find where Elite and Bank are, just see what's around him, and they're very much so pinned in here.
Yeah, and they know that now. All that information from the scanner there is going to be ample to tell them, hey, we're in danger. We're going to have to chill out for a little bit. For Pigot and Squish, I mean, they need to make a hero comeback, as we saw Clicks and Day do, Enpen and DeRoller and others in that last game. At 10 points right now, 34th place. They're looking to edge their way up. They have a team nearby. This is Bobby and Ellie. We're hiding out here inside their builds that are fully finished off.
Yeah, I think at this point they need to stop trying to creep up the leaderboard and start trying to leapfrog it up. I mean, you know, you always talk about time ticking, and right now definitely just past the hour for Pigot and Squish. They really got to get moving, but we were saying the same thing about Clicks and Day last game, and they rolled off a 9 elim game. Right now, Squish is getting a little squashed here. He's pinched in, but making sure he's back hip to hip with Pigot. He's got a couple of flops to pop, some good wall coverage from Pigot on the side, but you see Clicks and Day again, a little separated in this box fight, both taking a bunch of damage. They'll back up to that shield keg.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to play hip to hip right now. Day and Clicks have changed up the pacing since the last game, now pushing into a different team completely this time around. And look at that, they're in 15th place from just about dead last, guys, after one game's performance. If that doesn't tell you enough about how explosive these games can be and what they can do for you in the tournament, and I don't know what will. Pigot and Squish seem like they've made that decision to go ahead and move on out. They waited, but no one revealed themselves, and sometimes you just have to get the picture, move on. Here's a look at Scope to Magnolia.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta cut your losses. Trying to camp the reboot van, potentially come up with a free elim out of the sky there, but Magnolia and Scopes, great vantage point, get some information. They're gonna head on over, and we talked about somebody else was able to pick up a lot of ground in last game. Unfortunately, might have tried to shift gears a little bit too quickly as Enpen gets taken down. Haven't seen a roller up, but Magnolia and Scope, they're hawking this fight, and if you check the bottom right-hand corner, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different duos here, and it looks like 2 of them are engaged in a pretty significant fight.
Crazy that Scope and Magnolia were, of course, you know, broken apart last game, and Magnolia got taken out a little early. But they still managed to pull the top 14, so definitely playing very, very well. Wood builds in front of Trev. Trev doesn't even spot them. Looks around, maybe he picked up a visual cue. He's thinking about it. Magnolia doesn't trust it. Shots coming from the side, and he gets knocked. That's never 5. Magnolia and Scope, they're just gonna honestly snatch up this positioning, probably snatch up the loot as well. No reason to give them away. This is free surge here on a platter, handed to them, and hey, that's a win in its own.
Free surge, free refresh, free positional advantage. I mean, Nevify doing an absolute favor right there. I believe that was a sniper shot coming through because he wasn't quite full
So
HP.
quick.
So we talked about the one-shot elimination. Some players are like, oh yeah, I'm completely safe to hang around at 175 HP. Well, not if you're just gargoyling up top like that. I mean, we've talked about it when you just kind of poke your head out with that striker burst. I think he had a snipe of himself, but right now, eyes are glued to the top left-hand corner as Jamper just got a knock onto Rokane. Bucky and Cam also in a fight of their own. They're one of the duos we just talked about in the Sanctuary who were batting down in this fight. Here's Jamper and Duke trying to close it out. Looks like they're able to get the confirm there onto Rokane, so Joji will be a solo yet again.
That is a ridiculously big elimination right there, guys. Rokane and Joji were up in the standings. Like, where exactly? I'm trying to look at the leaderboards here, but they were just outside the top 15. They were in 13th coming into this, and they just clashed up against our 4th place team. Super, super unfortunate as Joji now has to figure out this game by himself. Jamper and Duke do seem to have based up on top of that build. We'll see what develops out of that for Bucky and Cam. Bucky's pretty hurt, so they're gonna go, facilitate their way through those builds there, see if they can find some whites. As Ritual gets into a fight here, Nevify who hit that knock. They're doing very, very well, and that's a great find onto Demon who is solo inside the box, but Nevify is down, has to play for the save here. He's got his back wall completely open as well.
Yeah, but they're in a bush, so it's fine.
Ooh, just in time.
Yeah, well, Nevify had one more HP than he needed in that circumstance. Going to be able to pop a couple of flops, top himself back off, which don't necessarily agree with the medkits in Nevify's inventory. But, I mean, they're up in 3rd place. I feel like we've barely talked about him except finding the eliminations in the feed, but we've seen Ritual's name in there over and over again, and he's still lighting it up. So we have our first Storm Surge warning, 116 above currently for Illuston Jock, who is sitting in 7th place on the outside looking in with 78 points. 5 duos will be pressured by Storm Surge. Again, Storm Surge puts 25 damage down every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage. How do you know how much damage you need to do to get above? Well, it's on the right-hand side. So currently, 166 means Commandment and Stretch, our 1st place duo. They're probably not going to find this rifle. Yes, they have a minute to do it, and if they can get a bead, they can start kind of chipping away at it. But anything about above around 150 or so, you start to kind of think, hey, maybe I need to get wall to wall.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a huge proponent of if you're below that surge, that 1 minute timer on the zone means move. And move now. You got to continue to take fights. Joji's going to go ahead and do just that as he managed to find a shield rip. But in the distance, more shots coming in. He's garnering a lot of attention of the opponents nearby. And keep in mind, he does not have a duo. He's doing this by himself right now. The task is going to be difficult. And you're looking at all the perspectives of the same teams here. This is Jamper and Duke here on these mountains, looking inwards towards a team like Joji, who is down low. Great tags fired back. Can he get just a little bit more? Oh, no.
He's going to be more than happy to take this trade, though. Like, he's happy to get chipped out as long as people are opening up and looking at him. He does have some excess utility to be able to get himself back up. But if Storm Surge turns on and he ticks below even for a second, there is no way he's going to be able to combat both that and get the damage he needs. So that's why you see him burning into his utility right now. He's knowing he's really only going to have 1, maybe 2 more opportunities to really open this up and start fighting. So Storm Surge turning on right now, 25 damage every 5 seconds. And with nobody close to him, he's going to be forced to continue opening up his head and exposing himself. But there's 4 duos, 5 duos actually, since he's a solo, who's going to be pressured by this. And he's just going to go. I'm watching on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we have Hamstone and Fatch, who managed to get themselves up above. And honestly, Joji is just kind of a free 3 points for whoever wants to look his way right now.
Yeah, he kind of has to get these minis off as well. That's a big shotgun shot, but it might not be enough. But Fatch is also under surge pressure here. They had some quick heals, though, so it's going to work out for them. Hamstone and Fatch equally needed this elimination here. They end up getting it. Fatch gets finished by Jamper in the distance. And that was why that 3-shot that we saw a little while ago was so cool, because it was all 3 of these teams that had something different riding on the line. For now, Hamstu does have a tournament life in front of him. D-Roller, however, is under the surge and in the zone. Does it get any worse?
He needs one player to drop, and he will be able to at least make an effort out of it. But right now, everybody else, they don't have to poke out. They're thinking about rotating. They're looking around, seeing, hey, is there anybody who's acting a little bit strange? Anybody who's acting a little bit hectic? Roller, he'll get in, he'll pop this, but he's not going to have the time. Nope. The next tick will come through and take him down. But it turns off. It turns off right before Larson ends up getting confirmed. Literally, we saw the purple flash come in, but it turns off as soon as 70 does. It didn't confirm, and that's brilliant for Shadow and Me Too, as they're going to be like, yep, this is mine. And Pamstow is also going to take advantage of the fact that everyone was cleaned out over here. He's going to get a reboot, and nobody's really near him to hear this right now.
I was going to say, will he turn back on the surge for the lobby? It is a possibility. But no, he gets beamed by Jivy in the distance there, and Jivy and crew are starting to roll up. Other teams starting to shoot in as well right now. It's not looking too hot for Pamstu and Thatch. This save that he played for might be the end of him. He's going to have to go for the high pad. No time to set up anything different here. And he sees teams based up there. He knows there were shots coming in, but doesn't matter. He has to get inside the storm, the safety, and away from the storm right now. Team on the side as well.
I don't know if you draw. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if you draw that attention there. Yes, they need tags, but if anybody turns and looks in your direction, son, you're going to have a tough time. He'll pick up the snipe maybe to just give somebody else an even more difficult time. And the car just whipping right past, but you can see OMG Me Too alone and pinned between two very good players, Jamper and Dukes, right on the side of him.
Qualifier game number 4, the halfway mark of this weekend's FNCS. What a game, what a game. This is what we love about Fortnite, you know, the standings, the changing of who's popping off and who isn't. Continue to get developed here. I mean, I just want to kind of date back to Shadow and OMG Me Too. That was a big 3-point, like, that's a team that needs it. When you're just outside the top 10 and you get points like that, you know, it doesn't feel any better.
Every little bit ends up adding up. So you can see right now, Magnolia and Scope just trying to continue to scrape out, close in on that top 5. Somebody was trying to enter tournament management mode, though. After this game, it would be Stretch and Commandment. They make one more end game, they put up a decent amount of points, and they can start to kind of look at the rest of the lobby, and you can just tell. He was hawking that position, waiting for that edit to come out. Knew the player would want to peek, and he gets 2 very key shots to chip it away. And it doesn't seem like much, but every damage tag on somebody who's above that 50 shield mark is a lot of utility that ends up going through. So now we're going to swing on over. 66 players remaining, 35 duos. So first placement point was given out. We're closing in on that 4th zone. So everyone's going to want to pack in on the outer edge, as we'll have half in, half out after this. So no more concentric safe zones. We're starting to transition into that mid and the late game once we have those full moving zones.
Looking to use this enemy launch pad here right in front, but P got bases right up and over it. What is the play here? They're going to try to hold him out, and Tap says, no, 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 we got to go. They're going to use their own launch pad instead, and what a bummer. They only had one. There it is, Paper and Tahi, who are currently up in just about 5th place, it looks like. One of the teams holding his edge here. They start sliding up for the box fight right now. We're going to see 2nd place on 5th action here. Will the fight end? Potentially. Lobby starts to look in. This is lobby focus now. Forced by the hands of Paper and Tahi. 100 shot from Tabs G, but no, they get taken out. And that is what we like to call lobby manipulation there. When you start to make others think, hey, you got ourselves a target here, let's get them.
Yeah, that landing spot, man. You were just right in between teams who had already boxed up full in metal, and you were split from your opponent. I mean, I think the play there might have been to go underneath the bridge. It would have been in the safe zone. You would have cut off the lines of sight from anybody who was up on the high ground. So now we're going to swing on over right-hand side of the screen. OMG Me Too was underneath Surge, but plenty fine, and now back on board here. Neverfire and Ritual still just climbing up. 3 eliminations, sitting in 4th place, doing fine. The bottom right-hand side, Clicks gets a pair for himself. They'll get confirmation on one of them, and they're up to 50 points.
That is actually huge right now, and Day finds another one. And take a look at that Surge. Not a problem at all for them as they find Accept and Roy, the Voyu, who are so looted out. You see the floppers, the heals, everything that you can ask for leading into a half in, half out. They'll be able to like honestly just big tunnel their way in, slide their way a little bit closer to that new storm line. For Jamper and Duke, they are at 5 elims. What in the world has happened over here? It seems like they have just found knock after knock and actually finished the jobs. And all around them, I'm seeing teams that are placed well outside the bubble right now. So they are just picking apart people that are already pretty much struggling on the day.
Yeah, Magnolia picks up a knock there. Storm Surge will turn off as we have 50 players. We see with a half in, half out. And where it's revealed, we're going towards the southern side, and we can already see Mikey and Styx are the only ones who are already across on that high ground. So they're going to have a great vantage point. There's a ton, and I mean a ton of the lobby already boxed up on the northern part. So if you can get purchase on the southern side and the zone goes there, you're in a good position. Otherwise, good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck indeed, because the terrain here changes so fast.
Bad.
Look at it, literally vertical. You have to go straight up. There's no slopes. There's no like, yeah, we can edge our way out. No, when it cuts across, and it's going to be hard to make it up and over, especially as teams start to tunnel their way on top and close up that airspace. But Scoped and Magnolia, my oh my, they're continuing to get active here as they find another elimination. That's going to be the full refresher they're looking for right now. It's going to cap off Scope's brick tier. And an upgrade as well. Legendary SMG in the hands of someone like Scope in endgame right now is just scary. Saw what they did last game. Scope was by himself after the pickup. They pulled in a top 15. Now on over to Nevify, and Ritual gets shut down in what might be their earliest fall in the tournament so far. They came in at 7th, just inside the top 10, break their way up to top 5, but now might be slipping back down to 7, depending on how others do, because players like Clix and Day are rocketing their way on up. They get themselves the 3rd here, and now they're at 62 points.
And so I literally just typed to observers being like, hey, can we check out Nevify and Ritual when we get a chance, like literally as they were eliminated. So I feel bad there, but Clix sneaking another shot there onto Kyoto right before he lifts. Blink and you'll miss it, but they're continuing their run. They had 9 eliminations last game, looking to keep pressing it here. They'll have a 4th in a second. Sphinx and Dequented, though, just ripping through. Not sure which game they're playing. Looks like it might be a racing one or a destruction. Who cares as they're continuing to try and move, but some nice maneuvering. Honestly, it's a better 3-point turn than I can pull off, but Monster, who cares what's going on the low ground? Up on the high ground, yet again, Jamper and Duke showing they're the premier high ground team so far here in NA East. They're trying to continue to push the pace as they are just destroying the rest of the lobby. They're so high up.
Looking like 3rd time's the charm here for Jamper and Duke. Can they do it this time? They've done it once before today for Tahi and Paper. They've really popped off as well. 3 elims and so consistent now as they have broken into that 100+ point threshold here. The zone's going to double back. This can be favorable for Jamper and Duke because, again, we talk about that vertical elevation there. If you are on that upper lip, you might be okay, but if you're down low, you're slowly getting constricted out of the spacing to play with, and these are so many old builds. Players are going to have to chop and mash their way through, but hold up, Keys and Mikey are fighting up for high ground. Duke and Jamper end up getting bested there, and they have to give it up. What is the play, though? If you're Keys and Mikey, you are so high up, it's barely held on. Bank and Elite take advantage of that, though. Sundown, they start to turn things around. Keys gets swatted out of the sky, and just like that, a top 8 team is in the lead there on high ground.
Yeah, you can see Elite and Bank able to take it away after they force the high pad, but Jamper and Duke still a lot of space. They're on 2nd height, being forced off. Clicks goes down to Jeff. Not sure if Day is still up on his feet. That could have been a top 19 finish there. As we look back on the wide, we still have Duke and Jamper, but we also have Day. 2 eliminations, has some chug splashes, looking for the player on the backside of the zone.
There
the
it
zone
is.
will pull back, and he's able to find the shot. Actually, don't think that was his. I think somebody else was able to find it for him, but it doesn't matter because he's going to be the one, the benefactor of all the refreshes in the bottom right-hand corner. Jamper and Duke still looking for room. Cold actually picks up a pair for himself.
Yeah, and Okus takes out Day there. A top 15 finish for them and a couple elims, not bad at all. Had they gotten a little bit more, it would have meant so much more. But now, Jamper and Duke are the team that have been the most consistent here so far, but I still see Stretch and Commandment working their way through, operating through that mid-ground as well. They are in the chaos, quite literally in the blender here with everyone else. Commandment's gonna fall to the storm there. Stretch is by himself, Jamper playing for the wall right now. 2 players in front, no tags on any of them. And he's starting to run short on material. 300 is going to be enough to continue to make his way. But if they got to go up, I mean, it's going to be rough.
A little bit of space being given right now. You see Cam picking up a pair for himself. Him and Bucky continue to make an end game. And as we pull, we're pulling out and away. So you can see Cam trying to get up, trying to create some space. Has no more white heals after he burns through the rest of this med mist, but he's got plenty of time because they do have a relatively long pull. He's looking for some room here. As players are going to have a lot of space. This is a very divided vertical space, so there's a ton of different duos up right now as we're in the final zone. 90 seconds and the entire zone will close, and Oliver's looking for a chop.
Oliver, OG, and Jeff trying to make another end game here. They've made it so far. Can they squeeze away a little bit more points? Here's that vertical elevation we're talking about. And they are running out of material count, now down to just 20. Armored wall comes down. Might have been misplaced just a little bit. They wanted to protect that ceiling up above. Here's Skittles here, dipping inside the storm right now, trying to just stay alive, steal away a little bit more placement point. Cam, he's down to 400 builds, sees teams down low. He wants to work his way down. Here it is. He's inside the fray now. Oliver, OG is going to fall to the hands of Elite. Duke is still up. Jamper and Duke are claiming players down low. The mats. Top 4 now. Bank and Elite work their way down. They're out of mats. Here it is. It's going to all come down to this big fight here. Cam is the one solo in between the two, though.
He's looking for some space. Currently sitting on 6 eliminations. Jamper and Duke on the low ground, but Jamper jumps right on up, and Cam tries to throw a monkey wrench in there, but no problem for Jamper as he's going to close that out. Duke is playing the long game here, but he needs to be careful when this swaps over. If he doesn't immediately med miss, he will get taken out by the zone.
There it is. We knew it would happen. Sundown was calling it there, but hey, it's still an end game, and it's another second place for Duke and Jamper. Elite, though, comes out on top there in the end with Bank. Man, what a story for them, right? They had this mega contested draw spot at the command cabin. We know it has not been easy for any teams that have been landing there, but Elite and Bank not only wipe up the teams that were there, but take it all the way through to the end and get a victory out.
Yeah, and honestly, that might have been one of the hardest sets of zones to navigate that we've seen so far this season. That was so incredibly tough. It was max pull, and we went back and forth and then off of the high ground, and it really tested the duos and their utility management.
Yeah, definitely. If you did not have a launch pad there, you were struggling, essentially. But, guys, they're going to toss that over to Adam. I mean, guys, please, crunch these numbers for us. Catch us all up.
I think numbers are getting very exciting now, obviously with 2 games left to play, but I think Sundown was on the money there with the whole, he needs to be careful with the med miss, otherwise, yeah, so that's exactly what happened. But another great display from Jamper and Duke there, but we must talk about Bank as well. Bank's duo with Elites, we don't want to talk about them too much in this competition, but managing to, I mean, Height was taken over from Jamper and Duke by Keys duo. They were taken out by Bank and Elite, and they made sure to utilize their position, use their advantage from the high ground, and a great finale from those two.
Yeah, Bank and Elite doing such a good job here. Here we're actually going to see a little bit of that height control that they have going through this 9 zone here, but even more so impressive actually when they took the high ground from Jamper and Duke. I thought that Jamper and Duke, I think it was like the 6th zone, I was like, man, they're up there, they're sitting pretty, like they are fine, they're gonna get this victory out, no problem. And then all of a sudden Bank and Elite are up on height. So however they managed to take that higher ground, well done to them. But also, you know, Jamper and Duke put on a show. They were on high ground all the way in the 6th zone, and usually when you lose those high grounds in those moments, you kind of just like fumble and you can't really pick it back up together. But like, no, Jamper and Duke find themselves all the way on that low ground there. SPG pick up a 2nd place.
And they had a lot of elims. We see Jamper has 5 at 5th zone, and they were able to pick up a few more. This was definitely the most chaotic zone I've seen all season. This is one of those nightmare zones that's going up over a mountain. A couple of players managed to sneak around it, but ultimately it was just a battle for the high ground. Jamper and Dukes were able to hold it for just long enough to stay alive, and then they just caused chaos down below. We see them just like running through teams, picking up some more elims, and getting another 2nd place. If Stretch and Commandment hadn't put on such a good half to this tournament, these two would easily be in first place, but we're going to see a great finish here as these teams go head-to-head for that first spot, and we have even more in contention for those top 5 spots.
Oh, totally. I mean, you compare it to the first game, will be so many of our kind of stronger teams, if you will, didn't manage to do too well. Suddenly, it's flip reverse, and here we are after game 4, and this is how the leaderboard looks now. You can see here at the top, it is indeed Duke and Jamper, 143 points there, a few points away, well, from the second position. Commandment and Stretch now knocked down to second position, but still, you can see here that there have been a lot of placement points, but eliminations as well, rife in those top 7 positions. It's looking mighty strong for those with 2 games to go here, Vivid.
Yeah, Jamper and Duke proven that they do have a little bit more Elam potential over Commandment and Stress, but Commandment and Stress still do have the most placement points, so still proving that they are very, very consistent as they do sit in that second place spot. But the biggest change on the leaderboard, SPG, Elite and Bank going up 8 positions, put themselves in 3rd with a total of 121.
That's what those victory royales do for you. They shoot you up the leaderboard, and we see it so close. It was 100 points, basically that entire first page. Now we see second page, there's teams that are within striking distance. Illis, Jack, they've been in contention all day. They've been close. They were also close in qualifier 1. Cold and Scented, they've been coming up with the leaderboard, and then we see Jeff and Oliver OG, consistent game there. Day, Clicks making their way up, and we have to note, Bucky and Cam shot up the leaderboard after that big game. I forget who mentioned it, but there was continuous. Okay, I see Bucky getting an Elam there. There's another Elam, so that was a big game and a nice solo clutch by Cam.
Yeah, you can see there as well. If you're brand new to the way our leaderboards work, you can see the little digits as well, showing up and down arrows, how far teams have moved down or up the leaderboard. Bucky and Cam, they're 20 places up into their position now, which is looking exceptional. And they're definitely in contention with 2 games to go. I mean, interesting that we haven't talked too much about the actual Storm itself and how it can really conflict with players. And Vivid, we saw there, the Storm is going through rivers, up mountains. It can really throw games in a certain direction, particularly if you have those vantage points up high. And it moves back and forward. When there's pre-builds there, it's easy for teams to maintain the high ground as well. It can be really tricky, that Storm.
Yeah, and a lot of players were showing how good they are at reading those zones. You know, we saw that 7th zone pull back across that little bit of a plateau, and we saw the likes of Stretch and Commandment actually dip out into the zone, tank some of that damage. That way they could work themselves around that terrain rather than kind of fighting vertically straight up. Like, no, there's like, listen, we're going to go ahead and tank that zone. And those moments really do make the difference in these games.
They certainly do. Right. Big shout out to all our Legends Landing viewers as well. Hello to you guys. Let's head over to Game 5, the penultimate game in Qualifier 2. It's Sundown and MDF. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SPG. 4 games down, 2 more to go. Our top 5 will advance straight through the finals, and everyone else will have 1 more chance, Monster.
We're really starting to look at what placement spots are going to be available right now. 4th and 5th are clearly up for grabs. If our 3rd place team of Elite and Bank don't really pop off right now, that spot will also open up, and it'll be the closest qualifier slots we've had up to date. So, you know, today's competitions have really been very close. A couple breakaway leads now, though, for Jamper and Duke up top, and of course, Stretch and Commandment.
Yeah, and it's definitely a lot closer so far than what we saw in qualifier number 1. Now, in game number 5 and in game number 6, we're going to start talking a whole bunch of numbers because we're going to start looking at lines, looking at who has to do what and what the conditions are. But now that you know the table is set, let's get into the match.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 5. We've blown past that halfway mark, and now we're in the final stretch. Take a deep breath and bear with us. You need the stamina because the fights and battles of this early game are about to go down for Aoxia and Swear. I mean, they found a lot of success here, but I think you mentioned it best, Sundown, and what is such an outdated style of drop and play here. Threats and Rise, man. It's just not working.
It's super unfortunate because we saw this strat, and I commented about how good it was last season when you're able to get the guaranteed chugs and get on top of each other. But as you see, you're able to break it down because you know exactly where the players are, and you don't farm any resources. So if you end up losing the weapon draw, and you have to give credit to Swirl and Epoxy, it seems like they have drilled this down to a science because minus the first game where it was a very close flip against them, they've won this fight relatively handily each time. Yeah, the second game was a little close, but 3, 4, and 5 have gone to them handle.
Yeah, and quick as well, which honestly wastes no time. This time around, Jackson and Mason won't be able to just slide on in and take advantage of the chaos, so we'll see how that plays out for them and their overall tournament game, as well as Suscript and Crew. But here for Keith, and of course Rev, you know, little standoffs that have been happening throughout the game here. These are those fights that, of course, players are trying to condition, right? Ultimately, in the end, the more FNCS appearances you make here at the qualifier stages, the more series points you get to accumulate, right? As we start leading into the semis and building out what will be the roster of consistent teams to play against one another then. So these battles matter. Being in 23rd plus place, right, matters. You actually have to find as much success as possible here.
Yeah, series points on the line too, not just the top 5. So when you make these round 4s, you want to make the absolute most of it. So if you don't get one of those automatic qual spots, you can still get an opportunity in the semifinals to try and make your way through, and there's plenty of potential there. But I will make the argument, as we see Slurks and Troyer face off here against Serbs and Picks, that if you're already contested and fighting over one of these scavenger-ish, or like, I want to say like major unnamed locations, like the mansion, like the windmills, like the farm, just go find somewhere else, right? Like, there's plenty of scavenger routes, there's plenty of room on the map, there's plenty of resources where you don't need to be taking these fights. And taking these fights every single time, unless you're winning it very quickly, you're not giving yourself an opportunity to go. And you can see already the disengage coming out from the team. And I like that. I think that is a very intelligent disengage, because yes, you might have been able to siphon off some of the loot that was in this nearby area, but now you're already on the rotation path that the other team was likely going to have to take. So you're going to be taking all the loot they might have got inwardly. And it might be a case where maybe you don't land necessarily right at the drop spot, as we see Larson and Smite resolve a fight on the right-hand side of your screen against Fazo and his teammate. You're just able to get more. Like, you can hawk their spot, you can still put the person who dropped in your major area at a disadvantage by just having more loot than them.
And also, let's just talk about, like, put yourself in a player's perspective. You know, you're coming into FNCS what could be the first time. Do you really want all the experience that you gain from being in what is the highest caliber lobby to be, yeah, I landed, I played for, what, a total of 15 minutes playtime, and that's all I got from this, right? There's an experience to be had here, playing smarter, staying alive, making end games, and really being a part of what is the best of the best. And that, I think, is the most important takeaway you want from these games, is also that experience. So the next time you're here at the FNCS, if you're Serves and Pikes, you can say, you know what, we did more than just play the early game, get eliminated, and survive that, right? We made end games. We got to play rotates. We got to feel out what a surge environment is like, because that's something you can't really practice for.
No, it's a completely different ballgame. I mean, even the round 2 of the Cash Cops, any stacked scrims, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter when the pressure is on the line, when you have to sit there for 25 plus minutes after the fact and think about what you did. You want to be able to take these fights down. Right now, Troyer taking a ton of damage, but trying to get in, tries to use the Harpoon to press the advantage. No excess shields on either of them, just the med miss. You're going to see him drop it down. Serves and Pikes in the exact same situation. No excess shields, even popping a med kit for just 11 HP because they have an extra one. You can see him trying to min-max this fight, hoping that that'll be the difference, because both sides are very thin. I mean, there's about, what, 30 shield between the 4 of them?
Yeah, pretty rough position to be in right now. And I mean, Serbs and Pikes, they've been doing actually kind of okay. They're coming into this game at 48 points right now, so they're taking this a little too far now, and they've invested a bit too much, and it does seem like Troyer and Crew are like, hey, you know what? We have nothing to lose. We're committed at this point. Here it is. Serbs, once again, inching his way forwards, looking for a shot here. Now, remember, with Mantling in the game, you can honestly get up to any of these positions. On the other side, Polarized and Nico at the command cavern. They started off so good, only to then be bested by Elite and Bank, who then rocketed away. And now look at them. Now they're like, yeah, let's try it. Let's try. Let's get out of here. We don't need to stay here anymore. They're playing a completely different game, Sundown.
And you see there, top left corner, the Fiend fight we were watching finally resolves. Pike is able to pick that one up, and honestly could have flipped a coin on that. We saw the HP on either side. We saw the amount of ammunition, and I think it's better that the teams just kind of dive in, because regardless, you have to resolve that fight quickly. Otherwise, you could end up in a tough position. But speaking of tough position, Shadow, OMG me too. You got Jock and Illis on the other side of them, boxed up on the southern part of Tilted. You got a couple of triangles looking their way, but it looks like Shadow and me too were able to get some pretty good chip damage in. And if that's the case, they might just back out and rotate away.
Yeah, a bit of a drawn-out fight here going down, and Jack and Illis are going to be on the losing side. And you can see with just how capped off their material count or their resources are in the heals, those were the first exchanges, the first signs of trades of tags. And now they cap off here to come back around, and ooh, it's not looking too good as they get tagged up a little bit there on the other side. But Day, in the meanwhile, has managed to find himself elimination onto Shiesty here. That's just one of the two that this duo is, and there's a fresh duo coming in now onto Day and Clicks. And they're starting to move forwards. Yes, that duo is committing to this fight. Day has to get up and get up quickly. Can he recognize what's going down here? It's from behind him. He hasn't turned around. It's actually scoped in Magnolia. Oh no.
Shocker.
There they are.
Wait, where's Magnolia?
On the right.
Magnolia is separated. They could go. They could go right now if they go right now, but they need to recognize that fact. And we've seen this every single time where a player has been separated in this fight. The separated player has gotten picked off, and Scope recognized that, immediately backtracks. And you can see Day, he's trying to pressure. Magnolia took a bunch of damage from the side. They want this fight, Monster.
That's right. We heard that shield crack there was actually Clicks who found those first tags. And Scope is going to pretty much get into what is a scramble here to return back to his teammate. On up he goes. Brother V in the distance puts a couple shots down, just adding to the pressure, and things begin to settle down. For Clicks and Day, they thought about it. They wanted to commit, but that third party ends up adding their 2 cents into the mix. Slows down the fight here for Nico and Polarized. The battle at the command cavern takes its way to the outskirts here. It's Users and Skittles who came down from DJ and Yamzo's drop spot up top. And now they launch pad away.
As we see here, currently sitting on 2 elims. We're gonna get a look at how they got them as we pop on back in the time machine, and Polarize hits the zip, going for the aggro play, gets the wall replaced immediately, and that wall right there, I'm not sure if that stair is his, if that stair is his as well. That's so brilliant.
Yeah, I don't know how you snipe that front wall like that. That was just slick. And you can see what they do with it. Pick up a fresh 6-pack right there, not bad at all. That's really what they needed, like we said, after they got shut out that last game. They fell down a fair amount of points. The competition is, it's honestly really in what looks like a 10-horse race for the 4th and 5th spots right now.
So a race, Monster, right?
It's a race. It's a race for the 4th and 5th spots, no doubt.
As you can see here, Scopes hanging out, making sure he's hitting that med kit on the edge of zone, has the med mist as well. So normally I complain about, you're not min-maxing enough. Well, he is there because you don't want to carry the extra utility spot. And you see Brother is also still hanging out right on the edge of zone. So he's a solo trying to just hold a little bit of his weight here. Scope gonna get an extra stack of minis there. So he's gonna be very much so happy about that. It's him and Magnolia trying to make sure they get their resources in the right spot. Magnolia needing a little bit of shield. They should be heading towards zone, but we got a little bit of a stacker here, Monster. 81 players still up.
Yeah, and you know, that first game was big. Second game picked up the pace, and ever since, things just took a step back. I think players are genuinely realizing what's on the line right now for this qualifier. That you can go straight to finals. You don't want to end up in the semi-stages, but Jamper here, sniper in hand. That's a legendary one. Definitely tempting to carry into the game. Body tag from this will surely sting. Ooh, though. Duke and Jamper not looking too hot for the exchanges here. They're losing, for the most part, a lot of the trades.
But the shield keg will offset a decent amount of that, as you see. They can just kind of afford to leave a wall open and chip shots away, knowing that if they happen to bait a headshot, it'll end up worth it. But one thing to note is, in comparison to the burst AR, there is travel time on that sniper bullet. So anything past 200 meters or so, people can open and edit, throw a couple of those burst AR shots, and then close it and not have to worry about that shot coming through. See Jamper just kind of throwing him away, which is how you really want to utilize the sniper in this meta. But that was a white tag, Monster.
Huge tag here. They're trying to sneak one in the box. It's not going to go through. Only 34 damage above here. Definitely looking a little sketch here in game number 5, but hold up. Scope is down. 60 damage below the Surge as well right now. We're in what I would call trouble in the Paradise here. Now, again, 4th and 5th place, the point gap, right, between the rest of the lobby is really not there. They are right on the line, riding the line of all the other competitors.
Look who they're pushing into. Ritual and Neverfire are right on the other side, up and to the left of this. I have no clue how Scope got down. We saw them, they were running in the zone. He must have gotten to take a couple of shots, but they're trying to go immediately past another duo who had probably their first poor game in match number 4. They're looking to get right back onto the horse as we continue the racing metaphors here. I mean, they might not finish in first, but they might be able to just overtake one of those other jockeys in the final moments, and Magnolia and Scope are going to have to start opening up shots. 45 seconds till that Storm Surge comes through. 25 damage every 5 seconds to any of the teams that are below that damage threshold. They got to start throwing shots away, and we talked about kind of that 150 line being about right where rifling might not necessarily be effective anymore, and they're on the other side of it. You can already tell they're looking to get box to box. That's the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, you have Pledge and Teo. This is 5th and 6th who are both below Surge. They have to do something.
Look at this. They see a team down low inside the cone. 17 seconds remain here. They're going to try to jump straight down, but they get tagged in the process, and now that slows down their momentum. Great tags here by Sculpt here on the side line, but no, there's another team on the outside who had a little bit of a lining here onto Scoped, and all that momentum gone, shut down in a flash of a moment. And now they're just barely holding on, trying to break the tree here to open up this line of sight. They knew they got tagged from that general area. Here comes the Surge. Bombs, they should start raining in, but no. 10 above now. Okay, they have a little bit of time. Spade and Chip, however, do not. They are 80 damage below in a box fight as well.
Yeah, and you can see Spade trying to get the reset on the wall, trying to get in a position where he's able to do something, but because he's reset so far away, he's not able to then get it. Chimp goes down, Elite and Bank on a silver platter, not even silver, might as well be made of diamonds. That one was just gifted to him, brilliantly done to fight it defensively and recognize that Chimp and Spade were under threat from Storm Surge.
Now what's really cool about that elimination for Elite and Bank there is that they were 121 points coming into here, so they had about a 30 to 20 point buffer. But hold up, down low, Scoped and Magnolia get edited down in what is a classic defensive maneuver for a team that's being held up on from above. Magnolia jumps in for Scope's card, but he's standing on all these enemy builds. He's got to get out of there. There it is. He slips on out. But just talk about textbook, like, you know,
we haven't seen that in forever.
Like years ago, that was a tactic that we would see honestly quite frequently and often. You'd catch players off guard. But them to fall to that one, that's just a classic move.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what we're talking about, generally you hear the term chopped for taking out high ground, which is when people are taking their pickaxes and hitting the walls. The thing is, there's audio cues for that. However, when you're editing constantly, you don't get an audio cue, or at least not as loud to when other people are shooting. So you'll see Magnolia trying to get himself dropped down in the circumstance, shots coming through, and he will get dropped down and taken out. So that was the conclusion of the fight there. But if you own all the walls underneath someone, and you just edit them into those little 1/3 walls, it'll break all the structures until they're too late to react. Now, Scopes could have mantled himself up a little bit and been able to not drop all the way down. However, the mechanic being brand new, it's really hard to get used to that, and unfortunately, they'll end up falling.
Yeah, it's honestly a tough one. It's hard to defend against as well if you get caught in that. So a little bit of a, I would say, trickery at play, but
oh, absolutely trickery. I mean, that was a flea flicker, a reverse. I'm trying to think. I know some other football terms, I swear.
Yeah, definitely.
Fake punt. There you go. That's another one, I think. I sports. Yeah, well, I sports every now and then.
So let's talk about what that means, the significance to the tournament, guys. A 5th place team is down and out. This opens up that positioning for everyone else. It means that it's going to come down to the last game for Scoped and Magnolia. It's going to come down to the last game for anyone who is on the bubble, right on that lining right now. And that lining being just around 100 to 110 points. If you're in that general area, it is going to come down to the last game for those teams. And coming into this one, there were about 10 or so teams that were there. Elite and Bank breaking away, though. Those 6 points they got off their 2 elims. They could do just enough of one great performance here to just have to have a mediocre game next round and qualify. It's not going to be easy, but it is possible now.
Not quite living on easy street, more like moderately difficult, right? It's not like incredibly difficult. You still gotta have like 1.5 decent games against some of the best players in NA East, but you've done the hard part so far, right? It's like getting all the way to the top of a mountain. You know, you've done all the hard work. The summit's right there, and you know the air's a little bit thinner up here, but most of the distance has been covered, and somebody who's got some more distance to cover up, but they've been moving pretty quickly in the past couple of games. The energy duo, Clicks and Day, and they got some great space. And man, Monster, the zone's not doing basically anybody at NA East any favors, as we got tons of water in slight variable terrain here in this fourth circle.
Yeah, we've had about 2 or 3 zones where I think we can all scratch our heads and be like, yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. Just an ouch happening right now, but Day and Clicks are in the better position when you really weigh it out compared to some of these others that are gonna have to make what honestly is a predictable rotate. Like, there's only this pathing here.
No.
It's one chunk of land. You have to face check directly into some of these teams. Vehicle play for Skittles and users ends up working out for them, but they are so far below the Storm Surge. They will have to fight here. 13 players have to go down. Illis and Jack have to do the same as well. They're in 10th place. This is honestly a great thing if you are Clicks and Day. These other teams that are effectively between them and where they want to be, top 5, are having all these issues. Stretch and Commandment are having issues as well. Shots come in as they manage to try to find their tournament tags as well.
Pretty sure Commandment just caught a sniper shot there. He went from 200 HP to 130 real quick when the bottom left-hand corner, Duke and Jamper below Surge. Bottom right-hand corner, Illis and Jock currently sitting in 10th place. Guardians of that front page are going to pick up Nox. That's Nox onto Paper and Rokane back-to-back. Jock putting in huge work right when they need it. We also see Jamper picking up Shadow. Bucky gets Crispy. Pledge gets the confirmation onto Rokane as Vert gets Me Too and Cam gets Monkey in a Tree.
Great trades right here. It's the second time Cam's found Monkey this game, so big on him to continue to rack up some points there. Illis and Jack now edge their way up to 9th. Skittles and users find their way to 7th, so progression being made for our bubble teams here now. Finally, jumping into that 100-point threshold there. A single elim separates 7th and 6th here. Can they break it open a little bit more as Joji's on the run right now? Joji and Rokane no longer having that tournament run that they started off with right now.
Rokane down just on the back of Joji, but Joji had a great solo clutch in the first game. I was about to say, look at the zone, Monster. Everyone on the southern part, everyone on the north part was banking on that pole, but instead we go northwest, and most of the people are going to have to move, which means we're going to see the feed light up. Jock gets his 3rd. Stretch ends up going down to the zone there, not quite able to get out, and maybe, just maybe, if 2nd place falls here, just inside the cascading placement points, we could have a little bit of movement way at the top. Stretch gets confirmed. Commandment, with just 90 effective HP, is looking for some room.
You know what, and I want to get a hats off to Stretch there, who dropped the launch pad, recognizing, I'm going to go down, Commandment, save yourself. And he gives it to Commandment right then and there, who only had an additional tick basically between them and the lobby, and that's going to keep their tournament run alive. And now breaking into top 25, so it was worth it. It was worth points, and they're starting to benefit from just that. Nevify and Ritual, however, after that last game, their worst game, they're in this end game, and it's only Nevify right now. He gets chopped in from below. They already took the wall, and that little bits of letting your guard down is what sends him back to the lobby. And now one less team for a player like Users and Skittles to worry about.
Users in the top right, Commandment in the bottom right. On the wide, up on the high ground. Why am I surprised? Luminosity Gaming Jamper, Dignitas Duke. If you look up there, even odds, heck, maybe even better than even odds. They've been up there the entire time. Every game in this 5th to 6th transition, we've seen them, and this time going for a deep pad recycle where Duke is going to take almost the entirety of his white HP plus 7 ticks when he had a closer one. So long rotation coming out, and they don't have to burn their own pad. Looking to try and potentially take height again, but instead going to box up in metal. use their chug splashes, and get back to full HP as we see Vote and Accept going late, and Accept gets beamed out of the sky.
Not only that, Commandment is still alive as well, working this outskirt here. Take a look at him holding on to his life by a thread here. Jack and Illis fighting for high ground here. They're in 8th right now. 6th and 7th are still alive on high ground. Jamper and Duke managed to pull that back around. Clicks and Day is also still alive right now. In the feed, Commandment knocks onto Haji, and that's a full finish there too. So Commandment racking up more, punching his way, solidifying his way to the finals right now. If he can do a little bit more, it should be enough as we start getting into that last game here. And he is actually above the Surge as well.
The full confirm put him all the way above the Surge, and he needed that as a solo. Only one more duo will have to go down, and Surge will turn off, and it might end up being used on the backside of the zone. Yes, it is. Surge is off. We're moving closer to the top 15. Each duo that drops is an additional point going through, and Duke and Jamper want to put a stamp on that qualification now. They said, you had a question at the start, but we have an answer. Yes, we will be there. But Commandment, on the top right of your screen, is looking to continue his solo run. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the 3rd place. So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd still all up on their feet, looking to make the qualification run here in game number 5, saying we don't need game number 6.
But I'm most interested in Jack and Illis, who are alive right now on that outskirt, now in 4th place. Clicks and Day, who are alive, leading the rotate on the front zone, now in 12th here. They've managed to jump their way on up as well. And if you're on height, I mean, you're feeling really good about this, but hold up, they have a little bit of pressure here. The wall was Duke's though, and with a clean side jump, what looks so sketchy, he lands a punishing shot onto D-Roller, and D-Roller goes running back down to low ground, straight into the water there to try and stay up just a little bit longer. And now as players start to fall here, remember, with every player that falls, more and more points get given out. Clicks unfortunately does go down there. That's just a knock though. It's up to Day to squeeze him out here, but Elite is on the run here. He's gonna get hit once, twice, and stays alive with just 7 HP now.
Day gets cleaned up. Jock also ends up going down, so Dan Clicks out in 12th. Oliver OG gets cleaned up. Elite gets cleaned up. And Penn ends up getting Fatch after they got forced down. And Illis just makes Edan vanish. And no, I'm not talking about his org. Great shot coming out from Illis. He dips and dodges back into the zone, finds the chug splashes, finds the miss, and a little bit of room for reprieve. Ascended and Cold are starting to get running. 9 elims for them, up into 4th place. They said, Quiet Day, who? Nah, we're just a little bit of a late starter.
Look at that. Illis is going to start making his way back to the storm right now. Can he make it in time? That sprint mechanic is so nice as he manages to run his way right back into the safety here. Medmiss is going to start coming out. 4th and 5th are still alive here, sitting on top of one another. Cold needs to get this big heal off here. Scented is just lit up as well. He's trying to get off any med kit or bandages possible. The med kit is going to come through. Here's Cam and Bucky, though. Cam and Bucky also flying their way up the standings now into 7th place. Put them back in the conversation here. It's Cold, though, who gets the big shot here onto Surge, the knock and the full finish now. And they are at 10 eliminations, trying to set up the biggest game we have seen here today. But Illis is trying to come through and put something in the works. Pikes puts up a good fight. Down goes Cold. He finds Scented potential here. One more tag is all he's going to need, and out the side he goes. Pikes is putting up such a great fight.
And this is one of the duos we talked about at the start. Is just like, hey, just disengage. It's not worth it. Go to play endgame. Monster, they're playing endgame, and they're in top 3 with 2 of the best duos in NA East. Cam with a sick mantle trying to get over the side, but Champer and Dukes, they want to put a stamp on it. 181, they said, Sundown, it's not just a stamp. We already put it in the mailbox. It steals. Pikes gets one knock, but he can't get the finish all the way through. And Bucky and Cam up on the high ground, raining down shots. Fish in a literal barrel. 10 eliminations in the victory royale for the Daily Bugle duo.
And what a sick little watery finish there. What was a difficult endgame. Cam and Bucky with the crazy performance. When they came into this game, they were around 12th, 13th place, and now they find themselves inside that top 5 position here in a race for the finish. And what a game it was. A 62-point victory royale. My gosh.
Yeah, that's going to help it. I mean, somebody's gun said it during our last break before this game. During the game, we just kept calling out in match number 4 how, wow, Bucky and Cam got another one. Hey, they got another one. And it was the same thing in this match. In Monster, all of a sudden, you put together 2 really good games when your first 2 weren't so good, and you got a shot.
Yeah, what excites me is that all these placement points are on the line now. 4th, 5th, and 3rd might just be available here, guys. So take us into this last game, y'all.
Yo, I mean, Cam and Bucky, we'll get to those guys in a second because they are rocketing. They're up the leaderboard there. But massive shout out, SPG. We've got Cold and Scented coming out of nowhere. Suddenly your pick is looking mighty, mighty fine. But Vivid, I mean, we have Duke and Jamper to talk about as well. First things first, Cold and Scented. This duo, you picked them SPG, but Vivid, they've really made a play now to top this leaderboard in some capacity, break their way into this top 5. If you're going to do it, Game 5 is the time to strike.
I mean, look at these highlights, SVG. Where are they at? They are on the low ground. This is what Scented is known for. And he's got the young blood in Cold to hit these shots, to follow these tarps, and make the most out of these positions. They pick up 10 eliminations before going down because Pikes honestly put on quite a show there towards the end. But huge game for Scented and Cold and for you, SVG.
Yeah, great game from them, but I mean, that's where they want to be, and they just slay out. We saw them get 10 elims. They cleaned up that low ground, but they weren't the only team. We had 3 teams make a big climb up the leaderboard, Bucky and Cam being one of them, and they just absolutely obliterated that lobby, taking their own 10 elims, but they do a little bit extra, getting that victory royale.
I know we saw 20 places they jumped up in that previous game. Suddenly here they get a victory royale, I think 10 eliminations as well, Vivid. I mean, again, we'll go through the leaderboard in a second and look at who's in contention for those 5 places to get into finals after today's qualifier. But they got the high ground. They made sure they took it off of to Jamper and Dukes. They had a great position going into this game 6. And here we can see they've really rocketed up into 4th place. Now, this is crazy. They were in 15th, I think, before.
Yeah, Jamper and Duke doing very, very well. They did get that 2nd place right there, but Bucky and Cam, like you mentioned it, they flew up like 20 positions before SPG and another 11 to put themselves in the 4th place position. It was a great close there, but also Scented and Cold sneaking up as well. They put themselves in top 5. Let's not forget, top 5 as we go into this last game is how you get directly to final. So a lot to play for looking at this leaderboard.
And this is an absolute crazy match because we had a team break or tie the record for the most points in the game earlier. Then Bucky and Cam say, all right, hold on, we'll top that. We'll take a bigger match and have the most points in NA East thus far. And now we see, okay, it may be close, but there's plenty of opportunities for any of these teams. Our top 3, you might be okay, but you have to make it into that 5th zone. Everyone else could make a 50, 60 point game because you could say it's impossible. We've seen it done twice already today.
Yeah, we saw as well there, I think 13th position at 108 points. You can see there to get into the top 5 there where Cold and Scented are. You know, we're looking at about 20 points, 23 points give or take here, which is absolutely doable. That's between 13th and 6th there. So everyone's trying to break into that top 5. You can see now, Cold and Scented have what, a 7-point lead as well going into this final game. There's so much to play for. Teams below that, particularly kind of looking through 6th through 10th there, who are all still in contention, 20 points or so away in 10th position there. Vivid, what is going to have to happen in this game to break through into that top? We see Scoped and Magnolia have done superbly at the course of this tie. We've featured a lot of these teams in our post-match breakdowns, but who do you see going all the way here? What's going to happen in this last game?
Honestly, that is a tough call to make. I'm not even going to make the call because, listen, my prediction at the start of the day was clicks a day, so and they're not doing too hot, so I feel like any prediction I make right now is probably not going to be a good one. But going into the last game, I mean, these teams that are just outside of that bubble here, they really got to hope for 2 things to happen. One, you got to hope that these top 5 players don't have a good game, right? Because if they have a good game, then that pretty much just seals the deal. You can't really catch up if you're already 20 points behind. But if they do have a bad game, then you yourself also have to have a very good game. So these teams just got to play to their strengths and really hope that it just kind of works itself out.
Yeah, it really is going to be anyone's game because we've seen so many teams fall early. The only 2 that have been consistent are the top 2 on the leaderboard. Everyone else has had at least one bad match where they're not picking up 10, 20 points. So really, when you saw that second page, people were in the 90s, high 80s. That is very doable. A 50-point game is not impossible, and we could see it here. Hey, maybe even your boys Day and Clicks do it here for you, Vivid.
Fingers
Everything crossed. Just to clarify as well, I did definitely pick Jamper and Duke at the beginning of the show. And they're currently in 1st. Just saying. Hashtag just saying. Obviously, we have one last game to go. Chat, make sure to get as interactive as you can with us as well here on the desk and the the casters as well, of course, Sundown MDF. Let us know who you think is going to go all the way here. This is the last game of Qualifier 2. It's all to play for. This is it. Let's head over to Sundown and to Monster and see exactly what's in store.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SVG. And with one game left to go, the leaderboard looks a little different than it did on Friday, Monster. I think we're going to get some final game dramatics.
Yeah, listen, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place were sniped by 3 new teams, straight up. When you look at how they all jumped up, 5, 7, and 11 placements, that shows that it can happen this game too. Those 3 spots can easily get taken away as quickly as they were claimed in that last game. That is how much room teams can jump up. So if you're outside the top 15, it might just be over. But if you're within it, a 60-point victory royale is possible. 32 points for the win, 3 points for elimination. It sounds like a lot, but it's not impossible, Sundown.
No, it definitely adds up. And don't forget, even if you don't get a top 5 spot, there is still series points on the line. There's still that semifinal and a qualifier to be played next week. But one more match to go. Let's get on the bus.
All right, here we have it. Game number 6 of the FNCS qualifier number 2. This weekend has been an explosive weekend of games and Fortnite. We've seen so much competition and some of the best head-to-heads and the biggest names going against one another, most particularly, of course, around the Joneses area where Scoped and Magnolia have gone toe-to-toe with Clicks and Date every single round since the beginning of today. And then, of course, the Command Cavern where Nico and Polarize have been bested by what we saw, a great performance from Elite and Bank. Here at the Greasy Grove, this fight has also been raging on round after round. Aoxy and Swirl take a bit of a different approach here. From time to time, you know, they do go to the suburban areas. It seems like another team's decided to kind of jump in here. Not sure who it is just yet, though.
Yeah, you see Threats already knocked over on the side. Swirl, very minimal amount of HP. Fight's going down over the cooler. We saw Aoxy get just shafted when it came to loot. But will he be able to do it with just the Stinger SMG? Gets the wall replaced, tries to push in onto Rise. Rise backs him up immediately. The shotgun doing a bunch of work. He's able to get Swirl too. The rep and advantage going over to him right now. Some quick floppers pop by Aoxy, but some mini shields on the other side of Rise. He has that shotgun and he has okay swap weapons. Not great, but if he's able to get a bead with them, they're gonna hurt. One more 32 tag from the weapon will do it. Rise just needs to find Aoxy. He's playing very well defensively right now.
Got to be quick, though, because there is a player behind him starting to run their way across the street here. So they'll be entering into this building in no time now. Rise does get the shot, and there goes a 6-point swing, but he doesn't start breaking out now. It might just be Raps here. It's Sui who's outside the wall. And it looks like they try to ambush their way in. Walkers and Sui are not going to find anything, but their HP is back up now. So here comes the confidence push. The back door. Rise sees it coming. He grabs the wall, though. And Sui finds some big tags here. Should be Raps here for Rise. If you're Rise and Threats, what do you take away from today's tournament, Sundown?
I think they need to replan their drop right off of the rip. It seems like they've had a strategy that they're trying to end up sticking to, but it's just not paying out, especially now as Walkers and them have been able to kind of squeeze over from the side. We see Botboy Trev able to clean up P-God there. Nice little shot that he found over on the side. Shadow and Me Too, using those zip lines to try and rotate back inward. Have a pretty far way to go. We see Nico pick up Silent in the feed if he's able to get that confirmation. That's 3 more points over to him as we're having a little bit of a quicker lobby. We see Me Too trying to line up the shot, but just a hair left.
It's a little bit of an old school fight right there as well, reminiscent of the last FNCS in that general area, but take a look at Nico here as he's sliding up on a car. Does look like it's Jivy there, slides all the way across. Doesn't quite close the distance all the way just yet. Can he get something going here? No, just a single elim for Nico right now, so not bad by any means. Forcing Jivy off in distance. Nico now, though, pushing into what is another player. It's Silent, and he uses the zip line there to go ahead and break those builds and then finish that elim. So Command Cavern being the house of action right now, as we expected. As long as Elite and Bank escape out of there, though, I think we'll feel okay. About to drop for Jack and Illis, the team that's holding on to 5th place right now. And when I say holding on, I mean it. They are just a couple points ahead of the rest. This is one of those spots that are on the line here.
Yeah, looking at that top 5, they were just on the outside, looking in, trying to gather as many points as they can. Right now we can see the 127 just continually trying to push themselves up that leaderboard right now. So we do see Walker's Sui getting pressured under. Walker's trying to get the wall back up in his face. Good job resetting the ramp. As Me2 gets taken down.
Not looking too good for Shadow right now. It's a 1v2 situation here. He does have a drum shotgun, but it's a common, so it's not going to hit as hard as it potentially could. Tries to take the wall there. And that's an enemy build, and that's how smart Shadow is right there. Mechanically gifted, no doubt. You saw how quick he was. Doesn't miss the beat when it comes down to making that edit when he needed it most. Being able to read the opponents is what he does best here. Still going to be a tough fight, though, right? We are talking about players that are good enough to make it to the FNCS final stages for the qualifier here. So there are no easy points to be had here.
No easy points across the board, and we saw Walkers with some incredible performances in last season's FNCS right now, but so did Shadow. No OMG Me2, and Shadow gives him a little chicken dance saying, what are you doing? Come on, I'm just a solo, push me. That's what he wants, and well, Skivers to you. Going to oblige, he says, push you I will, and he pushes him all the way out of the lobby, and that's gonna be it for qualifier number 2 for OMG, Me2, and Shadow. They'll have to go back, lick their wounds, and try and come back a little bit stronger here next week as we'll swing back on over. Stretch of Commandment currently sitting in 2nd place, but in the feed, a knock clicks onto Scoped. Where have we seen that one? As Day on the right-hand side of your screen trying to chase down Magnolia, saying, nah, this time we're getting the entire 2-piece, but Magnolia says, are you sure? Maybe a bit off, a little bit more you can chew. Maybe you need a Heimlich maneuver there, because he backs Day off real quick in that 1v2.
And honestly, you got to respect Magnolia, who's been competing for such a long time. Honestly, one of the OGs in our space. Give the man his flowers here. It's not looking too hot as he's getting chased out by Clix. Clix, who, of course, is equally as talented. Now, though, swinging around the top. A shot away from wrapping this one up here. Now it's going to be 6 points for Clix and Day. 2 elims of the 10 they would need. A 5th of the work down. Sundown, who knows?
I mean, they're going to feel good about it, right? Like being able to close out that fight, particularly when you see the names on the other side of it. And they've been, I mean, we've used the analogy, a thorn in your side, but it's more like been a tack on your seat where every time you sit down, you're like, ow, that was sharp. And then you go and you sit down again. And it's like, please remind me to remove that tack next time I sit down, okay? Right? And then finally they went over the seat, and rather than just removing the tack, they threw the whole thing out the window. They're just like, no, we're done with you. And I feel like that's where Clix and Day are at right now. And if they can kind of like keep that momentum, where it's just like that feel-good moment where you're like, oh yeah, that tack is just completely gone. I really own that tack, and they could turn that into more. I mean, they got one more chance, and they're no strangers to needing to push the pace a little bit. Because right now we see another team who's right around them in terms of points. Skittles, users, they find Polarize on the other side of that, and it's pretty good shots there from Skittles. Honestly, those hipfire burst shots are very difficult. He hit nearly every one.
Yeah, and we're watching teams that want it just as much. Users and Skittles now find themselves a great elimination there. Nico, unfortunately, has to go running. He wants even a chance at earning a little bit more series points here for Day and Clix. What could be their next potential battle is in front of him to the left there. Don't think Day recognized that was a opportunity to take some shots, and just like that, you can run past opponents and not even realize how close you are to danger, right? Or just being sent back to the lobby or vice versa.
Yeah, but the scan will give them a little bit more of that much needed information, and talk about how information is key basically in any competitive game, right?
Yes.
Like if you're able to utilize that information and inform your decision making, you can cut down on the number of negative consequences for your actions, right? And always you want to be the most optimal in what you're doing, and it doesn't matter what game you're playing. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a video game. The same is true for chess, checkers, like any other nondescript game that can go through there. Information is always key, and particularly so in Fortnite, whether it's how much shield somebody has, what weapon they're rocking. Did you hear a sniper rifle from that direction? Did they just use a chug splash? All of that can give you just a little bit more that you can use to your advantage. And here in Game 6, teams need absolutely everything. And Oliver OG and Jeff are one of those teams who are basically in spitting distance of that top 5.
I was just going to say all the 5 population that considers chess to be a video game are raging right now, but back on over to the fight right here.
Hey man, chess is a video game, whatever. It doesn't matter, it can be played virtually. I mean, it's fine.
It's fine. It's a category on the platform, so we'll take it. For Jeff and Oliver OG, they're in 10th place. This is a massive, massive fight up against is this Walkers, right? Walkers duo here find themselves in a storm right now. Again, Walkers and Sui, I mean, fighting with nothing left to lose here. This is their last game. They can't realistically find a top 10, but Jeff and Oliver OG can. They can find the top 10 here. They can get these 6 points. I mean, they'll be that much closer, but looking beyond that, they need an end game, and Jeff goes down first. Not before putting down a big shot, though, and Oliver OG does the wrong thing. He turns and runs and gets punished for it. He couldn't really face the music there, and Walkers and Sui end their tournament run there.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments where it's just a little tense. You're getting pressured. You know you need to take this fight. You know you need to close it out. You have to do everything perfectly. And then some dude just comes barreling into your box with a drum shotgun, and all the decision making goes out the window, right? Like, it's that moment where, like, you're waiting, trying to do everything perfectly, and then somebody just runs right up to you. It's the famous saying, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Well, that was a heck of a punch there from Scare Bear Sui, who is really just trying to get it rolling. And you talked about, hey, maybe they can't place in the top 10, but each one of those series points matters if they want an opportunity. If they can't get in that top 5 next week, they could potentially be seen again in the semifinals, but only if they're able to gather up those points.
And honestly, right now, Teo and Pledge, they should be happy the Storm Surge didn't activate when you have a team like Commandment and Stretch just nearby. So no warning means no pressure to battle right now, or no indication of where you are, right? Like, do we need to fight right now? Have we done enough? And just like that, teams get to edge away for a little bit longer. Right, Scented and Cold here, just managing their material counts right now. Down at the Fortress, seems like zones are pulling up north. It's about time we get a northwestern finish. Wouldn't be what I feel like a Fortnite weekend without it. Seems so common as it appears regularly, but hold up, Armored Walls coming out here from Rituals and Neverfy. Our sleeper trio, or duo here on the day, I think. I think it's fair to say they've been the dark horse of the day.
Yeah, had very strong opening 3 games, a little bit of a stall in matches number 4 and 5, but you still see them just on the outside looking in currently in that 8th place spot. Also important to note that Bucky and Cam are down. Bucky and Cam are out. They are not in this game, so they will be unable to push towards that top 5 and likely are going to end up being overtaken. That means that slot in the battle for 4th and 5th opened up a little bit more.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but these things do happen. On over to Ritual and Neverfy, though. They want to continue to take their opportunities into the late game, so they try to get to a boat and skate on out. They're surrounded by teams that are just fearlessly sending in shots, but Beast is going to back up and give them a little bit of space. That's all that Ritual and Neverfy could have honestly hoped for. A little bit of room between these players. That's why they backed up in the first place here from a team like Chimp and Spade. Such a dangerous duo there. And of course, if you're the player, you know, you don't know necessarily who this team is, but you can tell pretty quickly if they're good or not. Some of the top pros are just a little bit different, just a little bit faster.
Well, I mean, I'd say good as a relative scale. Anybody in this lobby would make me look very particularly bad, but throw me in an average arena game, let's be honest, I'll still look very bad. Now, with that being said, these guys, they kind of get into the habit of knowing who they're versing. They see a couple little moves and they're like, okay, like, I think I recognize that outfit. I know who might be rocking that. And Jock needs to be careful with his little bunny hops as he caught, I believe, no, it's just 2 body shots in a row there. Didn't catch a headshot, but is forced to burn into one of those big pots. We talk about how any damage is above that kind of 50 to 100 line can end up being key. And on the right side of your screen, Sentinel Cold trying to take a rotation here with this IO card, but we talk about teams getting a line on you and heading straight towards them. They're able to punish, and their card gets ripped almost from full down to just 53 HP, and they're going to bail it, but Monster, it got into the zone. Nice little taxi service.
Yeah, it did, and now it's got him on Ritual. Nevify's box, an important fight right now. If 8th goes down, this opens up potential room for 5th. Great tags come through from Scented here. Remember, this is our 4th place team here, so any of these teams on the bubble are still their equal competitors and problems and issues, because if they fall early, you don't want anyone in striking distance still alive standing in the lobby to tell the tale. Clicks, however, is going to find 2 more there too. I talked about they did a 5th of the work. 2/5 now potentially in the bag here. Can they continue to do more? There's a lot of players up, and a lot of it's tournament play that's still available here.
Yeah, still plenty of points on the board. Don't forget, +3 per each elimination. The first placement point has already been given out. Also, very important to note, no Storm Surge warning in this game. That's going to make the 5th zone very awkward, because you don't kind of get that tag that lets you know, hey, you need to press a little bit. I also want to call out here, I love Ritual's name. Ritual XYZ123W key, like, that's real nice. We need more names like that. Because right now you see... So yeah, right, it took me a little bit. I didn't actually read all the way through. I'm like, oh, that's nice, it's clever, okay. As now we hop on board here, Tahi and Paper, and if you look, pretty much all of the teams who are in that 1st through 10th spot still right up on the board. Commandment gonna pick up an Elam onto Okies there. I mean, they're basically already through with the performance that they've had so far and picking up a couple points here. Joji also getting Av in the feed. Demonics finally will end Scare Bear and Walker's run, as they were able to have a ton of points. Tahi finds some great tags on the edge of the zone. Might be able to slip through and find an Elam here.
Big for Tahi and Paper right now. They can get these points that'll jump them up just a little bit, get them one step closer to taking that 5th place position, which is currently being housed by Illis and Jock. On the side, though, our 6th place team of Pledge and Taya, who are also edging their way closer and closer. Now 10 points off the beat here if they want to get to 5th. It's just a couple Elans, guys. It can all change at any moment if one team goes down.
That moment, bottom left-hand corner, Ritual finds tags, finds white tags towards the side. That's Tahi, who's going to end up actually finding the knocks and the confirm there. So points keep going over, keeping an eye on the top left as best we can. Roque ends up finding another one. That's on the W carry. Pamstow gets one of himself. Kyoto gets one as Ritual continuing to find much-needed shots, and he's doing a good job of picking the correct angles, clearing the sight lines, trying to find players he's able to just rain shots into. As Chimp finds one, Keys gets another.
This is the last game, guys. The last opportunity of qualifier number 2 right now to make this top 5 and get straight to finals. In the feed, Chimp is going to finally fall here. Crispy, Monkey, and Shiesty as well. Brother goes down to Paper. Paper and Tahi, who are in that final stretch, of course, for the top 5 as well. Tahi there is going to find the teammate of Eden. These are big eliminations here. I know we're looking at Ritual and Nevify, who are trying to do just that as well, but for Paper and Tahi, look, they're in 8th place as well. They're just tied up for this spot here, coming down to the Elims there, tying the game for them.
I don't know if you saw that, but Ritual was able to snag a pad with that harpoon at pretty much max range. He moved forward to try and get some of the excess mats, but keep an eye on that pad. That could be huge. Keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. Day and Clicks are done. The NRG duo who tried to come roaring out of the station, and unfortunately, they got just derailed from the tracks. As now, we'll take a look. We already saw Tahi posted up on this cone peak angle, just throwing shots towards the backside of the zone, and was able to find those pairs. We were talking about it. It's Mikey going down over in the sides. Some good shots woven in there as we hop back on board with our current 8th place team. And Monster, I know I talked about it before, no Storm Surge again this game, so no check-in, only the 7th zone potential surge to come in, and teams are going to have no clue where they're at.
Yeah, at this point, the pacing of the game, we'll see if we even get there. This zone here, though, there's only one little mountain in play, and it's the one that Tahi and Paper are on. If it comes this way, that 5th place spot might just be written in stone for them. They'll have all the advantage in the lobby. Larson is going to fall there, though. Zone's going to pop, and seems like players are going to have to get a move on it here shortly.
Yep, gonna have to wiggle their way on over to the southern part of the zone. Joji and Rokane posted up there. Nope, never mind, I lied as we swing on into Scented and Cold. They're exactly where they want to be. Low ground, priority side of the zone, 4th place, making it into endgame. We're already into the cascading placement points with 23 duos up. They just need to hold on. They don't need to press. They don't need to try and get anything more. They know that they're in that top 5. They just need to stay there. The bottom right-hand corner, currently our 2nd place team. And the bottom left-hand corner, currently our 7th place team. And you can see the gap between 7th and 4th is still about 20 points, which means if you're one of the teams in between 6th and 10th, you're looking to really make it in the end game. A 10th with a bunch of elims isn't going to do it. You need a top 3.
Yeah, you're going to need those extra placement points to edge you over the competition here. Commandment and Stretch, though, have managed to somehow save a vehicle all the way this far, and it's extremely healthy, and they just come barreling on down off to the new zone.
Bottom right.
Take a look, though. Usually Skittles are up. Jack is hurt. Down he goes. Illis is out as well. In 5th place, all of a sudden becomes available. The sun cracks through the clouds here, and there is an opportunity. A glimmer of hope reveals itself to the lobby, and now we have ourselves a race for 5th.
And Jackson might have just closed the glimmer of the dream there for Rokane and Joji as Rokane pushed forward and he just got slapped down immediately. Joji took a bunch of shots in the back, but one of the teams we were talking about currently sitting in 7th place, Users and Skittle with a little bit of room on the side of the zone. We're in the end game, and don't forget, we'll get a warning for Surge here too. 6 duos potentially could go down. Keeping an eye, 7th is in the top of your screen, 6th in the bottom left, 4th is in the bottom right.
Saw Paper and Tahi in the distance there as well. This could be Teo and Pledge's day. It could be Paper and Tahi's. It could be any of these other teams that are just about there. Now that 5th place is no longer in the lobby here. But of course, there's still about 10, 15, 20 or so points that separate them. That's a lot of eliminations and much more placement. So there's still a ways to make it through here. Let's see it though. Teo and Pledge trying to set up this launch pad here. Here goes the zone. It's going to start moving. Out they go. They were the furthest back here. And off on over to this airship they go. Can't build here though, has to be careful. The mantle comes on up, and that's the beauty of the new movement and mechanic in the game. Look at this. They find themselves right underneath tons of enemy builds. What they're gonna do about it? They're gonna coast alongside this. Tahi and Paper are going for it. Shots come in. 8th place versus 6th place, such a huge exchange there. Pledge goes down, and we might see another opportunity open up here, but it's not over yet. He has to finish the deed here. Teo is hurt. He goes running. Tahi's hurt too. There goes the Siphon. He got a couple points, but he's down to nothing, and Tahi is out, down, and it's over. It's open now for Users and Skills here. Can they climb up and finish the job, or can Teo and company do the rest?
Commandment, bottom right-hand corner, picks up another one, and if you're somebody trying to push for that top 5, every Elim, Commandment, and Stretch get is awesome for you. You want the points going to somebody who has already qualified. You don't want somebody leaping over you, but you also need to remember about doing enough for yourself. And why am I not surprised, looking all the way up on height? Duke and Jamper yet again. Somebody at NA East has got to do something about this. Otherwise, I worry for the finals. But somebody who's worried about just trying to get there, Ritual needs to put the team on his literal back as Nevify is down, and so are all of his shields as he gets chipped out. He's playing for the late, needs to start looking for some kind of elimination at the bottom right-hand corner. Teo doing the same. We have 2 individuals trying to make the Dream Run monster. Can either of them do this?
Both of them are going for a similar play as well, sitting in the zone right now, trying to get as much placement as possible. Ritual is a little safer here as he has the edge. Users is still alive as well on the side of the zone there, but here it is. Ritual starts to slide, and he finds one huge elimination there, and that's going to jump him up a couple more points that he desperately needs here, and off to the next layer as well. Down to 40 mats, though. He is starting to run out of builds here, and the lobby's beginning to compress. If he can just stay alive on these enemy builds, he'll get so many placement points and a little bit more as well. Here it is, the wall's open, he goes in, and another 3, down caught to 2 though, and there it is, he is out and shut down. Users and Skittles are not gonna do enough either. It's up to Users by himself now. Teo is popping off, and he claims 5th, he is in it. 132 here, a little bit more, and Teo could have done it. It's down to Teo and Users, who will out-survive one another for this position here.
1 point separating them right now. 131 in the top right, 132 in the bottom right. Both solos pushing through. Both have very limited mats. In fact, Users has none. 4 on Teo, 3 on Teo. My eyes are glued to the right side of the screen. Doesn't matter what's on the left. We already know Duke and Jamper on the high ground. Users goes for it. He opens up and he's down. No. Teo has the lead. Teo has taken it away in the 5th place spot. The individual effort with just a single build. Can anybody overtake them going through, or will Teo not living up to his name? There is no noob here. Might as well call him FNCS finalist Teo as he continues finding room, and he finds a Medbis monster.
And at this point, these placement points start to come through as well as teams start to fall here. You know, just one more elimination, that'll just seal the deal all the way through. Bank and Elite, however, are still alive as well. It's 3rd versus 2nd on the low ground. That's Scented and Commandment who have made it this far. And what a day, what a game for our participants today. Here it is, back with Teo right now. And remember, in his setting right now, he feels everything, and down goes Elite. And he gets the full confirmed elimination there. 137 for Teo. You continue to push on.
We're keeping an eye. Accept and Voil were in 8th place, and their points keep going up. Teo gets taken down. Let's take a look. Accept and Voil, 122. If they can run it out and maybe do something, they might have a chance, but they need some eliminations, and they need the VR. And with barely 5 HP between the two of them, but Voil has flops. Voil has flops. If he can find just a little bit of room, he might go down intentionally to let his teammates have. He looks for the opportunity. He doesn't pop the flop, and the opportunity gets taken away. Jamper, he knows about closing the door, and he shuts it emphatically. And 1st and 2nd are battling it out for the top spot. Everybody here is qualified. Everybody here will be in the finals. It's all about just putting the defining mark on it right now. And Cold is looking for a little bit of room. Jamper trying to get out towards the side, and Cold comes flying into the zone, saying, what are you swinging at? What are you looking at? It's not me, because the temperature dropped. Cold going for the VR, mantles up, and that was freaking sexy from Cold. That was so good. If you want an example of a new clips of the movement, show them that.
Such a clean elimination right there. Cold jumps up and closes out in what we can call today's fashion. Let's take a look at it one more time. The slip and slide. Down goes Jamper, out the side, off to the left, and closes the game there. And again, he's going to finals, no doubt about it. Cold and Sent to come out in game number 6 and shut down qualifier number 2.
Yo, that was sick.
So
he was
clean.
on 0 builds going back through, and I mean, the back-to-back, there's a reason everyone has talked about this kid Cold from the start of the chapter, basically. They were so hyped going through, and he shows you why, but what a finish to end qualifier number 2, Monster.
Man, and Teo and Pledge, what they managed to do there as well, up against Users, such a heartbreaking moment for some there. But of course, we get to celebrate Teo's clutch, and then he just drops Elite there with one of the cleanest shots. And you know, at that point, he must have felt so good, Sundown.
Yeah, everyone must have felt good, but that is it from qualifier number 2. Happy Mother's Day to all of you out here watching. Thank you for letting your children participate in this. Thank you for letting us do everything we do. And special shout out to Mom. I love you. Thank you for letting me talk about video games all the time. We're going to kick it back on over to the desk to wrap it on up. Adam, Vivid, SVG, take us home.
Thank you so much, boys. Massive shout out to MDF and Sundown, bringing so much hype and energy. That last game was absolutely incredible. I don't think any of us saw that, but that Teo versus Users, it was all to play for. 1 point separating the two duos there, and it was so exciting to watch. But at the same time, SPG's beaming. His team, Colton said that he predicted earlier on, absolutely crushing, getting the victory royale. But let's take a look at Users here. I mean, we can see their POV here, Vivid. I mean, it was an incredible battle. Everything was on the line.
Yeah, amazing showing here. NA East always loves to bring it down to this last game here, to where everybody's just fighting for that top 5 spot. And man, you gotta give it to Teo towards the end there. I do believe he ended up clutching up that top 5 slot, but we will see here just shortly. But you know, Adam, you mentioned it, Cold and Scented. SPG, how you feeling?
Hey, taking over that back half, but that last game was a perfect culmination of this tournament. Like, let's be honest, it was Jamper and Duke on high ground doing what they've done almost every game. We had Scented Commandment owning the low ground, and then we had 4th, 3rd, 5th, 7, 8, all in the mid ground somewhere. And it was just like, no way is this actually happening in the last game of a tournament. But hey, shout out to Cold, man. That kid has ice in his veins, clutching up and making sure his team's going to the tournament, you know, or going to the finals. But it's so impressive to see this kid. He just constantly is putting on a highlight reel, and he's taking that next step, if I have to say so myself.
Yeah, a rising star of tomorrow. I mean, that's the great thing as well. We say this about the FNCS all the time, that yes, we celebrate the veterans, the names that we know and love, but there's also the new kids on the block as well. These are your top 5 who've qualified for the finals in a few weeks' time. This is a qualifier to top 5 right here, and what a 5-piece it is here, Viv. We can see Jamper and Duke on top with 224 points, and in 5th position, Teo and Pledge indeed clutch up in the 5th position with 143 points.
Yeah, you gotta love when a duo clutches up at the very last game. So shout out to Teo and Pledge for putting on that show. But listen, SPD, what's awesome about these qualifiers is that, right, we saw Aders and Kanata in qualifier 1. They were kind of ruling the high ground, right? And it wasn't really making it possible for any other duo to kind of take a hold of that high ground. And Jamper and Duke came out there like, listen, we know that there's nobody really going to be contested for high ground, and they took full advantage of that. Shot all the way up to 224 total points. But even more impressive, in my opinion, was the showing of Commandment and Stretch. The versatility in their play styles, their playbook, being able to play high ground, mid ground, and low ground, all while doing it so consistently, was for sure what stole the show for me today.
Yeah, and we haven't talked enough about Elite and Bank and Teo and Pledge. Both of those teams were able to secure those victory royales, able to get themselves just enough placement points to get into that top 5. I mean, Elite and Bank, in one of the craziest end games I've seen this year, were somehow managed to get on top of that high ground and then just keep it as it went over the mountain and back again. And then Teo and Pledge, we saw them on high ground earlier in the day, but honestly, it was their consistency in that mid ground, able to stay alive and just enough elims. We see those top 3 teams they slayed out. They had so many elims, and all the victory royales, or at least 5 out of 6 of the victory royales, you guys are moving on.
Yeah, you can see here as well, Jamper and Duke, our winning duo today, coming in 1st position here. These are their stats. Let's walk through some of these here, Vivid. A spotlight on this duo, 224 points, but average eliminations and placement looking mighty good indeed.
Yeah, let's remember, this was a set lobby, right? We were only missing technically 5 of the best duos on this region that are already through the finals, and to put up these numbers over these 6 games, an average placement of around 8, average eliminations almost 5, and look at that highest point game, 56. They really did put on a show today. I loved to pretty much see them on the high ground almost every single game, but then there were moments where, you know, they lost at high ground, but then still did well. So that versatility in their play style is really what separated them from the pack today.
Yeah, and the consistent Fortnite is so incredibly difficult to do, considering there's so many variables. You have to understand how difficult this game is to play with. You got to worry about heals, you got to worry about other players, you got to worry about builds, the edits, literally everything goes on, and somehow these guys have managed to make it through free end game, and not only do it, but do it in a dominant fashion. They have to be one of our favorites going into finals based on this performance.
I think we saw it all today, didn't we? We kind of saw a qualifier 2 has had a variety of different ways to qualify. We saw, you know, the first game of the day, Duke and Jamper went down like one of the earliest in the game, didn't score any points at all. The next 5 games dominated the high ground. We had Bank and Elite there as well, who had a great game 5 and 6. We saw Commandment and Stretch, who were consistent throughout, just managing to always be there or thereabouts at the top half of the the point scoring positions as well. It's been amazing. It's been amazing to watch, of course, as well. And you guys have been brilliant on the chat as well. It's been so great to have you kind of getting in there, kind of saying us who you think is going to take it all the way. Predictions as well. We must talk about these. I'm getting excited for this. Vivid, not so much, maybe. But still, let's have a look at our predictions. I got it right, boys. I came first. Let's go. First place for Duke and Jamper puts me in great stead for the season. I'm loving the fact they've come first. Well done to that fellas. GG all round. Vivid, Clicks and Day. I mean, a couple of early games weren't necessarily going in their direction, but they did have some great moments as well.
Yeah, and honestly, those games where they did do very, very well is why I picked them, because if they can find those 6 games through a series where they do that well, then I really did think that they had a good shot, especially off of that round 3 performance, but unfortunately could not find the games, could not find the rhythm in round number 4, but that's okay. You know, you win some, you lose some for me in MDF, but SBGA is cold and scented coming through towards the end for you.
Yeah, talk about a great back half of the tournament. We see Cold and Scented off to a rough start, and then the 14th, a 4th, and then a 1st place, racking up tons of elims there. They had 10 elims in the second to last game. Hey, shout out to them doing what they know best. And for Joji and Rokane for Sundown's pick, they had a couple of good games, but good wasn't good enough. They were able to reach about 21st, which is still a solid performance, and I would look for this duo to qualify in the upcoming qualifier because they are that good, but it's that one last piece that we need to see them put together.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make as well, because obviously we're going to have Qualifier 3 coming at you next weekend. Of course, all the points that our teams that haven't qualified auto-qualified for finals as well, they're all getting these points together to hopefully qualify hopefully for semi-finals, whatever happens, regardless of Qualifier 3 and those top 5 teams next week. So it's all to play for still as well. But I think it just goes to show this region has such variety, so many duos. There are so many duos as well that didn't even qualify for this kind of final part of the competition.
Yeah.
So we're going to see them hopefully in action on the next show. From me, it's a massive thanks to the team here. It's been absolutely brilliant. Obviously, Vivid and SPGZ here bringing us all the analytical info. It's been great. Sundown MDF, as always, bringing so much hype, so much context for you guys at home as well. You guys have been amazing. We've loved having you guys there, kind of bringing the energy in the chat, as well as all of you a lot watching Legends Landing style as well. Big shout out to all of you at Legends Landing. Big thanks to production. All the mums, happy Mother's Day again. And as well, next week, obviously, Qualifier 3 coming your way. Very exciting indeed. Myself, actually, I'm not going to be here. Zeke will be in the hot seat here. And of course, SPG will not be here either, but we'll have Reese joining the squad too. So we've switched up trio, should I say, for Qualifier 3, but it's going to be absolutely amazing. It's all to play for. This last auto call positions up for grabs. You do not want to miss it. Make sure as well the NA West crew up very soon. Kelly and Co bringing you all the action from that region. This has been amazing. What a Qualifier 2. What a day. And thank you guys for being absolutely brilliant. We look forward to seeing you on the next one. Until then, it's all aboard the Battle Bus. BB from us. We'll see you real soon. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the Fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the Fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the Fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the Fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic Striker Burst Rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests, along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top, or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep.
Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy Zeke. Guess what? NA West, it's great to see you. We're hanging out. We got Sun now. We got Panda. And now we're going to be talking about Chapter 3 Season 2 preview. But we should talk about what our expectations are kind of going into Chapter 3 Season 2.
I think the additional qualifier day is going to make a huge impact. We saw a lot of players that we didn't anticipate not making it through that week because that week just wasn't theirs, right? So having that additional qualifier week, a little bit more time to prep after the first two qualifiers, is definitely going to be a game changer for these players.
There's always somebody who just has a really good week and is able to put it all together, and it's all about who happens to have that weekend right on the finals.
Everyone's like, no, sliding is a new mechanic. No one's going to use that. And then we're seeing things like players sliding down mountains and then building faster than anyone else can build.
With the addition of tactical sprinting on top of obviously last season's sliding, I think it's going to create a new way to rotate. Being able to kind of utilize tactical sprinting, the sliding mechanic, and then building, you're going to save additional builds for the mid and late game and ultimately find yourself in better positions.
I mean, Batman, Boga, and Wheels seem to be the ones who have possibly gained the most from it because they already played like in the past seasons very frenetically, right? Now, if everyone's kind of pushed up to that pace, they're like, we were born in this. Like, we want to play at this pace. You're forced to come up to our level now? This is great.
Just so many names that are popping in lobbies that just like, who is this player? How are they performing this well? How do we feel about these household names? Do we think they will be able to keep up?
Snacky and Favs have put in just incredible work, and they are now following that pattern that we saw from Arkham Epic Whale in the past. So if Snacky and Favs stay consistent, stay true to that gameplay and that style, we can continue to see them come out on top.
The players out in West in particular, we've seen when they're able to get a little bit of an advantage when there's a fight. We've seen it with Reek when it came to the piece control and his ability to really be putting people in that blender and take aggressive fights. When somebody finds something where they can have just a little bit of an advantage out West, it pushes the skill gap and we're able to see that difference really rise out, and it happens sometimes qualifier to qualifier.
If every player that's at the top now isn't on their toes, trust me, there's going to be other players that are going to be stepping up.
Guys, thank you so much. Super great. I'm looking forward to Chapter 3, Season 2, NA West. You guys better bring the heat, all right? I may not be there right now, but I'm there always in spirit. Before we say goodbye, do you guys want to give me your socials? Where can they find you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me on Twitter, LifeWPanda. You know, I'm always here.
Branding's consistent at XSundown. O is a 0. Find me there everywhere.
There you go. Give them a follow. Let's get ready to get on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
They not only led the region in points, but also the highest average elims with 5.17. Caleb and Solution secured themselves the 5th qualifying spot, beating out the veterans of NA West, Arkham and Epic Whale by only 10 points. Will last season's champions, Favs and Snacky, secure their spot in the finals? Will we see fresh faces advance on this season? Let's find out as NA West Qualifier 2 starts now.
Another day, another chance for 5 teams to punch their ticket straight to the finals. But who will make it? Well, that is what we are here to find out. Welcome to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 NA West. I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and over the next 3 to 4 hours, we are going to watch 50 of the best teams that NA West has to offer, duking it out over 6 games for that coveted spot into the finals. But of course, I can't be doing it alone, everyone. Later, we're going to be having Jacob and Takata joining us, but for right now, on the desk, it's the best, Panda and Clay Staling. Panda, it's good to see you. I felt like I just saw you a few days ago.
Hey, you know, it feels like it was just yesterday, because it kind of was over here on the East Coast. But hey, listen, excited to be back, and it's going to be a lot of fun here with Kelly and Clay. And look, Clay has been hyping up his prediction here going into the day. And, you know, I'm kind of on the same boat as him, so it's going to be interesting to get into that here soon. But, Clay, are you excited?
Oh, I am. I cannot wait. The action across the board today has been amazing, and we always know NA West likes to hype it up even more, so I cannot wait.
Oh, yeah. Thousands of teams starting in round 1, whittling all the way down to the top 50. But let's break down that format even more. Actually, let's break down the schedule, everyone, because we've already had one qualifier. That was 2 days ago. Now it's qualifier 2. But if you watched us last season, you might be saying, wait, qualifier 3, another one? That is right, everyone. One more chance for these teams to either get that top 5 spot to automatically make it into the finals or to collect those much needed series points. Of course, qualifier 3 going to be on May 15th. We have the semifinals, a 3-day competition that's going to be the week after that. And then that all leads to the 2-day 12-game finals that we will have at the end of the month. But even to be able to hope to make it into the finals, they're going to have to play the best they can in this format, and Panda is going to break that format down.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, looking at it, as you can see, there's the semifinals and finals, but we're not going to worry about that right now. We're all focused on the qualifiers because now we are in the second qualifier out of 3. Now, there are 4 rounds in total that these players had to compete into, and this is the 4th round. The top 5 from today's round will automatically advance to the finals, but players that are consistent through those series points, like Kelly mentioned, will have the opportunity to compete in these semi-finals. But right now, it's all about qualifier 2. We're in qualifier 2. Again, one more qualifier opportunity after this, but it's all about today. But Clay, how are they going to get some points here on the board to make any of this happen?
As you can see, I think the biggest thing, 32 points for that victory royale, along with 3 points per elimination. That is a big change this season. 3 points per elim. You get 10 elims of victory royale, that's 62 points. That changes up a lot of the leaderboard into the later games, especially if you come out with a victory royale in game number 6. That whole leaderboard could be shaken up. You can see it drops down all the way to 35th, where you'll be getting a point for that. But overall, loving the way that this point system is playing into the season. You can see a lot of exciting games come from it.
Yeah, you were talking about the leaderboard, but what teams are we even going to be seeing in our leaderboard right now? Well, we have a list of 50 of the best teams that were able to qualify out of round 3, everyone. And maybe you've noticed some top teams aren't here. Well, that's because we've already had 5 teams qualify into the finals. Reet and Rex, Chicken and Mechton, Rexy Dynamic, Lime and Chip, and rounding it all off, Caleb and Solution. But, Panda, there's some big names that I didn't name right there that are going to be competing today.
You're absolutely correct. You got Snacky, Fabs, you got Arkham, Epic Well, you got Notch and Salty. That's a team we really need to focus on here going into the day. But so many incredible names here, Clay. Who are some that you are looking out for personally?
Batman, Booga, and Wheels right there in the middle. Yep. We didn't really see that best performance from them yesterday. They're coming back today. You know they got to be on their A game. We see Elige making their way over Poppy Blast, and Show also making their qualification run as well, hopefully trying to make it in that top 5. We've got a whole nother page of players as well, as you, I believe, see Beast and Tautai making it in, K-Nox and 40R Storm, just some real big names today.
Yeah, I mean, look, Beast and Tautai, another duo that we've seen time and time again. These players have really good chemistry, and going into the second season of duos this year, I think this is a team that could be the underdog, right? A team that could be overlooked at times, but this team's definitely got potential. Now, there's so many players, so many people that we can't necessarily cover everybody, but what we can cover is players like Wale and Source. This team, really interesting, right? Last season, they looked like they were going to have breakout performances there, like Wale, for example. We saw Wale actually go toe-to-toe with Arkham and Epic Whale near their drop spot in Chapter 2 Season 8 as well. Like, there's definitely some history here with these players, and now's their opportunity to kind of seize the moment. What are you thinking, Kelly?
I mean, it's not just players that are used to being in a competition against each other, but even teams that have kind of broken apart, especially after Chapter 2, where we went from a trios competition into a duos competition, now facing each other again as duos. But speaking of the players, everyone, we had a media day just a few weeks ago where we got to take an in-depth look and talk to some of the players that we had in the scene. And one of those players, you guys know him, you love him, is Batman Booga. And we actually had Panda here have an in-depth chat with him. Let's see what he had to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We have the rising star of NA West, Batman Boogie, here with us today. What's going on, my guy?
What's up, Panda? How are we doing today?
So tell me a little bit about your name. We got to know the origin story of Batman Booga.
Okay. So back in like Chapter 2, Season 3, around then, me and all my friends, we like put superheroes in front of our names just as like jokes. And then I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna throw in Booga there because I was like, all right, whatever. And I ended up placing in a dream hack and I got some like attention from it and with my name, of course. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep sticking with it and see how it goes.
So tell me about the game plan here for Chapter 3 Season 2, right? Obviously, don't spoil too much, but obviously in Chapter 3 Season 1, it was the cavern, you had the llama. Now what adjustments are you making here with Wheels?
Now we are switching over to just the cavern because llama's gone, sadly. But it is kind of nice because it was a little bit of a grief of a job spot. So yeah, it's nice to like have an actual POI down, kind of.
So obviously last year, the entire year, we had trios, and now we have duos.
Yeah.
Were you liking duos more than trios?
Yeah, I am. Just because it's like just you and one teammate, so it's a lot easier to get around and stuff, and there's more drop spots and stuff.
What are you doing differently from the trio season here in the duo season that's made you so successful?
So far, we've just been getting like way more refreshes. We get more eliminations in the end games and stuff so that we have more materials and stuff. So Wheels can tarp us to end game.
That's kind of the roles, right? Obviously, Wheels is more the IGL, you're more the fragger.
Yeah.
Tell us about what makes you a top tier fragger in this game and in this region.
I don't really like do unnecessary pushes and stuff. Like I kind of just follow Wheels' lead and I just stick right on him, and we basically just like support each other as we're playing and not going off and doing unsmart decisions.
It's been a pleasure talking to you about all this stuff. Where can the people at home find you?
You guys can find me on Batman Booga on Twitch and YouTube.
All right, that's gonna be it. Go check him out on Twitch, YouTube, and until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Thank you so much, Batman Booga, for sharing some of your insight of the Fortnite competitive scene. Panda, first of all, how cool was it for you to go to Media Day and talk to all these pro players?
Well, it was amazing. It was an overall amazing experience. Got to meet so many incredible people that we've been watching from a screen, right, from our homes. And so to see them in person was such a nice experience, especially after hyping Batman Booga and Wheels up last season and them being my prediction across the board. So it was really cool to see them in person. Same thing with Reed and same thing with so many other players that I had the opportunity to interact with while I was there. But he said something really unique and really interesting, and I want to throw this to Clay after. He brought up how, as a fragger, he's obviously getting eliminations, but he's really close to Wheels, follows his lead at all times, and doesn't take unnecessary pushes. That's kind of the mentality you need going into the day. Even though eliminations are 3 points each, what are you thinking, Clay? Is that a good mindset to have?
Oh, it's the best, right? You want to be fighting box to box. You want to essentially be right on top of your teammates so that if someone does jump into the box, you're right there. You can react within a second to help out your teammate. Because yes, you know, hey, that mid game, that early game, you could spread out a little bit. You can be a little bit more aggressive, right? But that late game, you want to be hip to hip, moving together as one person.
And this is the perfect segue because we're actually going to be focusing on this duo, Batman Booga and Wheels. They were able to get 8th place out of round 3. And, you know, they grabbed a VR, they grabbed the eliminations, but they just weren't able to make it out of round 4, what we saw 2 days ago. I believe in qualifier 1, they got 29th place. So what exactly happened there, Panda?
You know, listen, I don't want to take away anything from them, right? They're both incredibly talented players. But when you look at how contested the cavern is, it is tough, right? You cannot afford to lose a game, right? You cannot be off your edge. Fortunately, though, based on these round 3 performance that we see here on the screen, they're not off, right? Their spotlight is here for a reason because they had a total points of 133. They got the VR. They had great average placement and great average elims. Clay, do you think this is going to be enough for them to continue to climb this leaderboard and potentially qual today?
I think it is. I mean, we're seeing great performances from them. They weren't doing that well into their last game. And then the last game, they kind of cemented themselves into 8th place. I believe ended up getting a 2nd place 5 elims there, right? Just to propel them up into that spot. So if they're able to consistently do that and not let those prior games affect their mental, and in this game, right, they'll be chilling.
Yeah, mentality is such an important part of the competition. We like to call it snowballing, where you start off well and it starts as a little ball and then it kind of, snowballs into this bigger thing. And one of those teams that we have to look at is Bolt and Courier, because they're starting it with the highest snowball you can. They got 1st place out of round 3, 172 points. But for me, I'm looking at their placements. They've gotten so many top 10 performances, Panda.
They absolutely have. I mean, looking at just straight from what they were able to accomplish in round 3 today, 2 first places with 10 plus elimination games, right? So that's why it actually speaks to these average elims here. 7.63 average elims across the board, with elims being worth 3 points per in round number 4, which we're getting ready to go into. That's going to be so vital here, Clay.
It really is. We saw them get a 1st place 17 elimination game. Ooh. Now, if they're able to pull out anything like that coming into round number 4, that is just what you want from a team, especially one that placed that high. What I'm worried about is that they may not have as much set lobby experience, but there's no better time to make a name for yourself and to get that experience than right now.
I mean, honestly, we've seen teams in the past that automatically qualify, disband, and play again in the qualifier so that they can get that training. Yes, getting the automatic bye from these top 5 teams is great into the finals, but no practice is better than practicing in the FNCS. So I completely agree. I think just by the more times that they're able to play, they're kind of going to be able to understand the meta and how competing in a tournament works, because LAN jitters, or tournament jitters, I should say, are a very serious thing. A team that also might be facing some jitters as well. Not necessarily a newer team, but another duo, Notch and Salty. They got a 14th place finish out of round 3 right now with 2 VRs, Panda.
2 VRs. Like, this is a pretty solid performance here from them. And they actually did pretty well yesterday, too. We were following their storyline throughout all of the rounds in the previous qualifier, and they seemed like they had the potential to qualify, but just didn't quite hit the mark there in the final moments. But today, they're looking to change that up. They're looking to break the stereotype of what they kind of set in qualifier 1, and showing this here explains why. Because look at that average placement. 15.75 with 2 victory royales, like Kelly mentioned, Clay.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this duo. I think they have the ability to do well, like you talked about, but it's really going to come down to, I think, those first couple of games for them, because it's either going to be they're coming out of the gate really hot, or they're going to stumble and try to catch up and try to play for that barely getting in last game 5th place qualification. So for them, I'm looking, are they dropping well? Are they contested? If they are contested, are they fighting off spawn well? And if they are, will those first 2 games really set the pace for them?
Well, Clay, those questions are about to be answered, because the first off-spawn fight that we're going to be looking towards is Notch and Salty versus Caesar and Nitrex, another incredible team that's going to be competing today. Going to be fighting it off in Rocky Reels, Clay.
Honestly, fighting here is hard, right? Because you used to have the blimp, you don't have it anymore. You have sort of this natural high ground with the billboard, with the screen that we all know, and you can kind of split it 2 ways. You split it diagonal there from northeast or northwest to southeast there. And so it's really going to depend on if these players want to go for that 50-50 of the billboard, they can, but it's just not advantageous. And again, look at this amazing graphic that we have. 125 to 113, 2 victory royales to 1. Everything is leaning towards Notch, right? You can see that they have the, you will say, dub in every category here, but this is not against each other. There was very few games that it looked like they were fighting each other off of spawn. So I'm intrigued to see now, going against each other, how their playstyles are going to clash.
Yeah, and I gotta add to this, the way that they're set up here is interesting, right? Obviously, they didn't clash too much in round 3, but now that we're going into round 4 and this is a closed lobby, it's very, very different, right? They have more opportunities to run into one another.
maybe they're not really evenly splitting it, whatever the case may be, and depending on their loot pass, of course, whatever the case may be, this is going to be an interesting breakdown of this fight, because we're going to have to tune into that early game engagement, because inevitably, whether it happens in the beginning or it happens close to the middle of the tournament, whatever the case may be, there's going to be an engagement there.
And there might be also an engagement in Coney Crossroads, a very popular POI, although probably not as popular as Command Cavern, where we saw 6, 7, 8 teams competing there during the first qualifier. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing a bunch of new teams competing there as well. But yeah, what do you think about Coney Cross, Panda?
You know, Coney Crossroads is an incredible POI on the map, and it kind of speaks to why these teams pick this, right? You see Arkham Epic Whale, they know this drop spot. They were contested here last season, right? And they didn't have success. However, there's so much value that's been added this season to this POI, making it a little bit interesting. Plus, they're not contested anymore. And Epic Whale reassured me during Media Day, as you can see that picture there, that he should be on top. He's looking at this round 3, though, is a kind of alarming, just a little bit. Matches played, 10 points, 165 points across the board. Still great, but, you know, look, playing 10 games out and getting 165 points could be a little bit concerning.
It can be, but it's Epic Whale, right? I mean, I feel like they got a performance that they didn't like yesterday, and so now they're going to come out with a vengeance.
We say this, but we saw what they did in qualifier 1. We saw them be uncontested, have a great game 4 and 5, and then it just didn't, or game 3 and 4, and then it just didn't work out in 4 and 5 right there. I mean, everyone, this is, some top players that we're going to be seeing here, and I already talked about it before. Panda got to go to Media Day. We got to see a lot of incredible players and talk to them a little bit about Fortnite, and we have another piece for you guys, a little bit of a competition for our pro players. It's Where in the World for NA West.
All right, they're gonna show us a picture on the map, and we're gonna start in chonkers, and the moment we see it, we're gonna just race each other there, and the first one there wins. Okay?
Okay. What is that?
I know where that is.
Oh, yo, going the same way.
I'm on a dead end.
I'm about to go into the map.
My car flipped, are you serious?
Uh-huh, I was looking at it.
See, does Batman Boogie know the right building?
I got it.
No.
Wait, yeah, I found it. I'm on it.
Good? No, bro.
Yeah,
I'm out of fuel, bro.
Oh my God.
Where is that, bro? Oh no. Quiet right now, man.
No, I'm still thinking.
I'm going on a whim. I'm going with what I think.
Oh, my car about to be out of fuel. Oh my God, bro, this is terrible. Typer, I need to hop in your whip, bro.
Hey, dog, I can't get you. I'm sorry.
Yo,
I'm sorry. I gotta leave you, bro.
Oh, this might be bad.
Where's it at? Bro.
I know exactly where it is.
Bro, my ID.
Am I there? Oh, yeah.
Bro.
Yep. Where are they?
He's at it.
All right, round 3, let's get it.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, Rick's griefing.
Oh, why can't I go through this little pool? Oh, the game's cheating me right now. Oh, they're cheating me bad.
Why did you mark it, bro?
Let's go. Oh, the boost of the century.
Reed, dog, what you doing, bro?
Yes.
They don't know what side it's on.
Yes.
No.
Got it.
Send him on the map.
Oh, we're all here, bro.
Nah, that's me.
We're bringing it back. How many more rounds? 2?
Care about that?
I'll tie first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we know where that is.
He knows where that is.
No, bro,
Tavern just ate that wall.
Bro, it's just not meant to be.
Oh, no, they're...
Oh, I can bring it back. I know the boost strats. Oh! No!
I honestly, I forgot what it was. No, I hit a rock.
It was a pizza slice.
I might have messed up here. I'm out of boost. I can't boost anymore or I don't make it.
Wait. Oh.
The wood fence.
Oh.
I'm out.
Wait, do I get it?
I don't know where it is, that's the thing.
Wait, I got it? Okay.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, by the cashier. Oh, it's right here.
You got lucky.
Dude, I low-key boosted right before I hit it because I thought it was going to happen. We're some nerds for knowing this.
That's why we're the best.
It's too funny.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the car's flipped. Okay.
I know
And
what
it's
it is.
gliding. Bro, is that Bugle?
Yeah, it is Bugle. Oh my god, bro, my car's not going straight. Look at my bad tower. Yo, this is a crazy game that we play.
Bro, is it tilted?
Oh. Uh-oh, a little shortcut.
The red one right there.
Is it?
I mean, where else would it be?
Where is Tavern?
I had a rough start, I can't lie. But I'm about to win still.
Oh yeah, I think this has to be it, right? Hey, that's 3.
I can't even explain what just happened to me, bro. Let's go, Quinn. Congrats, Quinn.
Good job. Thank you, Tavern. Hey, thank you, Batman.
Thank you so much to the 4 NA West players competing in Where in the World NA West. But guys, we don't have time for games, or at least those kind of games. We have to focus on the FNCS. And of course, we have to do that by talking about our predictions. Chat, let us know right now who you think is going to be in first place out of this competition. For me, I'm going to give it to a newer team, Cripus and Thoric. Yesterday, they get second place out of round 3. Today, they do it again. Yesterday, they did, or not yesterday, but during the first qualifier, they did get 13th place out of round 4. But I think out of the consistency that we've seen in round 3s, that they have the chance. But Panda and Clay picking the same team, Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Snacky Fabs, an incredible team. They missed the mark just a little bit on qualifier 1, but hey, that's going to be okay. And Jacob Tokata, we got to talk about it, Clay. They picked Epic Whale and Arkham. Will the Jacob curse continue?
I don't know. Will it continue? It's Arkham, it's Epic Whale. They're such a great duo. I really hope it doesn't because I want them in the finals. But you never know, Kelly.
All of us struggled on if we should pick them or not, but Jacob, with that pick, we just couldn't do it. It was too much of a risk. Jacob, Takata, tell me a little bit about your predictions.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Clay, Panda, breaking it down better than anybody else could. And honestly, I'm sorry for Arkham and Epic Whale picking you guys again. The curse is definitely real with me, but hey, we're either going to break the curse together or we're going down like the Titanic.
I mean, that's the only 2 options, right, Jacob? But, you know, we believe in them. We're going to be doing the same prediction today, and we're going to be getting into a whole lot of action, right? This is just going to be game 1, so we still have a whole day of Fortnite. And, I mean, I'm feeling hyped up. Like, I was watching this pre-show, watching the videos from Media Day, and it's just really making me happy.
Yeah, it's making me excited, getting ready to get into game number 1 and qualifier number 2. For some of these returning teams, I'm just hoping the jitters are out the window because the battle bus is ready. Game number 1 is right around the corner.
Game 1 of 6. The players are already warmed up. They've played round 3. Now here onto the 4th round. 50 duos, 100 players. We have the Titans of NA West. We have some new faces in the NA West region. And I mean, we're starting off strong here in the Rocky Reels, Jacob.
Yep, you can already see Notch and Salty trying to go for that high ground. Gonna get it, that naturally made, gonna allow them to kind of see and survey the field, and this time it's actually going to be uncontested. So if they thought they were gonna have a battle just like over here at Chonkers, Nitrix, and Caesar, he's gonna lose his teammate early. That's gonna go down, but he does just enough damage to back off his opponent. But it's the time that they get enough to get this revive off, because even though there's one team that's retreating, there's still another one nearby.
Nitrix here trying to pick up his partner. Luckily enough, though, they have a shield keg running, so they're getting that shield little bit by little while Nitrix tries to get his partner up. But in the meantime, looks like they'll be trading revives here as Fikoi has gone down, but There's 3 duos here, Jacob. This is a dangerous place to be battling against 3 opponents.
Yeah, a little bit more contested, and I think even these players would have even imagined that's almost going to force one team, like you see in your minimap, to kind of think about a plan B here. It's almost too risky to continue to contest this spot, especially since the early game damage has gone down and continues to get put down by Physics and Co., who's doing a good job on that uncontested part of Chonkers. But on over to this one, Zadix and Storm gonna have a little bit of the high ground against Wale and his duo. And Wale, he just separated from Vanilla, so this could be an opportunity for them to take advantage. But already it looks like the chemistry is coming through untacked, but it's gonna happen. Wale and Source are gonna stand tall.
I love that, Jacob. I mean, you saw that Wale looked like he got caught off guard, but while both their opponents were on Wale, kind of line of sighting him, his teammate Source came right from the back, flanked them, and got those 2 eliminations. I mean, very well played from this duo. That is a great way to start off game 1.
Yeah, and considering Wale and Vanillas, they've spent so much time together working in and out of so many cash cups, scrims, FNCSs, that honestly, it's great to see that already in the first battle that they take in their FNCS debut as a team, they're coming out on top, and they do it where it's teamwork, making the dream work, saving each other's lives, and trying to put forth their best efforts in this game. But defending champions here, Fabs and Snacky. It's not going to be a contested or uncontested drop at Tilted Towers, but the way they play it, it's a little bit uncontested. You know as well as I do, it's too risky to go for that early game skirmish.
Right, I mean, we even saw there that Fabs and Snacky actually had 6 points, so 2 eliminations already in Tilted, so you know they're going to be feeling good about that. We talk about how important the first match of the day is, right? It kind of sets you up, gets that momentum going for the further or later matches, right? There's 6 total games, so if you can start off strong, it's going to boost your confidence, boost that momentum into the next games. But switching over to Wheels here and Batman Booga, we saw a lot of Batman Booga in the media day. You know, he's feeling good today, but going back to Snacky and Fabs, they found an engagement.
Yeah, these early game skirmishes already have 2 eliminations, going for another one. This is what happens when they find players out of position. They're champions. They know exactly how to spot it from a mile away. And from 2 eliminations to more, they get 4 total. Fabs and Snacky laughing over the rest of the competition, saying, you guys are going to have to do better than that. We're the undisputed champions as of now.
You know, Panda and Clay, they're smiling right now, starting off strong with 12 points, 4 eliminations already, and the game has just begun. Snacky and Fabs, Jacob, we know about them. They're very confident mechanically. They know how to finish those box fights quickly. They know how to get those games with a good amount of eliminations, and I'm not going to be surprised if they take home this game 1.
Yeah, even kind of like talking to Panda and the rest of the analysts throughout this one, you know, Fabs and Snacky during the break from FNCSs, they were enjoying their break, for lack of better words. It was like a little vacation. They weren't necessarily tunneling on practicing for FNCS. So qualifier number 1, even though you don't want to use an actual game time tournament moment for practice, that was practice for them. That was them warming up, and we saw how close they can get without trying their hardest. Even though they did win game number 1, they slowly fizzled out, and they're looking to do much better here and close out just as good as they started that qualifier number 1.
Moving over to the Daily Bugle, though, here we have a Leech and Dragon who seem to be contested, but I believe the contesting duos here are either a solo or they kind of got 2 sides. You can actually see at the bottom right in the mini-map, there's a player on the west side of Daily Bugle and his teammates on the east side. So they've got a good amount of vision on the inside. I'm just wondering if they've secured enough loot here, as a Legion Dragon do have the main building here in Bugle, so they're feeling pretty good. Switching over to Slick, though, and his duo CZR here, who also started off with 2 eliminations, starting with those 6 points. I mean, that's a good way to go. Snacky Fabs are doing it. Now Slick and his duo are doing it. I mean, they just got to loot up, get the zone, and they'll be ready.
Yeah, and already you can see it's a much different sanctuary than in that first qualifier. There was a lot of early game skirmishes directly in the POI. Then you had somewhere a little bit more south towards the Joneses, and then a lot of those outskirts POIs slowly but surely started to move in when they heard shot after shot fire, trying to be the 3rd, 4th, and 5th party to try to interrupt and not only get the surge, but steal away those elimination points. And Fabs and Snacky, they left Tilted, they got the eliminations, they intimidated the competition, and now they're back to claim those spoils of war.
Speaking about the surge too, Jacob, we saw in qualifier 1 how strong it was in qualifier 1. I mean, there were some teams struggling to get enough damage to get through that minimum damage threshold needed. So I'm curious to see if some of the duos here that have qualified in qualifier 1 and now are qualifying again here in the second qualifier, maybe change up the strategy a bit to focus more on that storm surge.
Yeah, for those duos, that is their first appearance here in the qualifiers. One of them right here, Trey, good friend of mine. His last time in the qualifiers, he did qualify his first attempt. We did not see a ton of him during that run because he was like that silent, dangerous player to where you may not have expected him to do it, but it doesn't matter to him whether you're expecting or not because he's going to play his game through and through. But another great team that has a bunch of history when it comes to qualifying and the FNCS finals itself is 40R Storm and Kadenox. Not too much to see there, so they're going to have to continue to rotate, find that better spot, and set themselves up for a much better game.
Much better game indeed. But talking about a better game here, Mojo might have to clutch it up if that's what he's looking for, as his teammate has been knocked down, putting him in a 1 versus 2, but hit a great striker pump shot onto his opponent here in the Rocky Reels. There are duos close by, so if this engagement takes too long, a third party could come in, but Mojo picks up his partner, and now they're back into a more fair engagement.
I like the way they're kind of backing down, reassessing the situation here, because you got to imagine the trades and damage is at least enough to get you through the first storm surge. Only 8 players still need to go down, even if it is going to happen here in this situation, but a team that doesn't have to worry about it. Up to 5 eliminations so far. Fabs and Snacky already got that elimination onto Aiden's teammate, and they're just trying to finish off this battle, bring their elimination total to 6, and have 18 points off eliminations alone. Placement hasn't even kicked in yet.
18 points, Jacob. 6 eliminations just for Snacky there. Looking at the replay here, you can see going in just like a wrecking ball, going for those eliminations, getting one after the other. And I mean, they are feeling good. You can tell the momentum from round 3 is really pushing towards this 4th round.
You said Snacky came in like a wrecking ball, and I just think of that phrase, stuck between a rock and a hard place. That makes Fabs the rock then, right? Because they were stuck between a rock and a hard place right there, and that's something you just don't want to see happen. But Batman, Booga, and Wheels, this calm, cool, collected gameplay still. They go for the early skirmish if they have to. They're kind of undefeated during their initial drop, but if they don't get the damage they want, they set themselves up with the high ground and go for the surge shots from all around. But Baka and Delta, another team actually pretty impressive off of the initial fights in qualifier number 1. It was matching those initial gameplay plans with the end game. They're just unable to execute to the final moments to clean up the placements to kind of match with those early eliminations they were getting.
Right, but the good thing, Jacob, is that they've had that experience from qualifier 1, and now in qualifier 2, they've had the time to adapt, right, to practice and to fix those mistakes from the last qualifier. So I'm excited to see, what they do now, how they perform, and so far, I mean, they're doing a good job here rotating into zone. We are in the second zone here, which will start closing in about 1 minute and 15 seconds, but 40R and Kadenox, they seem to be looking for some damage. They do have 0 eliminations. They have a good amount of shield, good amount of ammunition, weapons, mats, but damage, that's a scary one.
Yeah, and this is a team to where I believe they qualified for the finals in like 37th place, right? And that doesn't worry me too much. The reason why I bring that back up is because the last time they qualified for the actual finals, I'm talking about qualifier number 2 last season, they qualified in 49th place. They got 2nd when they actually tried to qualify. They got that instant qualification, so it's no worry for them. They realize that each lobby has its different play style, and they know how to switch it up when they need it most.
That's a great skill to have. Looking at Echo, though, alongside West here. Kind of on the edge of zone. If you look at the bottom right, they're very just kind of close to the borderline here, so I'm curious what's causing them to kind of stall on the rotate. Seems like there's a duo above them, so they might feel like it's a little too dangerous now to swim across, kind of waiting for the perfect moment to leech and dragging close by, but they're going to be disengaging, so hopefully now they'll have time to continue that rotate. But taking a look at Slick, CZR with those 2 eliminations from the early game in Sanctuary, feeling good, have the splashes, gonna heal themselves up, and you can see now the zone has appeared. West side of the map, it's could be a dangerous one, especially if it closes close to a high elevated mountain.
Yep. Luckily though, for all of that you just said, 266 above the damage threshold. So their main focus right now is getting that position into the zone to where they don't have to worry about getting attacked from either side. But it does look like a heavy congested rotate that they do have to go through. But Favs and Snacky, 6 eliminations, 1100 above the damage threshold, a great spot in zone. Still looking for more loot though, and that's something about Favs and Snacky. They're never content no matter what position they're in. They know what it takes to win a championship, and they know they cannot let their foot up off the gas at any moment in the game, because that's when their competitors will begin to catch up.
I mean, yeah, one of the biggest changes from the first 3 rounds of the qualifiers and the 4th one is those elimination points, right? Each elim is 3, or each elimination gets you 3 points. But taking a look at the left side of the screen here, we actually have an engagement already with the duo, kind of doing a nice little bush strategy, waiting for the perfect moment to open up that engagement, see if you can start it with an advantage, have a little bit of that HP advantage. But looks like their opponent's boxed up. They got a bit of damage. They're feeling happy with it. Zone's starting to close. They don't want to get too risky with it here. Gonna try and get a good position in zone, see if they can take shots back, but might have backfired a bit here, Jacob.
Yeah, might have just a little bit. The idea in mind, get to zone, try to hold your team, the enemy team out, I should say. But Wale and Source, they're fighters. They know how to get through. They already got some eliminations underneath their belt so far. There's going to have to be more. Vibesy and Slicksy sitting 7 below. And this is where, if you don't have the most experience in the world, you might be feeling the pressure just to go for shots because you're below the damage threshold. But 7, 15 even, that's nothing. You could sneeze on somebody and end up above the damage threshold. And that's why I like how they're not over peaking. They're not getting antsy. They're not going for these shots right away. They're just waiting, peeking through the cone, through the covers to try to wait for that opportunity to present itself.
Cleanse though, oof, just gonna be getting eliminated there. Looking back though at Vibixi here, we talked about them playing a little safe here. All they need is that one shot. Jacob, I believe they had a shield keg, but it looks like they've used it. It's a great item to use here if you're getting picked by Storm Surge, because you can recuperate shield and also look for shots if you have that shield keg running. But it's looking a bit dangerous now. This when you start getting a little bit stressed out, but you can see that Storm Surge is no longer active, so they kind of played the safe route, right? They used a bit of shields, didn't overpeak, and they're feeling alive here. They're feeling good, and it's all about seeing if they can get that refresh later. But Snacky and Favs, Jacob, they're just getting started.
they're playing this qualifier with a vengeance. It's almost as if, you know, they just believed they should have deserved that qualification in last Friday. They won that first game. They weren't able to close off strong. And now they're putting themselves in a position to where 21 of their 22 points are straight eliminations. If they can finish this one strong and even possibly win with a victory royale, if they were sort of end right here, right now, they would have 50 points in game number 1 alone. Just for reference, look at 2 other top competitive teams, 40R Storm, Batman Booger. They have 1 point, straight placement for them.
I mean, the momentum, it's so important in Fortnite competitive, and I don't think I've seen a duo with starting off with as much momentum as Snacky and Favs are in this game 1. I mean, they're just gonna keep it running, keep it going through, but they don't want to get over commit, right? Go a little bit too risky and get eliminated before those placement points start coming in. So let's see how they manage that now. They're already in the 3rd zone, closing here in a minute and 10 seconds. Gonna be getting to the half and half here soon, which is the 5th zone. So there's still a bit of time for these duos to position themselves up, get some tags, and kind of prepare themselves for these up and coming zones. And Wheels and Batman Booga, they're feeling good. They have the loot, they have the materials, they have everything they need.
Yeah, and right there, even though you didn't hear it, that was a perfect example of the 1-2 punch combo. That is that duo. They got the damage. It looked like they wanted to get aggressive, but Wheels, the IGL we know him to be, kind of calls that play away, saying, hey, let's get to zone. Let's play our calm, cool, collected game because we don't need Surge. These eliminations will come as we keep playing our own game. They're one of the most exciting teams, or at least in my opinion, to watch week after week as they progress, just like Slick and CZR. They've been progressing week after week. I do believe they have 2 launch pads as well. So they're in a position here where they don't have all the resources in the world. You look at their heals looking a little light, but they have just enough to get themselves towards moving zones.
That's all you need, right? If you get into those moving zones, Jacob, you just get that 1 refresh that puts you back in the game.
Yep.
That's what it's all about. So I'm sure it's Slick, CZR, they're feeling good, they're feeling ready. And now here's the 4th zone appears. The duos are gonna have to figure out what the rotate is. What's the game plan? Go straight, beeline it into the zone, try and go edge zone, try and follow an opposing duo that's already using materials, kind of recycle their builds, recycle their tart. A lot of options here. really a good thing is to have an IGL, right? A strong IGL in your duo, which knows these calls, knows his rotations, and is confident. Just like Wheels here that we saw Batman Booga just knocking down an opponent. So, you know, they're feeling good here. Fabs and Snacky, though, 7 eliminations, Jacob. I mean, I'm excited to see what they can pull off in this late game.
This is literally almost deja vu again. They got so many eliminations early. They got so many mats. They just created yet another death run tunnel. Timing right now, they're trying to speed run the rest of the lobby. They got themselves so much cover to traverse to here. They have everything. This is a recipe for success. It's just the same thing here. You can have all the great early game success in terms of game number 1, but you need to be able to close out strong, just like Wheels and Batman Booga here. They have the damage. They're too, when it comes to brick and wood, look at a little light, so I can see Batman Booga probably trying to get damaged, looking for a possible refresh scenario if he can see it. But I know Wheels is there right behind him, kind of controlling this pacing, the tempo of this duo, which is perfect. Like I said, a great 1-2 punch combo.
I mean, playstyle I also want to kind of bring to the light is that you can see the Wheels right now doesn't have a lot of materials to work with. Looks like they've used a lot in the rotates, but in my opinion, it's better to overbuild in these situations and then just look for a refresh in the moving zones. Because if you try and play it a little safe there, maybe build some brick, wood, go in slowly, try and conserve some materials, you might end up getting focused. A lot of the duos applying pressure onto you, but oh, take a look at CZR here as Slick's gone down. CZR knocks down one of the opponents though. Mojo gets knocked here. Slick is still on the ground, can be picked up. This could just be the comeback they're looking for, but you gotta be careful as the opponents are trying to get into that box, applying the pressure, taking the shots on the pad. A launch pad has been put into the box, kind of stopping CZR from being able to move easily here, but he's gonna manage to escape. The question is, will he be able to land? One health to work with, and Jacob, you might have just about done it.
Oh my, he was under so much pressure right there. I'm not 100% positive. Don't put my money on it. Definitely don't put yours. But that jump pad that he put down almost looked like it was an accident. He was going for the armored wall. The launch pad came out because you saw him go on it. But Wale chasing him down, not wanting to let that elimination point go to waste. As you see another big battle, Notch and Salty, the duo we saw start the game off, go down early on, but our first place team still sitting strong, 1,600 above the damage threshold. Nothing to worry about here at this stage in the game because they're so close to the zone as well.
I wonder if they're playing a game right now, just talking to each other, like trying to get to 2,000 above, 3,000 above Storm Surge, you know, do as much damage as they possibly can, but what I do know is that they're feeling good and they're feeling ready. You can even see Snacky showing off his dance moves to the lobby, saying, this is my lobby, I'm ready for whatever you got. Kaden knocks 2, Wheels, so many top-tier veteran competitors in this match. I mean, there's so much that's gonna happen, so much that can happen, and this is just game 1.
Placement points ringing in for Cade Knox and 40R Storm. Looking like to recycle the launch pad. That's next one. While taking shots into Zorm, you see their shields and HP melting off of them. A short pad by accident has to go right back in, taking a couple of more ticks of that Storm. But luckily for him, 40R is just going to be inches above to go ahead and get themselves a spot in towards zone. And I say towards zone because they're not quite in just yet. They have a couple more steps to take before they find the safety they're looking for.
Great use of the mantling mechanic there from Kaden to get that launch pad. Taking a look here, Wheels, Batman, Booga, trying to get some shots. Maybe he's trying to find a refresh here. But so far, they're feeling pretty good, doing what they can, playing it safe. You can see we got the Kings here. Fabs and Snacky has the beams above their name, showing that they're in the first place spot here. Kaden actually going to knock down Dragon here. And a Leech is going to take down Kaden Knox and 4DR Storm. That could have been a 1 versus 2 there, but a Leech also going to get taken down in the feed here. Trey, though, has a shield keg, but his loot, Jacob, it might not be looking too hot.
Yeah, both of them, when it comes to that medium and light ammo variety, is looking a little light. Luckily, they do have the shield keg. Trey's going to go ahead and choose against it. But no matter what, he's going to go ahead and throw it down because once you use that towards moving zones, you're not going to be able to maximize the amount of shields you're going to get out of it because chances are you're going to have players all over you trying to break into your box. Even they can take use of it. So going to be neither here nor there, but Fabs and Snacky, not much to rotate. Already on the front side of zone, looking good for them as soon as they break out of that box. But everybody towards the backside, it looks like the majority of the teams are going to have some traveling to do.
411 above, Buzo. And combat here. They have an elimination, they have the damage, but the zone's closing in, the time is ticking, the clock is being run down here as we have players launch padding. Fab, Snacky, they're taking that rotate in the sky here. Still with their 7 eliminations, look like they've relaxed things a little bit here. Going into the first moving zone. Gonna land, see if they can stay together. Great job so far.
Yep. You can see just taking piece control of those corners. Snacky not able to heal up just yet. Fab's getting aggressed on. Armor wall is down, and that's the timing that they need to get their shields back up to tip-top shape, just like Wheels and Booga. And the bottom right of your screen, trying to stay front side of zone. We know how they can pop off at a moment's notice, but right now you can see the splitting up the mats, giving them over to Wheels, because Batman, when it comes to this duo, is that fragger. Wheels is going to be the target for trying to stay ahead and give Batman Booga room to work with.
This is where it gets chaotic, Jacob. Players are starting to get knocked down. Teams are beginning their rotates. Here's Boyo, 16 points, 36 players up right now. That's 20 duos. Only 58 above, though. They're going to look for a bit of damage. His high ground is also being contested, but Snacky is going to be taking down player after player here. Now at 9 eliminations just for him. Jacob, Snacky is feeling good.
They have more points off eliminations than actual placement so far. They get separated for just a second, but you know it's just to get those shields up, and they always find a way to reunite at the end of the day as they find each other once more before breaking out. Trey is trying to hold on to the high ground. It does look like he's a solo right now for this moment, and how long can he hold on? This is 7th moving zone. You see players towards the backside trying to stagger themselves with the heals that they have to give themselves the best chance, but Trey as a solo forced to drop down, which means the high ground goes to Booga and Wheels.
Batman, Booga, and Wheels have the high ground. We have Snacky, though, looking for more eliminations as he takes down another 2. That's going to bring you up to 11 total eliminations. We also have Poppy Blast, who is playing as a solo, but Snacky right now is just unstoppable. Batman, Booga, and Wheels do have the high ground, but I'd be scared if they have to face up against Snacky and Fab soon.
I said it during finals. They don't want to just take part of this competition. They want to take over it, finding player after player, and the way they were bobbing and weaving in and out of these covers to stay alive and minimize the damage is absolutely perfect. And once more, they find themselves ahead of zone on the low ground where they can recycle the builds, recycle everything that they have, as Baka's picking up another big elimination, doing what he can to get his team the points needed to boost themselves up the leaderboard after game number 1. But Snacky, after he takes damage, him and Fabs do a good job of just tunneling, boxing up together, and healing up.
12 total eliminations now for Snacky and Fab. They're going to try and recuperate the shields here as Snacky is popping some minis. Batman, Booga, and Wheels doing a great job of holding high ground, but now there's less and less duos standing. We have Boyer still, but Snacky, Fabs, they're hungry, Jacob, and they're getting fed.
Yeah, they're getting fed big time as they continue to stay ahead of zone. That's been the key for this duo, staying ahead of the competition. Slick Nick becomes a target. Snacky, he's going to go ahead and chase that one down. Another one in the books. 14 as a duo. They're just dominating here at the game number 1. 14 and 15. 16 eliminations. They're just taking everybody out left, right, and center. And once again, they find their way back together like they tied together at the hip.
16 eliminations, but they're not done yet. Jacob, Snacky popping some mini shields. Poppy Blast, who's been playing as a solo for a long time, is still up here, but Snacky gonna get knocked down here. Favs now playing it as a solo. 71 points, 16 eliminations. You can see Snacky, though, dropping the floppers, dropping the mats, giving Favs what he needs to keep it going, but unfortunately, they will go down. Tautai up with his duo partner, Batman, Booga, and Wheels, still with the high ground, and Poppy Blast, he's still going as a solo.
Plenty of builds going for the edit course, but he gets chopped down. He's the meat in the middle between these two duos. His life just become exponentially harder. But that moment where Beast and Tautai had to reload is the moment he's going to get to breathe. But the sandwich that I'm talking about, Batman, Booga, and Wheels slowly but surely dropping layer by layer, but he goes up. Poppy Blast almost takes one down, but he gets taken out himself by Tautai, who's taking so much damage to the Storm right now. I don't know how he's going to fare once he goes up against Batman, Booga, and Wheels, who have all the health in the world, all the high ground they can muster, and a couple of resources to make this fight that much easier. But Tautai and Beast, they have the heals towards the low ground, but do they have the time to use them to get themselves to 200 before the inevitable fight?
Wheels has the chug splashes to play this heal off, but the problem is the materials. Jacob, they don't have the materials. They're gonna have to take this engagement as they take down one. Now with the player advantage in a 1 versus 2, and Batman Booga and Wheels take game 1. What a phenomenal performance.
Phenomenal indeed. And even throughout the course, that last battle, Wheels pulling off the chug splashes, trusting Batman Booga to not only save his life, but get the final elimination for the victory royale. And I hate to say it because I love Batman Booga and Wheels, but Fabs and Snacky still find a way to steal the show away in game number 1, because who needs placement when you rack up about 1 million elimination points?
I mean, this is just the first game of the day, Jacob, and the amount of action we've seen from Fabs and Snacky getting 16 eliminations to Wheels and his duo there in the late game, not being able to play the heal off, having to go for those engagements, getting the eliminations, Poppy Blast playing as a solo. I mean, I can't wait to see what happens in the rest of today's match.
Yeah, and we know how good Fabs and Snacky did after that first game, but where else does everybody fall on the leaderboard? Panda, Clay, Kelly, please make some sense of this game number 1 madness.
Jacob, Takada, thank you guys so much. And just what did we even watch? I feel like that in-game was the perfect example of every situation you could have in NA West, where you have the insane fraggers, you have the solo clutch, you have the low ground kings, and then you have the passive high ground. Panda, before we even talk about the final 2 teams, we of course have to talk about Fabs and Snacky. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, you just mentioned it there. Literally, if you're making a soup right, every good ingredient is in there, because you had everything to watch in this final moment. But obviously, the most exciting is Snacky and Fabs just getting elimination after elimination after elimination. And they did not slow down. Going into the end game, right? Obviously, they started off pretty early with 60 limbs here. And you see this taking place right here on the screen. But it just continues to go. I think it's very close. I don't want to say it's a record for sure, but this is a huge game, probably one that we could not see again in this game and stuff, Clay. So pretty exciting stuff here for Snacky and Fabs. And you know, look, I don't want to bring predictions up again, but Clay, we're doing pretty good, huh?
Hey, we're looking pretty good. 72, I think, points after game number 1. Look, up until this moment, I believe, is where Snacky had every single element. I think he even still has it after this, right? That's just how dominant Snacky was playing today with Fabs there. Because, yes, did Snacky get 11 elims? Yes, but who was always right there with him? Fabs was right there behind him, helping him out, making sure that they had the everything they needed to get to where they wanted to be. It didn't matter that they ended up going down before that top 5, right? I believe, or maybe top 4, right? But either way, they got 71 points. They're chilling. It's 2 games worth of points coming out in game number 1. This is the team that we expected the last qualifier. This is what we wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. This is why I was like, you know what? I saw their qualifier performance coming through. That's why I went with Panda. I was like, you know what? It was just, you had to pick them.
You had to. And with 137 points in round 3, like this just, again, speaks to them as a team, knowing how to get those eliminations. Look at that. Average of 7.2, Kelly.
It is just mind-blowing, them showcasing. And to do it in Zone 1, essentially, where they grab 6 eliminations, shows that it's not just an in-game kind of blunder from the other players, that they were able to have this kind of aggression throughout the rest of the competition. And there you have it, 72 points, 16 eliminations. That right there is going to put Fabs and Snacky way above the rest of the competition. Beast and Tautai are going to be in 2nd place. Nigel and Angel are going to be in 3rd. Batman, Booga, and Wheels, the team that grabbed the VR, only grabbed 2 eliminations. And of course, that was against the final team of Tautai and Beast. So just honestly, an example of how everything can work for you. If you're going for placement points, you can be the Batman, Booga, and Wheels. If you're going for the aggression elim points, well, then you're going to look to Fabs and Snacky. But, you know, looking at Fabs and Snacky, I was a bit surprised that you picked them, Panda, because Batman, Booga, and Wheels is kind of your team.
They are. Look, I love these players, right? The Reet Rex, Snacky Fabs, Batman, Booga, Wheels. These are underrated players that have been growing in the NA West scene for quite some time, and now they're finally getting their moment to shine.
Wait,
but
Snacky Fabs is underrated?
Until Chapter 2 Season 8, you know, a season after I came on, I'm just saying. They didn't win. They were always top 5, but they didn't make it quite to the top. And then all of a sudden, you know, when I predict them, they start winning. I don't want to take anything away from the players. You know, they're amazing. But realistically, I got to talk about Batman Booga and Wheels for a second. We talked about how their passive gameplay was going to be kind of their game plan going into the day. But I feel like they need to be a little bit more aggressive because those elimination points are heavy today.
Clay, I know you had something that you wanted to say there, but unfortunately, or actually more so fortunately, we have a game to get into, everyone. Jacob and Takata, I just can't even imagine how you're going to cast this game after watching the end of game number 1, but you have to do it anyway, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Clay. I mean, we just have one game down, 5 more games to go. Jacob, I'm still trying to recuperate what we just saw in that first game.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how that one's going to be topped. That was almost what looks like a moment that can end an FNCS final at the end of the day. And it happened in game number 1 of qualifier number 2. And that seems to be Fabs and Snacky's thing. Winning the first game of the day. Get yourself a cushion so that you can get more and more comfortable and progress throughout this tournament and have little to worry about.
I mean, bringing back qualifier 1, Snack and Fabs did win the first match, so it's a back-to-back, but you heard the battle bus. The engine started, and we're getting ready to go.
Game number 2. Batman Booga and Wheels with a big victory royale there after that one. But Fabs and Snacky really stealing the show away with a big number of eliminations as a duo. I think it's 20-something overall. Didn't really remember just because they were just firing off on all cylinders. And that's the thing. Once they get warmed up, it's hard to stop a team like this.
I mean, there's so many teams that have just been performing incredibly, and we've just seen the first match. I want to hear from the chats who you are rooting for. You rooting for Fabs and Snacky, who are just demons getting those eliminations, or maybe we got some Batman Booga and Wheels fans here taking home game 1, but I'm looking here at Physics and his duo partner who kind of had a risky, kind of almost scary drop there, almost getting knocked out of the sky. And we saw this in the first match. It was heavily contested. Shankar Speedway. There was 3 duos here battling it out. Seems like there's only 2. No, actually, there is still 3 duos at the bottom right in the minimap. You can see it's just one of them is on the east side here on the hills. So, I mean, any engagement that happens here, you're risking that third party.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is because that third duo, it learned their lesson after game number 1. They were the one that almost got dropped early on, just like Batman Booga getting dropped early on by Kinzo, leaving it up to Wheels here to kind of think of something. But luckily for him, he does find the separation. He gets the scan. He's going to know exactly where everyone's at. And then you add in the fact that School is already knocked, so he knows that he's going to have to go back and try to get it, but he doesn't want to let that elimination slip through his fingers. He's going to go after it on the aggressive end.
He is going after it. You can tell that he's hungry. He wants to look for that elimination. Does have the HP and shield advantage, but he does not have the player advantage as his opponents has picked up their partner. And now Wheels is going to decide to disengage here. Played a bit slow. Question is, did he get the reboot card for Batman Booga? Can he bring him back up in this match and just fully disengage?
I do believe that if he finds a way to kind of survive this and kind of play that slow game, even though he does have to still loot up, get the resources he needs, he can definitely get Batman Booga's card. But Command Cavern is kind of one of our hottest drops of the season. And as long as the circle, it doesn't move you away from there, we see teams kind of base up, take the high ground, and hold it for as long as possible. But Victor V over here making so much noise last season, going up against some of the best of the best. And after day number 1, they were even ahead of that competition.
Taking a look here, though, at Jonesy's. We have another engagement. Mojo Hav against their opponents here with 1 point. So maybe they did not have the best early game in game 1 here, but they can always change it up, right? That's what I love about this format. You can always make that comeback, always make something happen, especially if you're just playing for the series points or you're playing for that top 5, that golden ticket straight to the finals. But be careful as the engagements here in Jonesy's. We saw it in the first qualifier, Jacob. If they take too long, duos like rotating through here, and you can get a third party. You can even get a 4th or 5th party in this drop spot. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, Definitely do, but you can see them just kind of taking their time. They're ready for a box fight, but this is something that Victor V is known for. When last season his teammate was Blizzard, they would kind of box up. They have all the patience in the world. I do believe they're kind of coached by Victor V's dad as well, who has a ton of experience in life. And I think that's something that can't go unnoted, knowing when to calm these players down, when to let them celebrate. And you know as well as I do, celebrating too early can be disastrous.
Disastrous indeed. Taking a look though at Poppy Blast and Show. I mean, great performance in the first game from Blast, playing it solo, but switching over to Jaden and Victor here, who going right into that engagement in Jonesy's, even though there's other duos close by, trying to finish it quickly. Victor getting cracked down, getting knocked down. Now, looks like it's a 1 versus 2 here. Other duos on the minimap, you can see they're approaching. Mojo, Hove gonna go down. Now Jaden playing it as a solo, seeing if he can clutch it up for his duo partner here, Jacob. There are a lot of teams in this engagement.
Yeah, and I don't think they heard a single word of what you were saying when we first panned over the Joneses. There's so many teams that start to interrupt this fight, and they want a piece of that pie. But luckily for them, they did take Victor V out, so his teammate's there as a solo. But there's still 2 more players, slowly but surely. I wouldn't say moving in to get aggressive, but you can see they're putting the shots in from far away. CZR under siege. He's going to get dropped by Jaden, but Slick is there to save the day. End that fight quick, but you could see the arrows in your mini-map. As soon as that one ended, they're immediately trying to see what the situation is like. Is this something we can take advantage of, or do we got to keep it moving?
I'm talking about 4th parties, Jacob, 5th parties, 6th parties, and other duo coming into this engagement in Jonesy's. I mean, I don't know what's up with this POI, this point of interest, but these duos are liking it, and they like taking engagements here. PSG Team New Age Slick here competing with CZR. Just picked up those few eliminations, but looks like they might want to do a bit more. But actually, I want to note this out very quick. You can see on the mini-map that opposing duo is disengaging.
Yep.
Very good play there from Slick. Right after he finished this engagement, he knows that their opponents don't know how much health he has, how much shield he has, if he's reviving his duo partner or what he's doing. So him building up very quickly, showing that confidence, saying, I'm full HP, I'm ready to take the engagement if you want, kind of scared them away, right? And it just did not force that engagement. So great job there from Slick reacting quickly.
On over to Epicwell and Arkham, one of the biggest fan favorites that we have. Of course, they're multi-time FNCS champions and uncontested Crony Crossroads, but because the circle is pulling on this side of the map, you can already see what it's doing toward their game plan. They too have to move in, get away from that edge of circle, and try to get the Storm Surge that they're looking for. But here's a little thing. Fabs and Snacky are the reigning FNCS duo champions. And the thing is about this team is they didn't qualify in Qualifier 1. They didn't qualify in Qualifier 2. They made it in Game 5 of the semifinals, and that's when they booked their ticket to the finals. But when they reach the finals, they know how to switch it up. They know that a finals lobby, a set lobby with 50 straight teams is something different. It takes a different style of play.
That's something you learn, right, through experience. You got to kind of figure out what your play style is going to be. If you're playing the first open qual, if you're playing the 4th round of a qualifier, if you're playing the finals. And just like you were saying, Fabs and Snacky, they know how to do each one perfectly. You can see right now, you can be almost celebrating now in the #1 spot. But remember, that's how they started in Game 1 of Qualifier 1. And it's all about how you keep it going, right? Keep that momentum going. You want that consistency, because although you start off with a good game, if you don't have great matches leading from that, it could just be enough to not get you that ticket to the finals. But look at Storm here, alongside his duo partner, playing the little sneaky route, looking for a shot to get that advantage in the engagement. It looks like they have it right now. They have the HP advantage. The question is, are they going to play aggressive now? They're going to go for those eliminations.
Baka and Delta is one of those teams. Southern beginning to move in, but somehow Zio gets the down onto 1. Storm is trying to get the revive. That means it was a 3rd party. This is his chance, his moment to try to be the hero here. But he lets go of the revive. But now the team is starting to aggress, but so is the Storm. That's going to make his job that much harder. But he does have the floppers. He does have the shields. If he just abandoned it a little bit sooner, he may have survived to tell the tale, but back to the lobby to rethink that strategy.
Epic Whale and Arkham, you can see it in Epic Whale's name. The 6X has that history in the FNCS here, trying to see if he can get a little nice angle. We've seen a lot of duos playing angles, right? Maybe in a bush, maybe in a building, hiding, waiting to get those first initial shots. Because if you can have an advantage in that engagement, it might just be what you need to secure those eliminations. at the Sleepy Sound here, but it looks like they might just want to keep rotating. They played their angles for a little bit, didn't see any opportunities, and now they're going to keep the rotate going.
Okay. Try to rotate out, get in the bush, position themselves with some high ground. And that's when you're going to see with the Striker Burst AR for them to go for that Storm Surge tag. But I do have that feeling it is a little bit light. But Batman Booga being alive and Wheels not. That makes me believe Wheels must have gotten the reboot somewhere. But the immediate after, they got attacked once more. So the tables have turned. But Batman Booga is probably one of the most impressive solo players from the West region that I have seen in such a long time, which is why I think this combination is so great with Wheels being alive, being able to kind of develop this young player and continue to make him one of the best. But without Wheels being alive, that's going to make it a little bit harder here, because having somebody tell you what to do and physically being there telling you what to do are two different things.
I mean, what I'm thinking about here is, Jacob, we've talked about how it changes your odds to win a match if you get a reboot, but have we talked about how it changes your odds to win a match if you get 2 reboots? If Batman Booga reboots Wheels here, it's going to be the second reboot of the game, and I don't think I've seen any statistics of that before, so just maybe they'll have a better chance of getting that victory royale if Batman Booga can get the second reboot.
I can just see it now. The only team to win a game ever after getting not 1 but 2 reboots. That would definitely be history in the making, and I need to see the full-on VOD if that does happen. From either point of view, honestly, either one is fine with me, because I'm guaranteed to be entertained, just like these POVs right here, Snacky and Fabs. I was more than entertained last game after they set the elimination record for most eliminations in a single game.
I mean, I'm just being mind blown left and right, from the qualifier 1 to this qualifier 2 that's just getting started. I mean, so much is happening, so much is going on, and it looks like Nigel here and Ankale might be looking for an engagement as he gets a nice flank onto his opponent, just annihilating him. All about that quick elimination, right? Trying to finish the engagement as quickly as possible, because we saw what happened in Jonesy's if you're not able to finish an engagement so quickly.
Yeah, and that was a perfect flank, just like you said. But it wouldn't have been made possible if Angel wasn't able to hold his own and not get aggressed on, because you know as well as I do, all it takes is 1 second, a blink of an eye, a little separation, and that's when a team begins to pounce and take the little advantage while they can. But Poppy Blast and Show, such a great game last time, sitting good in a position, but so are a couple of teams all around trying to make them a target. They're 79 and continuously falling either farther below that damage threshold, with 15 players needing to go down.
Oh, look how many duos are kind of mountain goated on this hill, Jacob. Just on the side of it, kind of looking to see maybe we can take tags on the players close by or the players far away. A lot safer to take shots on people from afar rather than do a box fight up close. Poppy Blast here. Solo clutch from the last game now, trying to see if he can get enough damage done. And Batman Booga seems to have not gotten a reboot so far in Wheels, so he might just play it solo.
Hey, maybe he did. Maybe he has a trick underneath his sleeve. May not be an ace of spades, but it's definitely going to be a reboot card. If he can definitely get it off. We're going to kind of tune in a little bit later to see what comes of that one. I see Poppy Blast and Show still putting those long-range shots, but even farther below the damage threshold, not finding that success. And surprisingly enough, 44 below, Fabs and Snacky, after such a massive game in that game number 1, setting the record for most eliminations in a single game, find themselves with their back up against the wall. Great shots by Snacky. The knock's going to come in, but it falls down the turbine. It almost makes you wonder, can he even get that elimination? Even if he does, is he even going to be able to get the loot from that?
I mean, we'll see here. Snacky trying to see if he can make it happen, but it's going to be a difficult one. Batman Booga, though, on the left side of the screen. He's going to get that reboot.
Okay. If he wins this game, I don't even know what I would do. I have to get Panda in here, because he'll deserve to cast it if they win this game.
Batman Booga Wheels, but maybe we should not speak so fast here, as Wheels has been knocked down from the reboot. Looks like it was from afar, though. That duo that was kind of beginning an engagement on Batman Booga was waiting for them to get the reboot, but Poppy Blast and Show, they're into a sticky situation here. 35 below the Storm Surge threshold. They've got to make something happen here as they're running out of shields.
Taking Storm Surge damage, having players knock down your resources, forcing an early short pad out. Batman Booga, an incredible resource for late game and continuously under siege, trying to find a way to survive. When it comes to the shields, he is going to have some to get it back on up, but is it going to be enough as he's continuously getting dropped? He has to go on the aggressive now because there's not enough time. If Storm Surge ticks one more, he's going to be gone regardless, but those points go over to Trey and Dom, who are sitting in such a good spot as well after game one.
So many teams getting taken out the Storm Surge here. It's just as strong as it was in the first qualifier. These duos that have had that experience from both, luckily enough, have had time to make those changes, adapt, and get that damage done before the Storm Surge thoughts stick in. But look at Snacky and Fabs here doing a little sneaky play, right? Crouched up, trying to find their opponent and going above the builds, but seems like the player they were looking for has made it out, but they might just as well stay here. You can see they're inside of the zone, so they don't have to rotate if they don't want to.
You see that stat? Snacky has 14 eliminations last game. That was just Snacky. They're not even including Fabs' 2 to make it 16. This man is such a terror, but, you know, this goes to show that they have two sides towards their game. They can get aggressive, they can set records, but they can play calm, they can play cool, collected, or they don't have to. They can wait for these natural eliminations to present themselves, just like Arkham and Epic on this side of the map. They still have some work to do. Only 1 point so far coming through from placement as they find their spot in towards zone as well. But it's not going to be a high ground spot. So if they do fall below that damage threshold, I'm not going to say I'm going to be exponentially worried, but I am going to be at least a little concerned.
Get a little concerned, but I mean, I believe in them, right? They can make it happen here. Taking a look at Boyo though and his duo. Zio, 39 points. That's a great way to start the day off here. 2 eliminations as well, meaning they are feeling pretty good on the Storm Surge. Currently in the 3rd place spot. You can see it at the bottom left there above the name. I mean, they're just got to play it slow here. Actually just had a crack. They might have got some nice shots off onto some opponents there. But now Beast and Tautai in the command cavern here. It's kind of a scary place to be in, right? There could always be a player hidden, crouched behind any of these boxes. But looks like so far they're feeling pretty safe.
See, Man Cavern's going to continuously force people. But I do believe some of that high ground is potentially going to be usable, especially if you can build out just a little bit as they're trying to find whatever's left over in that vault. Russo and King Keto sitting good as well. Not too much to worry about. But no elimination, so when it comes to that Storm Surge, it's going to be anyone's guess. That's probably why they're peeking in and out of these boxes, trying to find some free shots. Not wanting to contest anybody, though, which is actually smart. Save the shield, save the resources you have for later on in the game. Because, you know, moving zones, that's when a lot of that chaos will ensue.
That's when the chaos begins, Jacob. That's what we love to see. 4th zone here, though. Slowly advancing, getting closer to that 5th zone, that half and half, the zone before the moving zones. But Snacky here seems to be kind of taking a look at Ankel and his duo there, who are boxed up close by. Maybe want to get some shots in, maybe want to get some tags, as they do have 0 eliminations. Wondering how much damage they've done in this match, but sitting in that 1st place spot, oof, be careful. They're looking for a drop. They're looking for some tags. They want to get something, make something happen, but what separates these veteran players from some of the new people is they know when to disengage. They know when they don't have to push too far, but be careful. As a vehicle just got exploded in their box, Jacob, this could turn the tables.
You can already see Snacky just editing that floor. He knows that without a single elimination, without the performance that they had at the initial drop of last game, they're still going to be looking for the surge that they need, but 206 below the threshold. Now it's about to be 134. They definitely have their work cut out for them with a large number of players still need to get dropped here. And not a ton of shield looking like it's going to be on the back of Snacky. Wondering what Fabs have as well, but they're definitely going to have their hands full in this one. And like I said, they're going to have to show the 2nd half of the game. We know they can get aggressive, but playing on the back foot, that's another question.
186 below, trying to get tags from afar. We can even see Beast and Tautai here, more than 200 damage below Storm Surge, trying to just get into an engagement at this point, but Beast is going to get cracked. 67 HP to work with here, still 254 below. They've got to heal up, and they've got to get right back into that action.
For them, they are on I would say a little bit of a snack side, and they're going to get gifted zone here for this moment, but not a ton of targets all around that they can possibly shoot at. There is a zip line though if they wanted to try to use that to break into a box, or they could go the old-fashioned way, pull out the combats and go straight forward. Hold your W key and do not let that one go, as you can go in, but you cannot go out. Beast is going to get taken down. The cover is going to go on over, but the opponents are just backtracking in their steps. They're getting out, and now they're going to go ahead and get just above that damage threshold. But without Beast there to back him up, Taotai is going to have to do it as a solo, and he just has to find that moment. Get Beast up, get him back in the game, because we know what happens if a player goes down. Rebooting him back up isn't going to change your probability.
Especially in this 5th zone, but Snacky and Favs, they've done a great job of getting the damage. However, one mini left for Snacky, and he uses it. No more spare shields. Meanwhile, Convict here, still below on the Storm Surge, trying to get some tags out of the sky. This is where your aim has to come in clutch. You have to get these tags, or else the Storm Surge will take you out. But 50 up and standing right now, 26 duos. Storm Surge is gonna be off for now. Will come back in first moving, so it's not over yet.
Not over just yet, indeed. The team got a good spot in zone, passed around the med kits. Even though it is just gonna be a sliver of HP, without the shields, every single bit matters, and that's why you're seeing the med kit being popped by Favs, even though they still are looking for the damage that they need. School, and I do believe that's Kinzo high up on the high ground. Psy-Razor and SMG in a box slow below, but 5Z and Slicksy, one layer there. 3 teams so far above the rest, and everybody else in the lobby are just congested, stacked like a can of sardines right in the middle.
Zone gonna pull more to the west here of the command cavern, but this positioning from Kenzo and School, I mean, I'm liking it. They're very high up, so they'll be able to get those tags. They already have 3 eliminations, but could get a little dangerous depending on how to decide to rotate, maybe through recycling a launch pad, because going by foot down such a steep elevation seems a bit risky to me. But you can see the amount of duos there on the bottom of this mountain. I mean, it's gonna be dangerous. I'm not gonna be surprised if we see a lot of launch pads being used.
Yeah, used, recycled, something has to happen here as players are getting dropped down onto the drop pad. That's Arkham, who picks up another big elimination. He got 2 moments before taking out a full team. Ends up in the wrong box though. Lots of damage gonna be done, but it's he who falls. Separated just long enough from Epic to go down, but he's trying to make up for his fallen comrade and try to get the elimination points, but he gets dropped too into a box. Both of those players back to the lobby. 2 games down, 4 more to go, and it just got tougher.
Just got tougher. Snacky being the player that knocked down Arkham there now with 2 eliminations, has that Storm Surge recuperated their materials and recuperated their shields. They are feeling good, and it looks like Kenzo and School actually get dropped down as they had the high ground, but just barely are able to connect their builds. But Schooled gonna get knocked down. Kenzo now is actually gonna play to pick up his partner here.
Yeah, it was fall damage. It was fall damage, so I don't think too many people know he's down there, but Wale is going to be down by Thoric. Kelly's Pig going up big, trying to get those elimination points. Miles, Keto also taking a part of this fun to get the eliminations. Beast and Taotai just trying to take away the cover so that way they can use this launch pad and get as much out of it as they possibly can. And they got a good spot ahead of zone, but only sitting 8 above the damage threshold. They have to go ahead and tunnel while simultaneously looking for that damage.
Taking a look at the high ground too. We've got 2 duos battling it out, trying to take it, but Snacky down at the bottom right. You can see him now, 3 eliminations. He's kind of feeling what he had going on in game 1 here. Gonna pop the minis, trying to recuperate the shields. Favs still up as well. They're playing as a duo. You can see Crypus here and his duo Thoric do have the high ground. They're gonna see if they can connect it here though, because getting dropped down at that height, that's dangerous.
Oh, but it does look like they're going to get the connection on it, which is absolutely perfect. Playing this one great. Calm, cool, collected, and that's why Kelly did pick them. She said all of their round 3s, they are just phenomenal competitors. It's just finishing off strong in set lobbies, but I think this is going to be the game where they have the best chances. But Beast, Taotai, using the launch pad, they're not going to contest. They might not have the resources to do so, just like Dragon and Elige. They don't have enough resources to take the high ground, which is why they're recycling builds through the mid ground, trying to find a layer that's uncontested.
Great job of doing so, though. They still have a little bit of materials that they're having to use now with the pressure from the high ground, but if they can keep recycling, these tarps and get closer to that zone. This could be very big. They're currently in the 5th place spot. Taltai, though, gonna get taken down. Snacky gonna look for elimination here. Gets the wall, takes down one. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Will they be able to finish it off? Gonna go for the finish there. Picks it up. 4 eliminations. Now Snacky, though, gets cracked, gets knocked down. Dominated. Snacky and Favs are out. Thoric still on the high ground.
And without that placement, they didn't get enough elimination, so the gap between them and everybody else in the lobby will have certainly closed as Thoric and Krypus are trying to close it even more. 36 points, still holding on to the high ground, continuously connecting, but that means their resources are running thin. Kinzo's playing calm, cool, collected, staggering towards the backside. If he has some floppers, which he does, Medmiss, this could be a chance for him to pick up some extra placement points.
And he has it, Jacob. Floppers, Medmist, and Chug Splashes just for the bonus, but Dragon here has to be careful. Does have a good amount of eliminations, 6 total for the duo, 58 points, but they gotta be careful. They don't have materials. They've got to go for an elimination, and Elish getting a max damage striker. Pump shot to knock down his opponent, but they get taken out here. Cesar, though, up as a solo. 4 eliminations. Jacob, can he make it happen?
That's going to be the biggest question here. 2 different Medmiss, none of them going to be full. Kinzo having only 1 click on his, no shields, trying to wait for the last possible moment, get out of the box. You see Bolt using the armored wall for a little bit of extra safety. 1 place below him as well, making sure nobody could chop him down as Miles trying to be sneaky, get in towards the zone, gets the cover. He's going to be in front for now, but him as a solo, that's not going to be the best look.
Miles seeing what he can do, has the Medmist if he decides to take a bit of damage from the storm, but Crypass here in Thoric, they're feeling good with the high ground, trying to secure these extra little bit of eliminations. Gets 1, looking for the last one, and there it is. Thoric with a huge pump shot, securing the last elimination and securing the victory royale.
So game 1, Panda, Clay's pick, stepping up to the plate, knocking out of the park. Game 2, Kelly's pick, stepping up to the plate, definitely knocking that one out of the park as well. She said she picked them because they're round 3 performances. Well, I know she's smiling right now because that round 4 game victory royale, boosting them to the top of the leaderboards, especially since Favs and Snacky did go down pretty early in comparison to their last game.
Look, Jacob, I know you like doing predictions, right? You pick these teams, pick these duos, but something happens to them when you pick them, Jacob. I'm not saying it's you, but it kind of seems like it. But I mean, let's see what Kelly, Panda, and Clay have to think about it, because I don't know what to say.
Takada, you don't have to know what to say because I do. It's Jacob's fault. We all know it. Here you guys have it. We gave him the script, but he just crumpled it up and tossed it. You know, there's one thing to have a heel in the players of a competition, but also on the desk, in the caster's desk as well. And it seems like Jacob is that for us. But Panda, Clay, so glad to be able to talk to you guys about my team winning. What? Panda, obviously a lot of things happened in that last game, but Krypus and Thoric holding height from Zone 7 just seemed to be able to kind of have an easy win.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were hyping it up behind the scenes, chat. For those that couldn't obviously hear us, man, we saw them on the high ground and we were like, wait, they win this game. And sure enough, they did it. And honestly, in great fashion here for Kelly's pick. But listen, Clay, it was pretty interesting here in these final moments.
It was. We saw a lot of teams go for plays that, you know, you wouldn't really see. Again, it's only game number 2, so you don't got to get that desperate that quickly. And so I'm excited to see how these rest of the team plays out. But yeah, Kelly, we like Panda said, we saw them on high ground. Zone was going up a mountain and then went back over old builds. And when that happens, you know it's a victory royale.
Oh, yeah. It was, you know, a perfect situation, but I don't want to give it to the variables. I think Thoric and his teammate did just a great job in general, and they definitely had the end game prepared for themselves and to hold height, not too early, not too aggressively. That is what is going to shoot them up our leaderboard right now, all the way to 6th place. But who is still on top? Well, it's not a surprise after game number 1. Favs and Snacky now with 20 eliminations, almost double that of the next highest eliminations. Beast and Tao are still going to be holding 2nd place. We have King Keto and Russo jumping up 3 spots now. And then we have Fat Mexican and Miles jumping up into 4th place. Alicia, wow, just so many teams jumping up, Panda.
I mean, look, so many teams, but one team that's not jumping up yet is Arkham and Epic Whale. Definitely a slow start on the day. And I'm going to be honest. Listen, Arkham, Epic Whale, if you're listening, you got to hit up Jacob. You got to tell him, listen, I don't know, like, listen, stop picking me because something's happening to these players, and it's just not the normal Arkham and Epic Whale that we are used to seeing. However, they still got quite a few eliminations here leading into the end of this game. But unfortunately, after Arkham goes down here, Epic Whale just gets caught off guard, and it just holds them back. But I mean, look at this prediction list, right? Like TSM, Snacky Favs, they win game 1, or they don't win game 1, but they do exceptionally well in game 1. You got Krypus and Thoric.
I mean, they
Kelly's
pretty much won.
True. And then you got Kelly's pick here with game 2. Maybe it's time Arkham Epic Whale win a game here for Jacob and Tokata's sake, but Tokata, I'm sorry, man. You knew the rules. You can't pick the same team as Jacob.
I mean, Clay, we saw this yesterday, though. Arkham and Epic Whale didn't have terrible games 1 and 2, but games 3 and 4 is where they shot up the leaderboard, and then something happened in games 5 and 6. So do you think that this is just going to be a repeat of what we saw from Qualifier 1?
Okay, so I'm gonna say right now, Snacky Fav's getting first. It's just their tournament management mode, right? They're in that game of, hey, we just gotta get to the end game. But you're right, Kelly. Arkham and Epic Whale, they're some of the best comeback players in the NA West region. They don't start off that hot, and then they immediately will find games just out of nowhere. You'll see them just get 6, 7, 8 eliminations. We saw 9 on Arkham yesterday, I believe. So yes, 100% they can come back. I think they can contend for that top 5, but we all know Snacky and Fav's taking home number 1.
Oh yeah, when you have Snacky and Favs up there with after 2 games, 20 eliminations already, Panda, they are a team that you do not want to run into.
No, I mean, and they're on a tear today. Their aggression is unmatched by anybody else in this lobby. They continue to just push these players. You see Snacky there getting that elimination onto Arkham. You see them just like no fear whatsoever into the fights that they go into, and that aggression and that confidence is what keeps them up at the top here. Now, we actually heard it. We were watching a little bit of Snacky's perspective here, Clay and I, and we heard him say that they were in maintenance mode, right? Meaning that they know that they qualified. They just have to stay consistent here through the rest of these games, Clay.
Yeah, exactly. Maintenance mode is the best way to describe it. And you even saw a little harpoon action. Okay, I see y'all. I see y'all throwing it in there for me.
I mean, you know, they saw that your pick and they're like, all right, well, we'll give one to Clay right here with the Clay Classic, of course. You know, I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing into game number 3. Maybe Arkham and Epic Whale are going to be changing up their play style. Maybe a new team is going to climb up to the top and grab that VR. Well, we're going to find out right now, everyone, because game number 3 is underway and Jacob and Takata are going to lead it.
Thank you once more. The best desk that FNCS has to offer. And honestly, they're hitting the nail right on the head, Takata. I'm beginning to get concerned. I didn't know these hands can have that much power. I feel like Spider-Man, before he learned to control everything with great power, becomes great responsibility. And right now, I'm just fumbling the bag.
Look, I tried helping you out, right? I was like, all right, I'm going to go with Jacob's pick. We're both going to do Arkham Epic, right? Give them some faith. But, I mean, look, we're in game 2. We still have 4 matches ahead of us to be played out, so anything can still happen, right? We've had Snacky and Favs dominating with these eliminations, have had different winners from each game, and there's still a lot that can go down.
Yeah, definitely still going to be a lot, and I'm still going to have my fingers crossed because I do believe these guys have done so good during the second half of the finals, and hopefully they're going to do good in the second half. Game number 3 starts right now, and hopefully the biggest run for Arkham and Epic.
Two games down, 4 more to go. The engine is just getting started here on the battle bus. We can see it getting warmed up, getting heated, just like these players as they're getting ready to hop into the 3rd match. We've had Snacky and Favs dominating with these eliminations. We've got Batman, Booga, and Wheels starting off strong with that first victory royale to Thoric and his duo taking home the 2nd game. But Chonkers Speedway, this has been a popular drop spot, Jacob. We've seen a lot of engagement in the early game here.
Yeah, usually you see Physics and his duo land on the other side of Chonkers, but this time around, they're going to go ahead and land just steps above X-Rez and Fecoy to try to take away all the loot, and already the shots are going to rain in. Fecoy goes down, the splash is not there in time, and Physics is looking like the first elimination of the game.
Physics taken down. Fecoy is now, looks like it's put Fecoy's teammate into a tougher situation here, as they are not gonna have the player advantage. And if his duo partner decides to disengage, I mean, you can see on the mini-map there at the bottom right, there's another duo with that pink marker on the east side of Chonkers Speedway. So if he takes a wrong rotation here, he might just run into another duo.
That's going to be a big one there, just like another early game skirmish going down. Even though you don't see the Ranger and a ton of loadouts, sometimes when it's the only weapon you can pick up, it's going to be just enough to get you that first elimination. But you know what's better than 1? 2.
Better 1, 2. I mean, that I'm gonna agree with you on that one, Jacob. Taking a look here though, it's Storm, 34th place right now, but you can always make that comeback, especially if you've got 4 games to go. I mean, you could see it, just 1 game. Snacky and Fab's got over 70 points, so you can really make anything happen here. As a Legion Dragon, just 1 placement off that cutoff to go straight to the finals now in 6th place. Trying to find an angle on the building here, the Daily Bugle, playing it kind of slow, as there are multiple duos in the area, so they don't want to do anything too risky.
And you saw there for a moment towards Daily Bugle, Trey and Dom coming over the hill, trying to get their search tags before they immediately backtrack, continue to loot on up, and looking for a better game here in this one. Wheels and Batman Booga, game number 2. They got separated. They go down early. 2 different reboots is what it's going to take, and then still they're going to fall. But right now, they're trying to be sneaky. Booga, he starts it off. There goes the early start and the early damage already pouring out, and you see him trying to reposition so they don't know exactly where he's coming from.
Oh, Storm gonna manage to take down 1, but will it be enough? As he has the opponents going in, boxing him up. So close, just manages to get out. Storm now does not have, well, I was gonna say doesn't have the player advantage, but it looks like it's actually turned into a 1 versus 1 here, Jacob. But Buzo does have the HP and shield advantage with 100. Ooh. Quick edits, quick box, quick piece. Taking out Storm there. Made it look easy.
Yep, now he can quickly go back for his teammate's card and get him right back into the game. And you want to do that as quick as possible, especially where he's located. Potential for so many teams to sneak up is going to be through the roof. But Riak and Remy are definitely a pretty consistent team overall, but throughout the first 2 games, sitting in 22nd place. And we know after this game, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you're going to have to change up your play style and maybe get a little bit aggressive, maybe continue what you were doing there. But from Remy and Riak, they're just slowly crouching, hunting down Echo and Western, and it could be fatal if they don't see him coming. But for now, everything honestly is working out perfectly. They're going ahead and going their own loop path, which the timing right now is just working out.
Speaking about changing up their game plan, Jacob, taking the sneaky route, just like you were saying here. And now if they get the 3-2-1, take shots at the same time, they could start off an engagement here with a huge advantage. But Remy looks like he's a little further back here. They're going to keep making their ways closer and closer, but the longer they take, the riskier it gets. As West could just turn around and see these 2 players sneaking up, give him a shock. But it looks like Riak and Remy, they're willing to take that risk as they crouch behind a tree and crouch behind a rock. I mean, Jacob, this is getting nerve-wracking.
I think they're kind of like banking that they're going to rotate into them eventually. And the only other path is that zip line, which looking like a possibility there for a moment, but they're going to choose the ladder, go for the water, which is going to allow them to stay pretty close to Remy and Riak, which are still sticking with that game plan. Stay hot on their heels, make as little noise as possible, so that way when they finally close the gap, it's going to be there. But you can also see why. One of them doesn't have that Striker Burst AR, so they're banking on the Striker Pump mixed with the combat to get the majority of their damage.
I mean, they've got a mission here, Jacob, and it looks like they're committed to it. I think they've been following them since the north of Sleepy Sound now. Kind of switch continents here, getting on the other side of the island, seeing if they can still wait for that perfect moment. And I really hope that it is the perfect moment with all the time they've used up already to take these shots. I mean, it just takes Echo to turn around for 1 second here and see these opposing duo just looking at him like they're hunting down their prey. It's still going.
You gotta have all the patience in the world if that's your game plan, but a team that doesn't want to wait for that one, they want to get aggressive right away. Wale and Source, they need this elimination point, and they get it on to Slixy. And you got to imagine the other one came through early on onto their teammate Vibesy on another team because Slixy doesn't go down. He goes out back to the lobby. It almost makes you wonder how his teammate, but that's neither here nor there, is React and Remy still hot on their heels, but this time it does look like they're going to get close enough to put a box onto one. The teammates are separated, and this is their chance to strike.
They've got the tags. They've done what they wanted to, but now, will they be able to capitalize on their game plan? Will they be able to get those eliminations as Reich takes down one now? Remy getting cracked. Ooh, they're low on HP. They're low on shield, but they have that player advantage. If they can clean this up quickly before any third parties get here, they might have just came out successful. But their game plan here is now the duo of Merc here is left alone as a solo. Will he be able to clutch it up 1 versus 2? Or is Remy here gonna play it safe with his duo partner, get up to 200 effective HP, and then take that engagement?
There's 2 more teams with their eyes glued to this exchange like it's a featured film. Also trying to put in their own shots to kind of steal away this elimination point, which is actually big. 3 points per elimination. You're kind of stacked up at the middle of the leaderboard. This is where you begin to get that separation. And even if you don't, that Storm Surge damage is just as good. And you can see it's going to affect React and Remy as well, which doesn't allow them to get aggressive as they possibly want. But this is their moment, their opportunity as they build behind him. They're going to try to get aggressive, but he's still on the run. No free elimination points for anybody, but that's going to force out the short pad. React continuing to take damage. The shield's going to get dropped off. He may have to rethink this.
You gotta be careful, just like we were saying, there is that third party duo, those players looking at them from afar, trying to get those tags, trying to get that damage, as Storm Surge has just been so powerful in the previous matches, and now Remy are kind of thinking about if this is worth it at this point, but clearly they think it is, as they're going straight back into the action here. They want to get those 3 extra points for their elimination. They want to get those siphon materials, that loot. And it looks like they just might be able to here as they get the tags, get the shots, and get that elimination. Puts them at 2 now. 6 total points from Elims.
Yeah, and honestly, that almost reminds me of something Quinn said last season during one of our content pieces. Knowing your drop isn't enough. Knowing who drops at your spot also isn't enough. But knowing who drops around you is also going to be an extra part of that equation, because they knew not too many teams were going to be around if they continuously chased in that direction. And there was maybe one team, as soon as they got over a certain hill, that was kind of any bit of contestation through that one. But Beast and Tautai sitting in second place in the bush, nothing to worry about. They get the damage and immediately hop in the IO to clean that one up.
Great job there. Thinking quickly, acting fast. How it should be done here. Epic Whale and Arkham. 17 points, looking to see what they can do here in the third game. Does have a good amount of shields, ammunition, materials. Wondering if they have enough damage though. Storm Surge has affected them recently, so hopefully they added that to their game plan. Know where they're going to be based up, looking for that damage, and actually liking the rotate here we're seeing from King Kiedo, who's kind of taking the corner edge rotate.
Yeah. I like it as well, as long as they're quick and they stay ahead of the rest of the pack that's on the south side. That could be some of the least congested side that they're going to end up on, or at least for now. So they can set themselves up with a great high ground spot added onto that one, and kind of hopefully they have that striker burst AR and plenty of medium ammo to kind of go along with it to go ahead and damage out the rest of the lobby. But Daily Bugle looking more congested as ever. 5 people almost directly in and around the POI, with 2 more teams rotating at the southern portion, just trying to find their spot in towards zone. So if this continues to force people either at Daily Bugle or a nearby spot, there's going to be a big battle potentially to go down.
I mean, this game's looking dangerous. 83 players up right now. Second zone going to start closing in just 12 seconds here. So if you don't have enough damage, you're going to have to start thinking of a plan here to get it. Dragon, though, and a Leech, they do have 2 eliminations, so they're feeling pretty happy regarding the damage here, though, as we have Miles and his duo partner. 5th place currently, right on that cutoff to qualify to the finals. See if they can keep it up here. Trying to see if they can get some tags possibly, but they're 125 above, so they're feeling pretty good.
Yep, feeling pretty good, but I do know they still want to be very, very proactive when it comes to the Surge, because there already dropping right before our very eyes. Looking at the edge of zone for now, seeing the pieces get added, get built. They know there's players over on that side. Babs and Snacky still need to find their way in towards zone. 104 above in that same spot, something to where they can feel comfortable rotating towards zone, but as soon as they find that sweet spot, that's when they too are going to begin to try to get proactive, just like the team Mantle, Made, and Seamwitch are 126 below the threshold. I will say Mantle does have enough utility and heals to kind of out-heal 14 players, but that's not something you want to do because that almost forces you to get a refresh later on in the same game.
Mantle here, trying to see what his game plan is, right? Kind of looks like they're hunting down these duo that's in front of them that are kind of swimming away through the river. They are 150 below. Hopefully they can get the damage, but Slicknick here and Convict, they're 156 above, so they're definitely feeling a lot safe here. Don't have to take any risky peeks, risky shots, and chance themselves of losing some shield. But Nigel here, barely getting 59 above. I mean, you're kind of in that threshold where you don't have to over peak, don't have to play too risky, and just kind of hope you can take some shots and connect.
Yep, you can see them also, like, I wouldn't say teaming, but adding into the fire from other players in the lobby because they know even if they don't get the actual elimination point, it's the damage that they're after to go above the threshold. Epic Whale getting a knock onto Nitrix in the elimination feed. Slays and GGs still have to get aggressive as they sit 71 below, but it's not going to look good as they continuously get attacked from other players, including the players that they're trying to get aggressive on here. Piece after piece, though, he's trying to take away these opportunities. He finds the separation needed, goes towards the high ground, but 67 below the threshold, his work isn't done just yet.
Slays right now, trying to find an angle here, seeing what he can do, but he's against Batman, Booga, and Wheels. Very powerful duo, not one you'd want to be against here, as he gets dropped down, eliminated to fall damage there. Not the best way to go down. Taking a look here, though, at Arkham Epic Whale, they just picked up 2 eliminations recently. Now, very confident with damage. They're 579 above, have the shields, have everything they need, but it looks like there's a duo getting close to them that might need some. As Mantle also, you can see on the right side here, has actually gone below. Has his duo partner been taken out? He has, and now Mantle is going to be following his duo partner there as they get knocked out.
Yeah, just judging off the heals that he had and Seawinner already going down, it almost looked like they were trying to out-heal it, but that's just the best educated guess because they still were so far below the damage threshold. And this is where making that decision, whether you use your heals to out-heal it or you just simply try to go aggressive, is important because another team trying to out-heal the damage threshold and it's just simply not working out.
I mean, it's a thing that I've seen in West, Jacob, from the first qualifier to now the second. Just Storm Surge is so strong. I know I repeat myself, but it's true. I mean, these duos really have to think hard about how they're gonna overcome this Storm Surge, right? Get the damage you need to get during your rotates. And Snacking Favs, I mean, they've been doing a good job of it so far in that first place spot. 103 points. Don't have eliminations, but they're still up here. Means they've got the damage they needed.
You can almost see what they're looking for, too. Zacky's probably calling it out along with Favs. If they see what they want on Moose and Aiden, they're going to try to shoot them down boxes below and get them steps closer so that way they can go after the fight they're looking for with that little congestion around them as possible because you got to imagine they're going to continue to build forward. But Beast and Tao Tai found themselves a sweet spot as well. Center zone, as center as you can almost possibly be, with plenty of brick all around them to where they can build, they can extend, and they can drop down low to refarm the resources, or they can continue to stay in that box, go for shots. They gave themselves plenty of options with the location they chose.
Speaking about staying in certain locations, we have school here in Kenzo. Kinda feeling pretty good. I mean, I'd be pretty calm and relaxed inside this bush here. It seems like nobody's found them yet, although they are barely visible. It'd be interesting if they're able to pick up some eliminations by doing a strategy like that. I mean, it's not the normal bush you see around the map, so wouldn't be surprised if a duo kind of doesn't look twice inside of it. But Backman, Booga, and Wheels here, 2 eliminations already, have the vehicle to make the rotate, but it looks like they've actually closed zone close by. You can see Wheels expanding a little bit just to make sure they're inside of it, but they've been getting some nice zones here.
See Dragon trying to over farm the metal. He knows Elige is a little light when it comes to the metal. He knows he has bricks for himself, and this is the situation that you're in. Depending on what the match you're at, I can even see a possible double slit going down depending on when they have to move. And you can see where the pull is. This one's going to be a tricky one for Dragon and Elige, which is why they're probably farming up. They have to go above and around the mountain because of where the zone is actually locking down. So that's going to be a tricky one, but it's definitely not going to be too difficult. There's not much contention along the way.
Epic Whale and Arkham see some opponents, see some prey down here below them. It's Slick and CZR who are not in the zone, so kind of thinking, how are we going to stop them from rotating, or maybe should we rotate before them? Trying to figure out what to do, but Kenzo actually going to take a big striker pump shot there, cracking his shield, taking him down to 70. Effective HP is School here, popping up some minis, saying maybe a little bit of a risky play, but it looks like they've taken out Squishy, so they do have the man advantage here. The 1 versus 2, and they're going to make that big use of that, going straight into the box here and taking out that last opponent there. Quick 6 points for the duo.
And best part about all that is just them knowing in their heads that they got to knock on the 1. We can slow it down. We can backtrack, get our HP and shield back up before we get on the aggressive again, because the timing is just not there for that player to get the revive, playing that one to perfection. Kinzo and School, I was going to say Caleb. That's just because Caleb and Kinzo were great duo teams last season. Caleb qualifying last qualifier with Solution. I should have picked him. My boy Bane was kind of letting me know this was a team to look out for. I'm definitely kicking myself after that one, as my curse does continue.
Does continue, but you never know, right? Anything can happen.
Never know.
Looking at Snacking Fabs here, somehow below now 113, trying to find some sort of tag, some sort of damage, but it looks like their opponents also want to do the same here, as Poppy Blast and Show are trying to get into the action here. Arkham gonna knock down an opponent. Thoric, our game 2 winners, also gonna get a knockdown, and Salty now as well. So many players are making use of these eliminations to do the Storm Surge damage, as they know it's gonna start ticking, and it's gonna tick hard.
Yeah, what I like about Fabs and Snacky, while they're below the damage threshold, they're not just tunneling and trying to go in on the first team that they see. They're smart, they're calm, they're cool, they're collected, picking and choosing, bob and weaving in and out of these covers to try to figure out what is the best play, and I think they found it. They're ready to go up, drop a player down into their box, but Storm Surge is now ticking. It's active. Their shields are being dropped with only 30 below the threshold. This is where, once again, they have the flexibility to choose when and where they want to go for the shots, and even if they do, because only 2 players need to go down before they've escaped and lived to tell the tale.
2 players need to go down, and I hope that Snacky Fabs are not going to be those 2 players, but there it is. Puppy Blast and Show taking them out here, putting themselves in the 8th place spot. That's going to be a big couple of eliminations for this duo here, as they have gotten the damage needed and now also recuperated a bit of their shields.
Yep. Start this one off, though. There were 33 above the next placing team. It's Arkham and Epic Whale. Epic Whale takes a big shot. That's not going to slow him down. They take down Slick. You got to imagine teammate close behind, and they're living. They're doing what they can to come back here. This is game number 3, and honestly, for them, this is going to have to be a big game, because if you're still so far down on the leaderboard after this game number 4, you're going to have to get aggressive once more to try to pair those eliminations with the placement.
Speaking about aggressive here, Beast and Tautai aggressively looking for a refresh here, trying to drop down an opponent, do anything that they can to get one of those extra little eliminations, some 3 points, some refresh for their materials, anything they can pick up. Batman Booga, though, here, playing as a solo. Wheels has been knocked down. Does have 2 eliminations, but it's always scary. But if someone can clutch it up, it's going to be Batman Booga here. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah. One of the biggest things about him, once he makes it to the end game, he's just a different animal, a different beast altogether. Only 2 minis, though. That's my only concerning portion, is the shield. Plenty of floppers to get the HP back up. A big journey ahead of him here as a solo to try to get to the center of zone, but still putting the pressure on teams, and that's what's so impressive as a solo, putting the pressure, still trying to find fallen loot all around, and this is where he's not breaking out just yet. He still has the IO car, going to be great for rotation, but I do believe he's just trying to stagger himself, so that way so many teams can move forward, and they don't shoot at his car once he begins his own rotation.
I mean, he's playing perfectly as a solo, showing confidence, making the duos think that he's not someone you want to mess with here. But Epic Whale now seems to be in a difficult situation, as he's in an engagement inside of the zone, trying to come in on top with the med miss, but he goes down. leaving Arkham as a solo as well. They have 4 eliminations, but is it going to be enough here to get the points they want as Arkham continues this out? Beast, though, and Tautai still up as a duo. Going to land here ahead of zone. Maybe try and make a play here, but no, just going to keep tarping. You can see the high ground. Willay alongside his duo partner might want it, but Dragon and Leech, they might want it more. They're playing for it.
Yep. 6 moving zone that you're talking about. Even Baka's trying to join the play. Maybe even oversteps as soon as he knows multiple players are there threatening his own. Yeah, he drops down, tries to find a layer of safety. Batman Booga once again staggering out, finds a big elimination onto a play here. The refresh and the siphon is there. Plenty of heals to make his way through, but it's Source and Wale who are still holding true to the high ground.
Arkham gonna make it happen here as a solo, keeping it going, has the materials. Now, just looking to see if he can get a refresh, see if they can get elimination, but just like you were saying, Wale here in Source, they're holding that high ground strong. Batman Booga too, from those 2 eliminations now, staggered back in zone, but hits a launch pad. Gonna keep it going here, using the high ground to cover himself here, trying to not take any damage possible, maybe land on the low ground. Great job.
330 possible ticks of the Medmis on the back of Batman Booga. He's clicking up placement point after placement point, as well as Arkham, though, under siege, getting dropped down low, forced out of storm for a second, but trying to ride the edges to survive here. Medmis being used, but no shield. But luckily for him, he has the clay special, the harpoon. If there's any loot, it could be his from a far away, but he has to find it, as well as his way to the front side of zone. But Wale and Source still holding on to the high ground. Dragon loses a lead along the way. Trey loses Dom. Everything coming to an end here as the final 12 teams remain.
Dragon trying to see what we can do here. So many solos clutching it out. Arkham, Batman Booga, Dragon. But Dragon now only with 20 HP. Willay and Source, they still have the high ground. Speaking about solos, Batman Booga getting himself boxed up, but he manages to escape. Will he be able to make use of these mad mists as he's running out of materials? 290 wood to work with here as Beast and Tautai are still up as a duo.
Yep, double armor wall from Booga to stay alive. Poppy Blast and Show still moving through, sticking hip to hip, but the resources looking thin. Now they're going to try to take the shots backside the zone. They say Siphon Mats, even though it's not a lot, is definitely going to be enough. Zook's trying to do it the same, losing Bacon early on, sitting in 7th place. He's going to get shot from below. The armored wall is going to be forced out, and that is the moment that he has to breathe.
Look at Batman Booga, west side there of the zone, using those medvits to stay up. But Puppy Blast here, gonna get knocked down, all up to Show now to hit the shot. But Tautai taking him down, putting Beast and Tautai in the first place spot. Dragon still up as a solo. Batman Booga still up as a solo. So many teams clutching it out here. 5 eliminations already for Batman Booga.
Oh, and that's going to get even more here, even if it's damage. He's just dwindling out and making the lobby even more thin, so he's going to get a little bit easier, and even looks like he's going to test for a little bit of the high ground as his own looking like it's pulling up the hill for just a short moment, where Wale and Source have little to worry about because they already hold on to the high ground for the last couple of zones. But it's going to come to an end with Batman Booga still on the offensive, putting the damage there, but his backside's into zone. Not a ton of the Medmis left. In fact, there's only one click of it. He ends up in a chaotic fight. He goes down, but you got to imagine as a solo, he picked more than enough points to make Wheels happy here as Beast and Tautai moving into first place. They have heals, they have Medmis, Convict and Slick Nick, they both go down. It's going to come down to a 2v2, Beast and Tautai versus Wale and Source, and it's Source towards the high ground, who lost Wale throughout the fray. 1v2 situation, and it's going to be Beast and Tautai who come out on top.
So much just happened. It almost looked like there was more solos than duos there for a moment, but finally at the end, Beast Tautai take that victory royale with a good amount of eliminations here. I mean, you can see how they played it out. Full low ground. Let the players battle it out above them on the high ground and finish it off with that player advantage. Now 1 versus 2. Great job.
Yep. You can see their consistency beginning to hold strong between Beast and Tautai. Not getting an elimination victory royale before, but this game coming through to fruition and pick up a ton of points. But like you said, almost looking like more solos throughout the course of the game, and it's Batman Booga. I wonder how many points he picked up as a solo because he was going wild.
Not only picking up points, but he had 3 med mists, Jacob. I mean, he was in zone longer than he was in, like, inside of it. I mean, I want to see what Kelly, Panda, and Clay have to say about that, because I'm not exactly sure what happened.
I mean, Batman Booga is what happened to drop down, grab 2 eliminations as a solo, and there they are right in front of you. 3 full med mists. I mean, Panda, that is going to set you up for success as a solo player.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. You see the way that he played Storm several times as a solo. That's what you have to do in those vital moments, right? You have to be a little bit more passive, but listen, despite that incredible solo performance, we got to talk about Beast and Tautai. Clay, this team, obviously veterans in the NA West space, they showed up and showed out to get that VR. And not only the VR, it looked like they took the top spot from Snacky and Favs.
They did. They were able to snag it away with these crucial eliminations that you see coming through here towards this late game, because they came into this with 0 eliminations, and then they took down the team that just won the last game right there. Beast fully goes ahead, trust Tautai to get those eliminations, to come back and to get back with them. And then look, this is them taking down Show and Blast. Jacob and Takata called it beautifully there. And just look at how much of materials they're getting, how much of a refresh. It's just looking so great. And then Source running out of materials, they gotta drop down into something. And unfortunately, that's the SMG spray of Tautai. 7 eliminations and the Victory Royale. That's how you take away first place right there.
Oh yeah, holding it from the low ground. And in fact, it kind of just seemed like they held it from all mid-ground, low-ground points right there. And that is indeed going to put them all the way up into first place, taking an 18-point lead over Favs and Snacky, who dropped down to second place. And you can see 20 elims. That's what they had after game number 2. So in game number 3, they were not able to grab any eliminations there. Elige and Dragon are going to be jumping up 2 spots into third place. Krypus and Thoric, jumping up into the top 5 and 4th place. And actually a team that we again need to give more credit to, Slick, Nick, and Convict jumping up into 5th place, Panda.
Yeah, they've definitely been consistent across the board as far as placement points go. They would actually be in 4th if it wasn't for Thoric and Krypus getting that VR. You see that tiebreaker in full effect there. And that's going to be super important too, Clay, because if we go into the end of this and it's still this close, that VR could be the deciding factor.
Yeah, and look, it's a tiebreaker in 3 different places, actually. That I wasn't there. Look, you've got 56, 9. That 1 is the first tiebreaker goes over to them. But again, it's still pretty close for that top 5. Again, that's what we're looking for after in these next set of games, right? 66 points all the way down in 10th place for Poppy Blast and Poppy Show. That's well within a victory royale of getting into the top 5. So at this point, there's nothing really secured. We see 1 and 2 starting to pull away from everyone overall, right? But even for them, as we just saw for Snacky and Favs, if you go down early, you can lose first place.
Oh yeah, I mean, and what we were talking about before, tiebreakers and how important they are. We saw 2 of the best European players, you guys may have heard them, Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage, actually tie for 50th place out of round 3, but because they didn't have a VR and the other team did, they didn't qualify into round 4. So tiebreakers are possible. This is just game number 3 that we wrapped up, which means that we're at the halfway point, so there's still so many chances and so much opportunity for things to shake up. But we were talking about Beast and Tautai. I want to talk about the team that they were going up against, the team that had height. We had Wale and Source up there holding height pretty confidently, but you know, a bit more of a passive height take that we usually see, Panda.
You're absolutely right. This was very similar to Batman Booga and Wheels in game number 1. They took high ground, they remained consistent with it, and they focused on trying to just survive here to the final moments and worry about the last team, despite they did get a few eliminations, obviously, earlier on. But then here's where the mistake was made. Wale was a little bit too comfortable in dropping down and ends up getting knocked by Batman Booga. In that moment, they lost every advantage they had in this lobby because, number 1, there's still a full duo down low. Number 2, you're the last player standing here in a duo taking a fight up top. Unfortunately, you're just not going to be able to win after taking some damage up there and then dropping into a full team. So it's a tough call for them to do, but listen, it's hard to really focus in and make every right play there in those final moments.
Clay, so when you are on height and you can see that there is a team that's just fragging down the low ground and you're holding height and you feel confident because you have the high ground, when do you know is the right time to drop down and try and take out that lower team?
Just depends on that zone. If it's going up like that, honestly, you wait until the very last moment. I wouldn't have dropped down at all. I would have stayed up there, just played that out, because again, at the end of the day, even if you don't get a lot of elims, if you get 3 victory royales, you're going to finals. You're getting top 5, right? So you got to play for those dubs.
I mean, just like what we saw from game number 1 with Batman, Booga, and Wheels grabbing the VR with just 2 eliminations. A VR is great regardless of how much you can frag out. But everyone, game number 4 for NA West FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 is underway. So let's head on over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Clay. Great breakdown from the desk as always. I mean, Jacob, 3 games down, heading into the 4th game shortly. I mean, we have seen so much action. What are you hyped about, Jacob?
Honestly, I'm just hyped to see which team actually qualifies and make it through to the finals at the end of this one all. Only the top 5 teams when it comes to that leaderboard are going to get that instant qualification, are going to kind of alleviate the pressure and not have to go through that grueling semifinals. 3 straight days, multiple chances to make it through, and every chance that you miss during that semifinals begins to put more and more doubt underneath your mind, and you can see what that does to players throughout the end of the day. But I think this one's going to be big. Can Favs and Snacky continue to play the game? Luckily for us, we don't have to find out. Game number 4 is right now.
Three games down. The halfway point has been reached. 3 more games to go till we close out the day. The battle bus is already being weighed down from carrying the players so many times, and now the players are just getting started here as they're seeing what they can do, seeing if they can make it in that cutoff range, that top 5 to get them a golden ticket to the finals here as Sedna is dropping into Chonkers Speedway. I mean, we've seen action here all day long, Jacob.
Yeah, and we've seen them kind of already switch up their drop spots in terms of which building they're actually going to land on a few times. We're going back to the original game plan, but that's not going to change it up because they both get dropped down at least half HP from, I believe, Nitrix and Caesar, who are first to land and first to grab a weapon and put out those shots.
Trying to see what they can pick up, right? When you're contested like this in such a short time before you're going to get into engagement, you really just have to loot as quickly as possible. You have to know your path. Where are you going to walk? Where are you going to pick up loot from the ground? Which chests are you going to go for and try and open? You have to have everything planned out to do it as quickly as possible, quicker than your opponents, and see if you can come out on top in the engagement. And that's exactly what Zyrez and Fikoi here are going to try and do, farming up some materials. They have the shield, have the weapons, but don't have the eliminations yet, Jacob.
Not just yet. And since Zone kind of pops there for that quick moment, and you see that it's close by, they also have all the time in the world to kind of figure out what they want to do. Do you mat up, get the metal, get the brick, later on try to go for that wood elsewhere? Or do you continue to try to stay here, move quick, get to that edge of zone, and try to hold them out? Still so many choices here, but Batman, Booga, and Wheels sitting in 7th place and one of the few teams with a victory royale underneath their belt. It's just finding that consistency has been hard for them, but with 3 games left to go, they still have more than enough to figure out what game plan is going to be that successful recipe.
You can see on the info, Batman, Booga, and Wheels, they won game 1, currently in the 7th place spot. Seeing what they can do here to close out the second half of the day, as we have Daniel here in his duo, taking some shots in the Sanctuary. But be careful because this drop spot does have a few teams close by. You can see Slick here in the back, trying to see if he can get an angle. Currently at 27 points, and CZR actually does get that angle as he takes down Aussie. Now looking for the second one, hits one shot, needs one more to connect though to get that last elimination. They do have the player advantage, and Slick cleans it up. Great job there, great synergy.
Yeah, perfect play by them too. They lost eyes of CZR. Slick continued with that striker burst to kind of distract the players and even land some damage of his own. And before they knew it, CZR was on their backside. They had no game plan to react, but Epic Well and Arkham this time around, they are going to be contested over towards Coney Crossroads, but that's not going to slow them down. This might be the change that they need, because where they sit at the leaderboard, they're going to have to pick up some eliminations with a great placement to end it all.
Ooh, Arkham has been taken down. Epic Whale now has to clutch it up here, but be careful. You can see there's a third party coming in. Even if Epic Whale gets this elimination, just like he did now, he's faced up against the duo, or 1 versus 2. Can he get out here as both players get into his box? But Epic Whale, we know him, 6x, looking to see what he can do. Chooses the launch pad, tries to disengage here. Be careful though, because if they hit their shots, they might just be able to take him out. 36 HP, manages to get out, but will they chase him? Will they use that launch pad? Try and hunt him down.
Does he even have enough wood to stoke the flame, get that HP back up? And I don't think it's so, as he's forced to use them out. I mean, I like the idea as well, but the builds are looking thin. Only 9 to use, and there's still a jump pad if I do believe Miles and co wants to try to chase him down, going towards that reboot van, and I do believe they're not going to let him out of their sight, or at least until the very last possible moment, as they're continuously looking down their sights to trying to find the last possible shot as they keep reigning supreme, and it does look like they're going to be on a chase.
They're going for it. The chase has begun here at Jacob, but if Epic Whale can get out quickly, and I think Miles and his duo partner have figured it out, it might just not be worth it to chase him down. Just those 3 extra points, I mean, they could be very beneficial, but does it outweigh the opportunity to loot the rest of Coney, to get those materials, get those extra shields, and set yourself up for the end game? Seems like they don't think so.
I don't think so indeed, but Evo and On One sitting in 13th place. That's not too far bad, because I do believe you could still have some sort of control of your destiny when it comes to figuring out how you want to play. Do you get aggressive? Do you not? Because down to start this game, 83 points. That's where Slicknick and Convict are at. So it's 23 points. Slicknick and Convict, a couple players and teams go down a little early. That sets yourself up. Have a great game, and then you're within reach. You're right on the cusp of that bubble for the final 2 games. But this is where game number 4 is so important. Games 3 and 4, I should say, because where you're at in the leaderboard for the final 2, you're going to have to get aggressive. And even though it might not be what a lot of teams want, it's only the top 5 who get that instant qualification to the finals.
Speaking about the leaderboard too, we have our number 1 team here, Beast and Tautai on the left side, but Epic Whales on the right side, and I think he might have just got into an engagement. I wonder if it's with the same duo that was at Coney Crossroads, but no, it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's a different one. The question is, though, Jacob, will Epic Whale be able to do the 1 versus 2 and come out on top, as he only has 22 wood to work with? It's a nice 111 striker pump shot, but it's not enough to get the elim, as React and his duo partner Remy taking out Epic Whale and Arkham here in the early game. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, because like I was just talking about, what happens here in game 3 and game 4, they're going to have a repeat performance of that day number 2 finals of last season. Day number 1 wasn't their best. They fell so far down on the leaderboard, but when day number 2 hit, they woke up refreshed. They came out with a vengeance and with a fire, but they were so far down the leaderboard, didn't matter how good they did, they were still short of getting that first place spot at the end of the day. So they're going to have to kind of think of where they're going to pick up the eliminations. Their spot is now contested. Do you switch it up? There's so many questions yet to be answered.
So many questions, so many to be answered, as Caesar here and Nitrex are in the Chonkers Speedway. And I'm wondering what happened in this early game engagement around here, as we do see a lot of builds. But Feetcoy, you can see him here, is still up with his duo partner, so they might have just not taken it. As we go back here to Prism and Back Kitty, who are doing an interesting play. I mean, normally you see the players crouched in a bush, but seems like he's crouched beside a tree and it's working.
Sometimes all you need is that sliver. Reminds me of the meme of a Shaq hiding behind that small, thin pole, hoping he doesn't see him. That Prism definitely has a little bit more cover to work with. Slicksy getting aggressive here. Him and Vibesy need a massive number of eliminations mixed in with a great placement in this game if they have any chance. So I do like the idea of trying to take this early skirmish, do what they can here, because they're going to get the series points regardless, and it is obviously working out. Prism's going to be stuck by himself as a solo. Shots from far away. Are they even in this fray? And it doesn't look like they're going to be, as they're also putting shots onto Vibesy, preventing him from getting that revive off for now.
Vibesy, though, making a great use of that reinforced armored wall to try and pick up his partner here, but no. Just as he uses one, he has to use another, as they start taking shots from below, and now he hears the builds as Prism starts running up, but looks like he might get taken out here as he's hit him for 80 white, and he does get eliminated to fall damage, but Vibesy, I don't know how he's gonna make it out.
They have 3 med kits. I think they can do it. 3 med kits, med mist. I mean, it may not necessarily be easy, but they have 2 jump pads as well. Storm Surge, if they can just make it there without getting shot through the sky, I do believe they're going to kind of set themselves up. They already have damage for the Storm Surge, but not be salty. It almost even look like they too are trying to switch up their drop, or at least get a little bit more aggressive here in this next game, because they too not sitting at the best spot when it comes to that leaderboard.
Notch here and Salty, seeing what they can do. Kind of turned into farmers mid FNCS here as they're eating up their vegetables, staying healthy, staying clean here. Salty kind of looking around. Beast and Tao Tai, seeing if they can get a tag. 122 points. They don't want to do anything risky. Just want to maintain their spot here on the leaderboard. They can close it out, but they've got to play well. They've got to play consistent, Jacob.
Consistent, and something honestly they've been doing better than every other duo on the day. Winning last game, getting in the top the game before. Most of their points are off placements alone with a big victory royale. Averaging 5 elims per game as well. 15 points off elim per game. That's impressive. 4.67 actual place or average placement per game. Also impressive. And this is what we keep saying, man. These finals lobbies are different, a different style of play. And I think these guys have it down packed. And they could be one of the favorites to really boost themselves even further up the leaderboard after this game.
Fast and Snacky, second place spot. They're feeling good. Kenzo, though, looking like he's getting an engagement against G's here. And Slays falling down the hill here, finally getting knocked out, getting eliminated as School and Kenzo want to pick up that loot. But be careful, there's a lot of duos here on the ridges, on the hills, on the buildings, taking some shots from afar. We know they want to get that Storm Surge damage. As we go back here to Nitrex, though, and his duo partner who got right into that engagement. Managed to take down one, looking to make it 2 here as they do it. 2 more eliminations now. 6 more points for this duo.
Barely living there. Almost gets taken down. You see how this one started. It was Mantle Made that just went down first. He jumped into the wrong box, and from there, the rest is history. Made short work. Batman Booga and Wheels, though, winning game number 1 on the day. Looking to find a little bit more consistency when it comes to where they finish. Because when it comes to their early games, they always set themselves up in this exact spot. They want the scanner. They get the early surge. They're usually 500 to even 1,000 above the threshold before the first surge even pops. It's about making it there towards the mid to late game together as a duo, which is going to be the key looking at them here in this game number 4.
That's exactly what they want to do, right? Jacob, Batman Booga Wheels here, 629 above as we have Convict 2 and Slick Nick. On the contrary, 18 below. But we saw Snacky and Favs play. You know, when you're just 18, 20 below, it's just a couple shots. You don't want to get nervous. You don't want to over peak, right? You want to just play it slow. Look to see if you can connect those shots, and that's exactly what they just did. Nice 27 tag. Gonna put them above by 9.
Not too much to worry about. But that's why the key that we keep talking about, Snack and Favs showed it. You're saying it again. Calm, cool, collected. 2 is really nothing. You catch somebody slipping on top of a blimp, on top of a box, going after a different player. I do believe when it hits like 50, that's when you should start to get a little concerned, start to be more proactive, looking for the shots. But when you have the striker burst, shooting at the burst fire, you're going to hit a pair of shots once you land it. So 33 below, still nothing to worry about. Salty and Knock on the other side. They're sitting above the threshold, but still staying proactive. That's going to be the key for a lot of these teams. If they land at a POI that isn't contested, there's not a lot of players around them, and that's something that we were talking about during Qualifier 1. Looking at that drop mat, a lot of the southern portion was very, very light. It might be different here in Qualifier 2, though.
Might be different. I'll have to find out here as Convict still looking for that tag now as he's 33 below. Playing it safe, though, playing it cool. But the storm has closed. Third zone appears. And now the Storm Surge might be getting messy here, as you can see on the screen. Storm Surge active. But right as that is said, Convict goes above. Source, though, still below. With Wale, they need to do damage.
And with Storm Surge being active, like you said, this is where teams, you can kind of pick and choose. Hey, don't look in that direction. They're taking Surge. Don't give them the damage that they need as Source continuously getting chopped down, forcing out the minis, not wanting to use the big pots just yet. Save those for later on in the game. On the other side, Convict and Slick Nicks also going through the same thing. If any one of these teams are choosing to out-heal it, it's only 4 players that do need to go down. But we've also seen what happens at the end of the day. You try to out-heal it, you're left with no shields, no HP for when the game really gets tough.
Talking about getting tough here, Convict making the choice to get right into an engagement there, turn it into a box fight, looking to see if they can not only get the damage, but also maybe an elimination alongside it as they start getting third-party. Those shots coming in from afar. Convict now 61 above with Slick Nick. They're feeling a bit safer, but at the same time, maybe they want to still get that elimination. They know that this duo here was just an engagement. What they don't know is how healthy they are after that engagement. Is it worth it to take it, or should I just play slow and safe? As we go back to Wale here in Source, who are still below, actually gone through all of Source's shields here. Looks like Wale is using the last of his chug splashes as well. They've really got to do damage soon.
Almost like yesterday, the damage needs to come out because even more splashes are being wasted. And like I said, you know as well as I do, you're one of the best competitors on the West region yourself. You see that Storm Surge just ticking away time and time again. You're seeing players fail to actually go down. That's something you don't want to peek at, because 2 more ticks, out goes Source, a third, out goes Wale, and it's all because of Storm Surge. They didn't plan ahead, or at least large enough, and that's so concerning after such a fantastic last game, coming in second place. A whole polar opposite in this one.
I mean, just like you're saying, Jacob, Storm Surge isn't something you want to have to fix in the moment. It's something you want to plan ahead for, so you're ready when it gets activated. And that's what these duos have to work on, right? That's what they have to practice, especially when you're in a round 4. I mean, you're competing against the best of the best in the region. All these players are practicing getting more damage, staying on top of the Storm Surge. But if everybody's doing it, you have to do something that sets you apart. And we can see the Legion Dragon are doing exactly that, as they're in 3rd place right now. 97 points, have enough damage with that elimination, and even a pretty good zone spot here, as they have a lot of vision on the other duos.
Avs and Snacky, 2nd place, going down early in that last game, but after a massive history-setting game number 1 for Snacky, 14 elims by himself, 16 as a team. They gave themselves more than enough cushion, which is why they're still sitting in 2nd place. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. This is the same problem they were running into in qualifier number 1. They won game number 1, but slowly fizzled off. So they're going to have to find a way to kind of remain with that fire underneath their behind so they can stay proactive in a lot of these situations. And for champions with their mindset, it's about making it towards that end game where a lot of those eliminations would naturally present itself throughout the course of it all.
Take a look at this replay though from Convict and Slick Nick. Looks like they were able to pick up some nice tags there, even a knockdown, getting them some extra points. So good job there, playing a bit more aggressive and securing that damage done. But now you can see at the bottom right of the screen on the minimap, they do have to make a rotate here. They're not inside the zone. His 4th zone is going to start closing here in just 20 seconds. Let's see what they decide to do here. They did hear a launch pad close by, and maybe they're going to recycle it. Maybe they're going to rotate down on the ground.
Yeah, because you know the risks that come with recycling a launch pad. Everybody begins to hear it's there. And if they want to go ahead and let you go, you know you're going to be a sitting duck or a flying one at that, even though ducks can't necessarily fly through the sky. You're going to come down eventually with a lot of damage put on you. And if you don't have the resources because you chose to try to out-heal that Storm Surge, it's definitely not going to be what you want. But Wheels, Batman, Booga sitting strong, 333 above, plenty of heals to go around. Kinzo and School, 95 below, but they too have plenty of heals to go around. But it does look like they're going to be proactive. Look for the damage. They know what happens when you try to out-heal it. It's not something they want to do unless there's no other choice.
Snacky and Favs too. That's a duo that's not going to want to out-heal it, as they're looking for some damage here, looking actually for an engagement, possibly even a box fight here. See if they can get a nice striker pump shot onto the opponents here. It's always going to be super beneficial for the Storm Surge, but we have just so many duos, so many players trying to get the damage at the same time that it gets risky. It gets scary. You don't want to get third-partied here. You don't want to get eliminated. All you want is that damage.
Somebody gets eliminated. Remy's going to go down. See Moose, Nigel, they go down as well. No eliminations being picked up just yet. Unless your name is Fabs and you're living on a player, 1 HP and a dream. He loses his teammate, Snacky, gonna have to do it by himself. And the most he can get is 25 shields off of the lone mini that he has, but that's not gonna matter. Back to the lobby you go, and they're still following in the same trend as last qualifier. If you don't learn from history, it's doomed to repeat itself.
Convict and Slick Nick, they were looking so good after getting that elimination, but now they're back below. You can't be safe here when Storm Surge is active. You have to be constantly looking for damage, constantly looking for tags, and now Convict forced to use these chug splashes to stay alive, to keep his feet on the ground here as he's still 138 below. What are they going to choose to do? Out heal it or go for some damage?
You see them spreading out the big pots. They too are learning that hard lesson of how difficult it can be to try to out-heal the Surge, but for them, it's a much different situation. They got max pull when it comes to that zone, so they're forced to use the launch pad as well, while simultaneously taking the Surge. They need to hurry up, get a spot ahead of zone, and begin to put down that fire, because they can no longer out-heal it. It's now or never for them. They land close to a team. This is your chance to get aggressive. It's Delta, it's Baka. They have been the chosen ones, but Storm Surge still playing a role. Convict and Slick Nick, timing is not on their side, but they did just enough damage, and the fact that a player went down, they're gonna survive, but with only HP to their name, no heals or resources of that sort, it's definitely gonna be a doozy.
Wow, talk about timing, Jacob. Just one tick away from getting eliminated, and then it reaches 50 players, which means Storm Surge no longer active, keeping them up. So now we'll have to see if they can make that comeback, but looking at a team that doesn't have to make a comeback currently in the first place. Spot, Beast, and Tautai just want to keep those points getting racked up consistently. Great positioning here as well on a high elevated location. Gonna make it easy for them to recycle a launch pad if they want, or maybe even just stay on that high ground if they pull this first moving zone. The 6th zone is a Leech and Dragon do have 3 eliminations already starting it.
Yeah, they did get that front side pull, so they can choose to rotate early, stay ahead of zone. They have the splashes, they have the mid-mass, even a launch pad, so they can even try to stagger out, but back to the scene of the crime. Slick Nick and Convict. We knew they have a tough road ahead, and I'm glad we're jumping on board to see how they're going to get it done. Last season, they were one of the few teams throughout the qualifiers to do it in just 3 games. They didn't even play all the ones necessary, but yeah, Oof is right. 355 below, I am worried.
I am just as worried as you, Jacob, as now they're just 2 ticks away to getting eliminated. Make that 1 tick as Convict goes down. Slick Nick gonna follow him shortly after here, unless he's able to tarp it out. But now with just 20 wood to work with, gonna get taken out here. You can see the zone's moving, the players are rotating. Kenzo and School here are gonna try and make something happen.
They got plenty of heals to go ahead and make this one come to fruition, but it looks like they're not wanting to let it go to any heal possibility, but they don't know. That's Beast and Tautai, first place team right in front of them. They're going to try to rotate towards the side. I do believe a player just kind of got dropped right in front of him. He's going to use those flashes, try to recycle, but he knows he cannot overstay inside of zone or else it'll be too late. Beast and Tautai doing a good job, forcing a Legion Dragon down, saying the high ground is mine. You better not come into my town.
Not coming to my town, not coming to my high ground. Just Tautai and Beast have it. Poppy Blast as well on the feed, getting elimination here, but be careful. 64 builds to work with. They want to get ahead of zone here. If another duo is ahead and looks back, could be dangerous. But Kenzo and School, they're still up and running. Only 42 HP to work with, though. Has to pop some minis here.
School making his way through, leading the way for Kenzo. Looking like he's going through it all with just half HP here, trying to reunite, but the separation is there. School now chooses from side, back-to-back armored walls, going to be forced out just in the nick of time. Caleb's there. There's a med kit. Depending on if he has a med mist, he has more than enough to heal himself up, but it's the timing that he lacks that he needs to find along with School. They get separated yet again, but he's going to drop down a layer to try to stay away from that congestion, but a player's going to drop into his box, try to take him out, forcing him down yet again. One more space low, but Beast and Tautai not going through all that chaos because they're sitting pretty at the top.
A Leech and Dragon still up. Wheels and Batman Booga still in the mid ground, and Beast and Tautai on the high ground. So many powerful duos still up and running, powering through these solos on the low ground as Kenzo gets knocked down, leaving it up to School now, playing as a solo. Beast and Tautai, though, still raining down from above, getting that damage, but Jacob School, let's see what he can do.
He's going to stagger himself back, use one of those med kits. Kenzo's definitely going to go down, but with all the loot there, he can definitely plan a route around it to try to pick it up before he continues to move forward. And just like Beast has his eyes set on a player backside of zone, School is going to be there to pick up the loot that I was talking about. Was it worth it? I don't know, because he doesn't get the necessary big pots, but I don't know if the timing's going to be there regardless for him to pop him, as once again, he's going to stagger himself with the med kits, but it's not the timing. He was just a second short for making that one a possibility.
Wheels now still up and running with Batman Booga. 105 points in the 4th place spot here. Only 9 duos remaining. They're looking to make something happen here as they're playing aggressive. It's against Dragon and Unleashed, but School still clutching it up as a solo. Ultimate low here in the water. I wonder if the opponents know, and yes, they do. Unleashed gonna be taking him down, but goes down just rhythm as Batman Booga now barely making it out of Storm. 10 HP to work with, trying to pick up any elimination possible.
Yeah, after a solo performance last game, this time around, he does have Wheels. They burst into the top 3, but Wheels drop. So does Batman Booga. Back to the lobby they go, but they did just enough to climb, or at least a couple of places up the leaderboard even more. Digital, Zuko, some of the best players to welcome me to the community. My last season here on the stage, they have a chance here to get into the top 5 with a big victory royale. They pick up Squishy, 3 more points on the board. The final 4 teams remain.
Taotai and Beast, though, they get dropped down. It's Notch, it's Salty with the flank inside of the Storm, knocking them down, taking Taotai out. Now it's all up to Beast, playing as a solo. Will he be able to get that high ground back as Notch is still up on the low ground? Yumi still up as a solo. That's 3 duos, 3 players. It's turned into solo FNCS, Jacob.
Yeah, y'all thought you were duos, but you were wrong. It's solos, and there goes Yumi picking up another one onto Notch. Yumi trying to stay ahead on the low ground, but he gets chunked out. The pressure is on for Beast. He's trying to go back to back, and this is the chance, but chunked out from the Storm. No HP is there, but that's not going to stop him. Beast steps up big, takes him out, and goes back to back in game number 4.
Game 4 victory royale. I mean, Beast and Taotai, they didn't have enough with 1 victory royale. They didn't even have enough with 2. They wanted the back-to-back victory royale, and Beast just made it happen here, getting that last elimination and securing the victory royale with 2 eliminations.
You know what, Takata? You know what? I'm going to take all the credit in the world for that one. You know why? Because I didn't pick them. It's because I didn't pick them at all. I might be looking for them in finals if they make it there, so you guys better be worried. But all jokes aside, congratulations to them because they go back to back. The game prior, they did get a top placement as well while picking up eliminations. They're looking like the team to beat in this qualifier.
4 games down now. We'll have 2 more to go, but I'm curious to see what that leaderboard's looking like. So let's throw it to the desk. Kelly, Panda, and Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob, and I am super excited to look at our leaderboard as well because so many top teams went down early. Well, so many except for one, our number 1 team, Beast and Taotai, grabbing back-to-back VRs, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, look, impressive, right? They already solidified a really solid spot in first place there. I believe a 20-point lead over Snacky and Fabs going into this. Now just reaffirming that lead, especially considering 2nd and 3rd place. So Snacky and Fabs, as well as Thoric and Co., all went down early that game, meaning that they got minimal points here. So it was all up to Beast and Taotai to make some things happen. The impressive part here, though, is you see these final moments unfold, and Beast, as a solo player, clutched it up, Clay.
Yeah, and this aggression came through at the right time. And I just want to say shout out to Taotai. We were talking about him earlier, about how we always talk about Wheels, we talk about Kayla, but we never really get to show that spotlight on Taotai. Again, they were a trio not too long ago, so it's really great to see them performing because it's kind of just rounding out that coverage.
I also want to give another shout out to Yumi and Squishy. We've talked about them in previous seasons, so to see them do well in this game felt really good. So congratulations on that 2nd place right there. And I do want to talk a little bit about, of course, the leaderboard, everyone. Beast and Taotai, 2 VRs, 160 points is going to solidify their spot in 1st place. But jumping up into 2nd, it's Elige and Dragon. Jumping up into 3rd, it is Batman, Booga, and Wheels. And we got to see some great plays from Batman, Booga, and Wheels as well. I'm not exactly certain where they dropped off in that game, but what I do want to talk about dropping off, Fabs and Snacky down 2 placements, Panda.
Yeah, down 2 placements, but look, Batman, Booga, and Wheels, this is not a team to look past, right? They have done exceptionally well leading up to this moment. And for us, right, we've talked about them a lot last season, and they always lived up to the conversation that we had about them. And this season, we haven't talked about them as much, I would say, but they're still living up to that hype. They know that they have a lot to prove, and they're proving it here in Qualifier 2.
Yeah, and look, moving back over the leaderboard, 5th place jump up there, right? That's a pretty big swing coming out of 8th place, moving there. But look at 9th. Zuko and Digital, Jacob gave a little shout out to them during the cast. 17 places increased from them from that game. That's what you want coming into the last couple games, right, Kelly?
Oh yeah, no, Zuko and Digital did a great job. Zuko, I think, had 7 eliminations and then grabbed an incredible siphon to keep his team going, which is why we now see them in our top 10 leaderboard right now. But now taking a quick look at 11th through 20th place. Now, Panda, there are still 2 more games to go. Do any of these teams have a chance of breaking into our top 5?
I would say 11th through 13th have a lot of potential. 81 points is not too far off. However, one big absence from even the top 20, right, that we have to discuss is Arkerman Epic Whale. Again, going down relatively early that game. So they're just not quite getting the footing like they did in Qualifier 1. Because remember, they didn't do well game 1, but in Qualifier 1, they came back pretty heavily. Regardless, though, now there's their name, 28th spot. And actually, after that match, they dropped 3 spots.
Yeah, and you talked about them, Kelly. Yumi and Squishy, look, up 22 placements there into 2nd place. So they were sitting in 44th. Look at that, cutting it in half. And hey, if it's trending upwards, they got a couple more games. That'll put them in the top 5 if they keep playing that well.
Well, regardless of making into the top 5, all of these teams are going to try and do the best that they possibly can because of those series points. So besides the 5 teams that automatically make their way into the finals, all the rest of the teams are going to be collecting these series points over the qualifiers. So this is qualifier 2. We have one more qualifier, and the best teams there are going to be able to make it into the semifinals, where they have one more shot, those 35 teams remaining, to make it into the finals. So even if today doesn't work out, even if next week doesn't work out, there is still plenty of opportunity for these teams to punch their ticket into the finals. And that's where you want to be, because of course, that's where the prize pool is. But everyone, we don't even know which teams are even going to make it into the finals until we wrap up these 2 games. So game number 5 for the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 is about to start, everyone. But before we can get into it, we got to go back to Jacob and Takata.
Thank you so much for that fantastic breakdown, and honestly, laying it all on the line after 4 games. Enough playing around where everything, depending on where you're at on the leaderboard, is really going to come down to these final 2 games. If you play aggressive when you have to, turtle when you need to, and go big like nobody else knows you can.
I mean, this is where you have to make it happen, right? Last 2 games of the day, you've had 4 games to figure out who's rotating close to you, who's dropping close to you, what your strategy should be for Storm Surge, what's worked and what hasn't, right? So now you just have to adapt and overcome those problems and just come out on top, right? So these last 2 games are very important, and I'm excited to see which duos can make the most out of them.
Yeah, like you said, it's just so important here, and there's going to come a wild finish towards the end, because you heard Panda kind of 11th place upward has a shot of taking that top 5 placings at the end of the day. You just need to round out your game, because it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And game number 5 is about to start right now.
Game 5 out of 6 here. 2 more chances to get one of those golden tickets straight to the finals. A reminder, the top 5 duos today after the 6th match will be heading straight to the finals. But if you don't get in that top 5 spot, you'll still be accumulating some of those nice, sweet series points. So you've never got to give up here. You've got to give it your all until that last match. Get as many points as you can. And that's exactly what Fikoi here and Zayrez are going to try and do as he lands straight on a thermal assault rifle.
Has seemed to be the go-to spot for Fikoi and his duo. At least land on top of the mountain, get the weapon first, and then fighting. But right now, Deacon's team's landing here, needing big games, followed by big eliminations. This could be an opportunity for them to really assert themselves and start to plan for the future.
Physics here, trying to loot up as quickly as possible. I mean, we've seen that Chonkers Speed Ray engagement so much today. I'm sure they're used to it by now, but an engagement that we haven't seen is the one right here close to the Daily Bugle with Dom and Trey. Trying to see if they can pick up a quick elimination, and they will do just that as Kitty has been knocked down now. Gives them that player advantage. It's a 1 versus 2, but where is that last duo partner? There is Prism. Does have a bit of a high ground here, but Trey, he is not scared at all. Going straight into the action, Jacob. Gonna look to take him out here. Gets the SMG shots, lands them all. And there it is, 6 points more starting off this game.
See, Trey gets it. Trey gets it for sure, at least it's seemingly so, getting aggressive, going for the early game skirmish because he knows those 6 points are going to go a long way, along with the actual damage that they're getting for Storm Surge. I like the way he kind of mixed in that tactical sprint as well to close the gap, even when he knew his builds were getting shot down. And this is one person as well, along with Digital, welcoming with open arms. And last time I got a chance to cast this guy and qualify, we didn't see much of him, but you can see that he's as deadly as the next one.
You can even see the reaction here. Feeling happy. Nice little smile there. Saying, you know, we started off with 2 elims. We don't have to worry about Storm Surge now. We can just loot, farm up, rotate. We can do everything we need to make it to this end game. And that's what Batman, Booga, and Wheels are going to try and do as well here, as they're currently in the top 3.
That's what I say. Week after week, game after game, they have their blueprint down. They land the early initial fights. They get aggressive if they like what they see. If not, they just go ahead and box up over towards the scanner. They get themselves a good spot. They're farming up, and then they're going to go for those surge tags along the way, which is absolutely necessary for their game plan, because that means they can go from rotation to rotation, POI to POI, without having to fight any fights unless they're confident and they're smart enough to know it's one that's an advantageous fight for them. But until then, it's just going to be about collecting. It's about looting, getting the resources, something slow to start them off.
Wheels and Batman Booga making sure to farm up every little bit of their POI, make sure they can get all the metal, brick, and wood possible, especially that metal, because it's a little difficult to get once you've already rotated out of your POI and you're in the woods. Tao and Beast, though, they're quick with it. They're feeling good. They've got their loot. They've got the materials, and it looks like they're ready to head out, ready to head to the zone. As we can see, Trey got into another engagement here. Was feeling good off the start, but now looks like he's put himself into a dangerous situation as his duo partner has gone down now. Looks like he's in a 1 versus 2.
Yep. Build's looking light. Has enough time to pop 2 minis, but that's not enough. Shield and HP to write home about, but in a blink of an eye, that one has definitely changed. If only he can get that Scythe and make it that much easier, but B-Dog immediately taking that high ground, taking him down, sending him back to the lobby, and that puts Trey's pressure for a big and final game number 6 as he has any hope to get into that top 5.
Can never be comfortable. Always got to be ready for what can come next. And Snacky and Favs are ready for exactly that, as they have a team here battling them in their drop spot of Tilted Towers. Let's see what they can do here. Is it looking for some angles, looking for some wall replace, some piece control coming from Snacky, but it looks like they're playing a little slow here. Waiting to see if they can get a tag, get a big shot off, have that damage advantage before going directly into the box.
Oh, Snacky getting shot on the side once more. Forced to back up, separated from Favs just a little bit, but Favs always finds his way back. That was something that was a huge tool for their success in game number 1, but sitting in 4th place, they fizzled out, not having the best game number 4 and game number 3 to their name. They're going to have a big number of points here in game number 5. Not the biggest of them all, because they're still sitting pretty in a top 5 spot.
Right now, kind of lengthening this engagement, though. Hasn't really made much progress if both teams are just trading shots, losing shield, healing back up, losing shield, recuperating it. But who will be able to get that first big pick, that knockdown that puts you into an advantageous position? And if you take too long, I mean, there could be that third party, but Snacky wants to make that first move, going right into the box of his opponent, knocks him down now, has the advantage, 1 versus 2, takes more shots, gets cracked, but he does have Favs to help him out, to clean it up. Will they be able to do it here? Playing it slow, trying to find the angle, trying to get that last shot off, but be careful. The 1 versus 2 is already possible, but no.
Yes, Snacky was already there in his box, waiting on one side, and that is actually kind of there's a heartbreaking moment, because Clay was just talking about how many spots up the leaderboard. They worked so hard to jump up, but Favs and Snacky ending their run and building their own confidence for this game number 5, building that surge up, because it was last game where that was one of the biggest things that they struggled with, getting that surge that forced them to go box to box, fight to try to get it, which was ultimately the reason for their demise.
Taking a look at Thoric, though. and Crypass here. One of these duos, they're able to take home a match. Currently in the 5th place spot, right on that cutoff, the borderline of making your way to the finals. Seem to be getting to an engagement in a duo here that kind of has, I don't know if they like fishing or why they're out here in the ocean. Maybe want to make a rotate, but trying to see if they can get some tags onto them, get some damage done. But the position they're in right now is very dangerous. Seeing that Beast and Taotai are also close by on the hill, taking shots from afar.
Setting themselves up, even if they don't actually get these eliminations, the zones towards their backside. So the team in the water, which is Vibesy and Slixy, is going to have to think about which way they want to go. And on their left side, it gets even worse. Crypus and the Thoric sitting in the top 5 have that one locked down. So honestly, I'm going to need to see a miracle if they're going to get out of this one alive. And it's going to be a hard-fought one to boot because Thoric and Crypus sitting in the top 5. They're not going to get content. In fact, they're going to get a little bit more proactive, chasing after Slixy, who's so far out in the ocean.
I don't know if this is worth it though, right? Because you got to be careful. The zone's already closing. 1 minute and the zone's going to be closed. Second one appears and they're not currently in it. So taking this engagement is a risky one. Is it worth those 3 to 6 points is the question. Do they want to risk it all for that? They're in the 5th place spot. Getting eliminated here could be tragic to them. But it looks like they want to do it. Taking shots, but no. I think they did realize a little risky now. Zone's closing. Gonna disengage and maybe hold them while they're in the zone here because they know they're gonna have to rotate in sometime, right? So maybe just wait it out.
Sitting in the top 5. That's gonna be the biggest thing there. That top 5 bubble, we've seen it get so intense week after week, season after season. It's just gonna be something that really plays into the back of a lot of players' minds. CZR and Slick, this fight over here, they're no strangers to this one. Sitting in 23rd place, already 2 eliminations to their name. They know the situation that they're in. They need a good amount of elimination mixed with a high placement game if they want a shot to shoot themselves up to the leaderboard. And even if they don't, it's about building that confidence for qualifier 3.
CZR here, trying to find an angle, trying to connect a shot, but speaking about connecting shots, that's exactly what the opponent does here. As Slick is trying to find something. Has that epic striker pump shotgun. Can do a lot of damage here if he hits the right shot, but it seems that a third party's coming in, Jacob, but it's not the regular third party. Seems like they're shooting some shots from a boat here.
Yes, Poyo and Zio. They were doing so good in qualifier 1 as solo players, picking a massive amount of points. Polo getting in multiple top 3s, and now they're just going for the surge, making a team's life that much harder because even if they don't actually get the eliminations for themselves, if that team goes down, they're just one step closer, one more placement where they can taste that victory royale at the end of the day. And that's why you see they also have the rotation for the boat. As soon as this one finishes, they can quickly get towards that zone.
CZR now popping up a big pot here, wants to recuperate that shield. He's lost from this engagement, but it's making it very difficult with these shots being taken from the boat here. It's like rockets hitting their builds. They got to be careful as they choose to change their position here. Maybe that isn't the best engagement to take as the third party is just so close, so risky. As now Slick and CZR have got a nice position here, kind of from afar. And maybe they might be the ones that end up being the third party as Boyo. Looks like he wants to get close to the duo there, but they might just end up rotating.
Yeah, especially since there's so much water around, you got to make that rotation quick. You don't want to get stuck, just like Vibesy and Slixies are. As Kinzo and School immediately get that down, you know they're going to go and run in and chase up for that elimination, gobble up the point that they need. Caleb, which is Kinzo's former teammate, and honestly, that curse was kind of playing real. That's when I really noticed it was a curse because I picked them, right? I was so confident. I was kind of looking at the leaderboards, watching the replays. Oh man, these guys got it in the bag. They failed to qualify. Next week, I'm like, let's switch it up. They qualify. So that's when the curse started. If you guys are wondering what Panda, Clay, Kelly, Takata are actually talking about. As soon as I pick a team, they don't have the best performance. As soon as I stray away from picking that team, they're straight into the finals.
I mean, it might just prove it. If you don't pick Arkham and Epic Whale week 3 and they end up making it, I mean, you never know, right? They could make it now if they have a huge game, but they're going to have to go for those eliminations just like Snacky and Favs did in that game 1. Breaking records, right? That's what you want to do to make that qual in your last match. It's Favs and Snacky, though, speaking about them right now, seems like they're on top of a duo here. And in the 3rd place spot, I don't know if they want to play too risky, but we know how confident they are mechanically going for those elims, so might just do it.
Especially since you know how they like to play. They get aggressive. They like to drop players down into their box. This time around, it would have to be the opposite. They'd have to drop down into another team's box. As he Notch and Salty picking up and taking out Delta and Baka, sending them back to the lobby. 6 more points for them. That's a Vic Draft and Jovi. Joey sitting below Favs and Snacky. It makes me even wonder, do you know a team that dangerous is just sitting 2 boxes ahead of you?
Feel like, you know, when you see that pickaxe of champions,
you want to be able to feel safe. That way you don't feel pressured to make those ill-advised moves a little bit too early, which Beast and Tao Tai sitting in first place. They know that, honestly, especially with the couple of shots that they got in the early game, they're not pressured to get surged. 63 players down. It's not going to be a factor yet. So they still have that cushion of not really having to force their hand at anything. But a team that might have to force a couple plays here and there. This is game number 5, so they don't have to go all in just now. Is Bolts and Cruyor. They've been doing such a good job. Bolts has been a performance to kind of believe in throughout these qualifier processes, except for when it comes to the finals lobby. But Fabs loses his teammate, immediately gets one onto Joni. 1v1 in the box, the pressure is on, the shots are in. Fabs trying to escape, but that's not his floor to reset, so he's gonna have to leave. Pressure out another box, but now the lobby notices what's going down. They're making him a target, trying to take him out, because that's a top team. You take him out early for the 3rd consecutive game, that could be what causes him to fall out of the bubble.
I mean, you could see on the minimap, there's so many duos that changed their direction. Looking at Favs here, but we know Favs, he's very confident in these engagements here as he cracks his opponent, has the HP advantage now. Might just pop some minis as Vic Draft here has started using splashes, and he knows he's going to be close to 200 effective HP here shortly, so Favs has to make that decision. Does he close out this engagement, or does he grab Snacky's card and go for the reboot?
Go for a reboot this stage of the game is definitely going to be, honestly, a sight that I would actually love to see, but it's going to be one that is just so hard to make possible. Both of these players, Favs and Vic Draft, losing a teammate. But for Favs, I think that's going to affect him just a little bit more, sitting at 117 points at this moment. Within reach from a lot of these other teams that Panda was talking about. The top 11, maybe even 12, still have a chance to get into the top 5.
Favs here looking like he still wants this elimination. Trying to find if he can just get an opening, play a bit more aggressive, get closer here as he's looking for a wall replace, but Vic Draft here doesn't want to let anything happen. He's aware, he knows that Favs is hungry, and he doesn't want to get taken out here. Favs, though, he's still looking. He's still trying to get that wall, get that engagement, but this is the 5th game, Jacob. I mean, this is where the nerves are high.
Going in, getting the extra resources and mats. A shield cake, not 1, but 2 of those. Better for use later on in the game, especially if he's going to do this one as a solo. If it falls below the damage threshold, that shield cake is going to be a huge resource. He's going to be able to peek in and out of cover, sacrifice damage on his own to be able to put out the shots. But that's just a big if, because right now he's box to box with another solo player as Arkham and Epicwell trying to put the damage onto Krypus and his teammate. They too are struggling to find a massive amount of success in this game. But honestly, I was looking at the points, I was looking at the leaderboard. If they could somehow have and replicate the game that Snacky and Fabs had in game number 1, they will be in contention. And they have 5 eliminations out of the 16 that they got.
I mean, that's what I was about to bring up. You know, I'm seeing them with 5 elims already. 3rd zone reminds me of what we saw from Snacky in that game 1 with Favs. So we saw it happen not too long ago. It could happen again 2 times at the same day. I mean, that's something that can only happen in Fortnite. So let's see here if Kenzo and School can make something happen as well, as they do have 2 eliminations, 110 points. They're feeling good right on that cutoff, right on that borderline, but you're never safe. You always have to keep playing for those points, playing for that consistency, as Beast and Tao Tai are doing exactly that.
Putting themselves in cone. Honestly, Beast was like, hold up. I gotta do something real quick. Puts him in a box, trusting Tao Tai. That's trust, though. Sitting in first place, saying, hold on, I gotta go drink of water. My mom's calling me, I gotta go do something real quick. I gotta throw out the trash before it's too late. Tao Tai's like, all right, I got you. Don't worry. You can trust me. I'm a doctor.
And you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. That's exactly what Wheels and Batman Booga is happening to them here. They gotta stay alive as they're getting focused from multiple duos here. Trying to just keep themselves safe, keep themselves inside their builds here as they start farming up. I don't know what it is, to be honest. Looks like a piece of metal here. Make sure they're up on their materials, up on their metal. Such an important object to have here in the late game, as we have Wale also close by to them, and Favs and Victraps just have not finished this engagement yet, Jacob.
Yeah, it's just going to be a hard one for Favs, especially now that they're like the only 2 solo players on that side. Not too far of a max pull, but they're definitely going to have to use some resources if they want to find themselves closer towards the zone. But Favs, with the audio cue, hearing everything around him below the damage threshold, still going to have to find his way in, but actually sitting 500 above, so that's not going to be a worry for him. It's the only worry of getting in towards zone, but takes a big tag. His HP is now dwindling because of the storm. Multiple teams trying to take him out. A huge siphon, which is absolutely necessary. The Chug Splash is dropping the shield keg, but that's not going to matter because so many players take Favs out, and honestly, I think he caused a couple of more players to kind of turn his way as soon as he got that elimination. Oh, Favs got an elimination. Let's take him out. Let's not make him go even higher up the leaderboard.
Such a great attempt there from Favs. Secured the elim, but right when all the duos realized that he was there, he was in the zone, and they started applying that pressure. It was very difficult to get out of that situation, but a duo I've been loving today. Dragon and a Leech here. 138 points in the second place spot under Beast and Taotai. I mean, they've been playing so well and consistent that you can even see they don't have eliminations, but they keep getting that damage done, keeping that consistency. And they even just pulled 5th zone, the half and half one. I mean, it's looking good so far.
Looking good indeed as Arkman Epic still going for these eliminations. They know the position that they're in. That's the biggest thing, is switching up the strategy, adapting at every turn when you must, as they're continuously trying to break and get piece by piece away. That C winner that's hot on their heels, he's getting dropped down little by little. And with that enough separation, Epic Armor gonna have to reset here for a moment. Go after another player as you see them taking piece by piece away from Kinzo in school.
5 total eliminations now for Arkham and Epic Whale. You can see that they're feeling confident the way they're looking for these angles, these shots, these elims. But Kenzo and School, they're below them. One of the top duos here in the lobby. Not someone you want to go against, as I also saw on the feed, a Leech is actually going to take down an opponent there, getting an elimination. But now Arkham and Epic Whale, they're going to use the launch pad, get that rotate into the half and half here. See where they land. Are they going to play for the mid ground, the high ground? Maybe just box up instantly. As Taotai, though, and Beast, they've seemed to put themselves into a sticky situation here.
Yeah, like where Arkham and Epic, they're setting themselves up because they know if you go for the high ground, it's just shots that you're going to be firing off. Other players cleaning up those eliminations. It's they who need the points. They need it desperately if they want to push into the top 5 and not have to go through another qualifier here for them, or even worse, if they kind of dwindle down, not have the best chance in that one. It's the semifinals, but anything is definitely possible. But Physics and Sedna here, they're the team that we always see towards Chonker Speedway contested, and they find themselves uncontested at the high ground.
Thoric, Cryfast here is my favorite players of today with 103 points. Love seeing them play that high ground, wondering if they're going to try and pull it off again here, as just one decent game might be enough to put them in that threshold here, as Kenzo too has a great loadout here, even some extra space. You find some loot from an opponent there, maybe a refresh in the late game, but we can see 6 zones appeared. It's pulling north.
That's not too, I want to say that's not too much of a worry. Going down the mountain, across the river, there's a couple builds, so you don't have to necessarily traverse through the water. But it's definitely going to be sticky for the teams that are on the southern portion of it, looking for a possible jump pad to recycle. Builds to kind of go through here, as you see multiple players recycling that same jump pad. The left side of zone, it's going to take a couple of ticks of that damage, but it's Taotai who gets dropped, Taotai who gets taken out. Now it's Beast alone as a solo, having to go ahead and build up that cushion. But for them, they're lucky enough to even have that cushion with the consistency that they've been able to achieve.
Beast using those chug splashes to make it back to the zone. Meanwhile, we have Arkham. Made a great use of that launch pad there to get in with Epic, but be careful, people taking shots down from below, as we have Psy-Razor on the high ground here. Looks like they've confirmed it, but they got to be careful as they're only on one ramp here. They could be broken down easily, and that's exactly what happens, but they connect. They're still holding it strong as Beast at the top right here, playing with 1 HP. Has shield, though, just cannot take Storm.
Finds a player there. not looking, but misses a couple of those crucial shots, almost going into the storm. He might have heard you a little bit late there, that he can't take the tick, but he's getting shot in the back. The shields are going to drop, but it's the HP that matters. It stays intact because he can get the shields back up. Arkham looking pretty along with Epic, 1,300 above the damage threshold. They found another elimination on the way, looking for more as they get SMG in a box. That's going to be number 7 in the books for this duo, but it's Epic Whale who gets dropped, leaving it all up to Arkham to finish off this game.
Could this be it? Could this be the start of Arkham and Epic Whale? 5th game here. Can they make that comeback? As Arkham has the high ground. Epic Whale did go down, but Arkham can do it as a solo. As we have a Leech here also playing as a solo, currently with 1 elimination. Has shield, has materials, but now has to start rotating. There's a lot of duos close by. Looks like Kruyor and Bolts did take the high ground here, and a Leech is gonna see what he can do, but be careful with those cobwebs getting launched into the sky, but it actually works out as he's ahead of zone now.
Yeah, and also allowed him to stay out of that mess that is the mid and the low ground. Convict gets dropped. Yates trying to do what he can, staggering, healing towards the backside, but sooner or later he's going to have to go forward because he's running out of splashes. Kruyor and Bolts holding onto the high ground. Wale and Source staying so far ahead of zone, and they're doing it almost uncontested until they have to sway, turn another direction, just like Batman, Booga, and Wheels, who are now ahead of zone on their own, but Quito is right behind them, trying to catch up and sneak to recycle those builds.
Arkham gonna get taken down here. Leech now trying to find a sneaky angle here. He's just looking for that shot as we have Keto too on the bottom of the screen here. 107 points, kind of clutching it out as a solo, but a Leech actually gets into a box of his opponent here. See if he can escape. No, he can't. Gonna take the engagement, goes down. Dragging the Leecher out of here as we have Aiden, though, on the high ground alongside his duo partner, Moose. They have 4 eliminations. They have the high ground. Could this be their match, Jacob?
Yeah, it could be a big match for them, sitting in 14th place. A lot of our top 10 teams are getting dropped just like that one before our very eyes. You got Batman, Booga, and Wheels who are sitting in a good spot, but it does look like they're going to try to challenge the high ground, which is blocked off for the moment. Wheels goes back down low. Pressure is on. He has to go ahead and find another route in which way he wants to go, as Physics as a solo now becoming a target of that team, as Bolt's also a solo, trying to clean up another elimination and inch himself closer because he's sitting in 8th place. He can smell that top 5 finish.
So close here. Bolts looking to see if he can get some more eliminations, maybe even a bit of placement, as he only has 2 more builds. Aiden and Moose still have the high ground, but we have duos still up and running. We have School and Kenzo. We have Batman Booga and his duo partner still going, but Source is actually going to get taken down here. School now going to see if he can get an angle. Looking at Wheels here alongside Batman Booga, one of the strongest duos up and running. 140 points, looking to make it more as they look for some eliminations here, but Bolts is a solo. Might not want to run into a duo here. It's very dangerous. Have to pick your path correctly.
2 different solos make it 3 as School gets taken down. Kenzo trying to find a different route, but he has to be quick because he doesn't have any HP to build it back up. Tick after tick, time is ticking. Kenzo trying to find his way out, but finds a med miss, something a little bit better as he's trying to survive. Wheels and Batman Booga also trying to find their path towards the zone, but they're met with a contestation, so they try to find a different route, breaking through the covers. No heals on the back of Wheels. He has to try to find something, takes the tick, he goes down. It's up to Batman Booga.
So much real estate, so much builds blocking the path for these players to get into zone. Batman Booga feeling it here as he gets eliminated there from Enkel and Nigel. Now with 8 total eliminations. Great job from this duo on the low ground as Aiden now looking to play the heal off. Has 6 chug splashes left. It's a 1 versus 2 here. Will those splashes be enough, or is he going to have to battle it out?
It looks like he's going to try to battle out, maybe look for some loot along the way as Nigel goes in, but he goes down to the storm. Angel has not 1, but 2 different med mists that are about half empty. Does he need to use them as Aiden's trying to break into the box? The med mists are out. The heal off is 1 as Angel stands tall, bursting themselves into the top 5.
Very well played from Angel and his duo partner. They're making use of those bed mists, playing it safe. You don't always have to go for that last elimination to secure the victory royale, and that's exactly what they did. Just holding the builds, healing up, and getting that victory royale.
And for Angel and Nigel, that was a much-needed big victory royale. Big game overall. They started this game in 18th place, Takata. 18th. They bursted 14 spots up the leaderboard to get them within the bubble. And it almost makes me ask the question, which team fell out to make that a possibility?
I mean, a lot of the top teams went down early, Jacob, and we had a lot of these duos, which were kind of on the mid of that leaderboard, popping off in this late game, securing an incredible amount of points. So I'm also curious to see where they are in the standings down. There's only 3 people that can help us out with that. Kelly, Panda, and Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob. And my goodness, so many top teams fighting to stay in the top 5. So many teams jumping up into the leaderboard. I mean, Panda, congratulations are definitely needed for Angel and Nigel there, getting VR, of course, from the low ground, coming it down to a 1v1 with Aiden. But a lot of teams that we were expecting to see in the end game there, not there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Kenzo is one of them, right? Kenzo having an exceptional game there going into this. Now, obviously, they weren't necessarily in the top 5 leading into this game, but surely after it, they're up and they're looking good. Elimination after elimination coming through here for them, Clay.
Yeah, just look at the picks that they're able to find with that drum shotgun. Kenzo finds one on the backside of the zone, and you can see that they're just working perfectly together, and that's what you want. We talked about it earlier on. You want to be box to box. This is actually where they take down Beast and just didn't even see it coming, and that's what we expect from a fragger of the group, right? To kind of be there, but also looking right at the back of the tarp, and see immediately calls out his teammate right there, just like that. And that's how you have to play these in-game moments if you want to get 6, 7, 8 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did an exceptional job here. Despite him going down the zone, it was still a phenomenal game, and that phenomenal game has launched them into 4th place. But we got to talk about it, right? The top 3 teams, none of them deranked or went up, right? So that means those top 3 teams have not changed. But for 5th place in Nigel and Angel, they went up 13 places.
That is such a big jump.
Yes, completely agree, Clay. But to me, I mean, the jump is big, but I'm looking at the drop from Favs and Snacky.
I am as well. Three spots down, 120 points. So again, going into the last game, it's still there. It's still possible for anybody really on this page to get into that top 5, because again, Victory Royale is 32 points and it's sitting about 126 right now. As even we go down, right, even to 14th, 15th place, really you'll see about maybe 16th. We'll stretch it down a little bit, right? They all have a realistic shot of getting into that top 5 if they pop off.
Well, speaking of popping off, Arkham and Epic Whale there jumping up 11 points now. But Panda, I'm sorry, you were wanting to say something.
No, I was actually going to talk about them. 11 points is no easy task, and we actually, like we said before, we saw Nigel and Angel do exactly that. They went up 13 placements. So Arkham, Epic Whale, with 1 game remaining, are still in this. There is the potential for them to climb into the top 5. Obviously, it's going to be very reliant on the top 5 not necessarily having a great final game. However, with the pace that we've seen from Snacky and Favs, despite them being Clay and I's prediction, they had a great start and a slow finish so far. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. But this final game is going to be key for a lot of these teams.
It all comes down to this, everyone. We only have 1 more game left for Qualifier 2, but then there is another opportunity next week in Qualifier 3 where thousands of teams are going to enter in round 1, and then it's going to whittle down to the top 50 that make it into round 4, and that's where we are right now. 1 game left for 5 of these teams to automatically punch their ticket into the finals and fight for that sweet, sweet prize money. But we have just a few moments left before we hop into that final game, and just a few more shout outs that we got to see. Bolts as a solo had an incredible run, of course. You were already talking about School and Kenzo with great eliminations on the low ground right there. Arkram as a solo, looking like he was trying to take high, or not as a solo, but going with Epic Whale, having Epic Whale go down, and then Arkram himself drop down after he realized that. That is one thing that this team knows how to do well, is that when given a bad situation, they make the most out of it. And right now, they're in kind of a bad situation. They aren't even in our top 10, but if any team can make a comeback, it is them, everyone. Will that happen in our final game? We're about to find out, everyone. So let's head on over to Takata and Jacob.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. I mean, Jacob, we've had an incredible 5 games, but just like Kelly was saying, it all comes down to this. The last match, the game, which is going to decide who takes those golden tickets to the finals, and who is going to accumulate some of those nice series points.
Yeah, and I think this is some of the closest action we've been blessed with in such a long time. Usually it's first, second place. They have such a cushion. It's an utter meltdown, a miracle that's needed for them to pop out. Beast and Taotai might have secured that top spot, but everybody else below them better be worried, because you go down early, that's all it's going to take for another team to really step up to the plate, because we've already seen one jump up 13 spots after that last game number 5. But with game number 6, the battle bus is ready. Who will make noise? We don't have to find out long, because it's right now.
Game 6, the last match of the day. This is where we get to see who can control their nerves best, who can adapt the most from their mistakes in their previous 5 matches to make it all happen in this last game, to make it into that top 5. We can already see all the duos dropping in, knowing there's the last time, there's the last chance for the second qualifier. They've got qualifier 3, but they want to make it happen now. They want to get into that cutoff. Jacob.
Uh-oh, looking in the elimination feed. After a big start, we looked into them. Trey gets knocked early on the other side of the map towards that Daily Bugle, or at least on the outskirts towards the temples on the northeast portion of it. But uncontested drop over here. This is actually one of my main players that I play with, Takata. His name's Biscuit. He taught me this spot. He land over here towards solos, then we slowly work our way in. When we do play duos, I know this spot isn't necessarily a breeding ground for hot action out of the start, but it's a great spot to land at, so you can build that foundation for the beginning of the game. But X-Rays goes down early. Action popping off as players realize it's going to take a massive game in order to jump into that top 5.
Fikoi is now left alone as a solo here, but he might just be able to make it happen as he takes down one, but it's not enough. Getting eliminated here by Physics and his duo partner. This battle of the Chonkers Speedway might have just came to an end, but you don't want to be confident. As you can see, there is another duo taking a look here, seeing that this engagement happened. Will they make that third party happen though?
Even if they don't, I can see them trying to move in, take away the loot, because one less team there means more loot is going to be around. And that's Kitty taking out Trey, switching weapons, putting the shots onto Dom. And what a shot that was. That one got clipped, I guarantee, or your money back.
One shot, one elimination there. Great job in the early game, securing those elims. But speaking about elims, Remy is going to get boxed up like a fishy there now. Going to see if his teammate can help him out, trying to do what he can. Does have that HP advantage of 200 effective HP. Just has to connect the shot though, as his opponent Storm here is going to use some chug splashes. Now it's getting dangerous.
And you can already see, like, deep blue sea, sharks in the water. They're hunting down those players. All that noise being made towards Sleepy Sound. There's not one player still left asleep, unless you kind of think about Storm, who's back to the lobby. But Nigel, Angel, big victors out of that last game, bursting up the leaderboard, are now trying to take part into this, get the damage they need for Surge, so they don't have to worry through the mid game.
Don't have to worry at all, but Echo here, kind of doing a little sneaky. I mean, I think something with Sleepy Sound is going on here. Every time we're looking at the players around here, they're being sneaky, right? Whether it's trailing a duo, crouched behind, or maybe just hiding somewhere, as Echo kind of pointing out pirate ship back there has a good amount of loot on it, but it looks like he might just want to get the loot from his opponents, as Slick here has to play as a solo. CZR has gone down 61 points. They could just clutch it up here if Slick manages to do the 1 versus 2.
A big feat, a lot of pressure on his shoulders to be able to come out on top, and it's just insurmountable pressure. He crumbles underneath it all, but honestly, that's what happens. You take these early game skirmishes, you're risking it all. As you see Cyrays or SMG slowly but surely trying to sneak in, just like we've seen so many players do up until this point. And Kipple's gonna have his work cut out from shots being rained in, no shields to kind of heal himself back up, but he does have the med kit, which means he needs time to pop that med kit, but I don't think his opponents are gonna give him the time that he needs, as they're already trying to push through the boxes. Ends up in a fray, day. Another shot gonna be traded off. 1 HP and a dream remaining as he's popping, weaving in and out of these covers, trying to survive, edit it out, but the cone's gonna stop him from now. He's still gonna be able to escape, but how long can he keep this up?
I'm biting my nails here, Jacob. Skippo is just managing to escape barely with 1 HP, but now I don't think it's about getting the elimination. It's about escaping, Jacob. He can't heal, just like he said, but what he can do is get eliminated as he's taken out here. It was a 1 versus 2. Very hard to come out on top, especially not having the HP advantage as Razors and his duo here will keep going.
And for them, that's what you got to do. Sitting in 22nd place. You either have to have the thought process of I'm going to eliminate everybody in the lobby and win the game to take my top 5 spot, or I'm just going to play my game, extra practice, more reps underneath my belt for qualifier number 3, get those series points. So if things go wrong yet again, you have that semifinals, kind of get your spot into the finals. A Salty, Poppy Blast picking up a down onto their fallen friends, trying to avenge what they can. So that one's going to trail down to a 1v1 situation, just like this one here between Krypus and another foe.
Krypus here, duo with Thoric, but his duo is not looking good now as Krypus is playing as a solo, seeing what he can do, chooses to go for the engagement, but quickly realizes might not be the best decision, backs out of it. Now with the high ground, gonna reload that Stinger SMG, gonna try and box up his opponent, doesn't get it though. Now, it's getting dangerous as the 2 versus 2 is becoming more real here. Krypus has to make something happen, has to get one of these eliminations to make it a 1 versus 1, but I don't know if he's gonna be able to do it here. Krypus gets nice shots onto his opponent, almost gets cracked. Does have minis, but does he have time to use them?
Oh, kind of got me nervous watching this one as Krypus is on the precipice of that bubble, sitting in 5th place. If he goes down, he's going to be hoping for the worst so that anybody else that's below him on the leaderboard. Big battle's going to be won against Soul. The Siphon's going to come in. Can he go back to back? Krypus does it to save the day. And you got to imagine Kelly is cheering him on because that's her pick. And they go from 5th to 4th place. 1 step closer to making that prediction come to fruition.
1 step closer to that golden ticket, and you know, with that elimination comes confidence. Gonna be able to get the reboot onto Thoric now. Keep it running, not have to worry about Storm Surge with those 2 eliminations. What a great way to start off this last match of the day as Epic Whale and Arkham now with 1 elimination as well. Gonna keep their rotate going, seeing what they can do.
Yeah, Snacky. They keep their rotate towards Tilted, trying to go back in. Arkham and Epic. A bit far off from the actual Coney Crossroads, but I don't want to be the mathematician. Don't quote me when I say this, but they need the top 5, maybe top 4 players to kind of go down in a 10 elim victory royale game. So it's possible. But it's like playing the lottery. It's not going to be an easy one as Krypus has another pressure fight underneath his belt with Storm now on his back. He has to go the splashes, which are going to come through, but he runs out of those, so no HP for him to garner through as he has to continue this fight. Storm is continuously moving out, so it's now or never for Krypus, and sitting in 4th place with only 131 points. That's not something you could stand tall with confidence as he gets chipped down again. 7 HP. He now needs a Siphon, but he gets dropped down. I don't think it's going to come through, Takata. Krypus is back to the lobby.
Oh, Krypus is going to get eliminated there from that 1 versus 2 to getting a back-to-back 1 versus 2 going down on the second one. I mean, you can only do so much. Great attempt, though. Very respectable. We'll have to see where he ends up there. 133 points is an amazing standing, so we'll see just what he can finish at. But Bolt's here with 118, playing as a solo as well. I mean, we can see all these duos just trying to maximize the points they can get here, but it looks like there's even another opponent here in the zone possibly, maybe trying to hold Bolts, but so far it looks like he's going to be able to get out, able to keep rotating, but will he be able to get that reboot?
Top 11 or more. Didn't have a chance to really ask Panda because he's been on point when it comes to predictions, doing his homework tenfold about what is that top barrier that can realistically get in. I know one point or another you said the top 11, and I'm looking at some of the names in the top 11, Moose Aiden, Slick Nick Kovic, Russo Keto, Bolton Kruyora, which you're seeing trying to get the reboot and save the day, Fabs a Snacky, and then unfortunately Krypus and Thoric who went down.
Taking a look at this replay though, Seeing what Tonvic and Slicknick can do. Nice little shot to start off that engagement, and right after the first one, hits a huge second striker pump shot, 175, cleaning up those two opponents. Nice little 6 points. Always gonna come in handy. I mean, those 6 points could be your qual there, Jacob.
I mean, we've seen that qualification happen from even less points. That's the thing. I remember my first ever event, Summer Skirmish Finals. In order to make it to the actual finals portion, because they were heats, it was a tie. Can you imagine a $5,000 coin flip in a spot in the finals? That's not where you want to leave it. You want to go ahead and take it out of the judge's hands, so to say.
Take it out of the judge's hands. Make it happen, right? Get into that qualifying threshold. And that's exactly what they're on path to doing. And it looks like Kruyar here has been rebooted by Bolts. So now they're back up as a duo, even though it was looking a little scary there as Bolts was playing as a solo. The question is, though, are they going to be able to make it back in zone, get enough damage for the Storm Surge? And now looking at Snacky and Favs with such a strong start, now in the 6th place spot, just short of that cutoff. Jacob, I mean, this is going to be a big game for them.
Yep. And this is where, honestly, they're in a spot right here where they can continue to play their game. You know, everything they practiced up until this point, they don't have to change up anything too drastically. But you also have to keep note of it in the back of their minds. For the last couple of games, they have been going out quite early. The last game has been much better game than games 3 and 4. But overall, they're not having the performance in the last half of qualifier number 2 that they've hoped. And that's where it's going to play a little bit of mind games in their head. Do we continue to play what we're playing? Get aggressive? Do we risk what we've been doing, or do we continue to try to play passive placement style game, make it to the end game, and then that could be our hope to get into the top 5. But for them, they're sitting at 6th place, just on the precipice of that bubble. Very similar to Kruyar and Bolts here, and Bolts, amazingly enough, was able to get a reboot onto Kruyar, bringing him back into the game.
I mean, so many options, right, Jacob? It's just which one is the correct. As we can see, the Bolts there in Kruyar did not want to take the engagement. They know they are very deep into Storm there, and taking any engagement will be way too risky. As we have Aiden and Moose here, had the high ground in the last game, looking to see if they can get it again here. Maybe take home a victory royale would be huge for them. Currently sitting in 10th place, could bump it up to top 5, but really just depends on how they play it out from here on. Slicknick, though, playing alongside Convict. They do have those 2 eliminations we saw earlier, but Epic Whale looks like he wants to get some eliminations as well as he goes straight into his opponent's box, and Arkham taking down Nitrix and his duo. That's 3 eliminations for Epic and Arkham.
And for this team here, I told you, I'm not a math wizard, so don't quote me when I say this. This is just an estimate, a guesstimate, to so to say, is a 10 elim victory royale. We'll give them about 60 points. So maybe they need about a 13 elim victory royale in order to get that 70 points needed. I've played the lottery, Takada. I know the odds are stacked up against them, but it's definitely possible. And who would you expect to make a storyline ending, a Cinderella story possibly, than none other than Arkham and Epic Whale?
I mean, I'm with you here, Jacob. We saw it happen in game 1. Snacky, 17 eliminations alongside Favs, Arkham and Epic. They don't even need 17, but it looks like they're going to go for it as they're playing aggressive, trying to take some shots here onto the next opponents. But just as they take those shots, the zone also closes. You can see at the bottom right, it's not close to them. They will have to rotate here, but they might just want these eliminations first as Epic Whale connects a huge shot onto his opponent, but just as the same time they take a shot at the Arkham, cracking him. So now have to slow things down a little bit here. Look for an angle, look for a shot. Epic Whale feeling confident, looking to see what he can do.
Ooh, being careful there though. Russo almost peeking over that cover. Epic Whale is just flirting with it right now as there's 2 pieces in front of him towards his front and left side. Are not his, but Arkham oversteps by himself, and that 1 second of separation is all it took. Keto and his teammate turned at the right time to take him out. Now the pressure is mounting more than ever before on the Epic Whale to come out on top.
Epic Whale playing it as a solo here. 56 players left, 30 duos, and Epic Whale has to make the choice now. Does he go for this 1 versus 2, try and eliminate both of these opponents, or will he try and get that reboot card, maybe make something happen? Taking a look at Keto's replay, though. Nice little drop onto Arkham there. Quick eliminating him there with that drum shotgun. I mean, it's a great play, but now Epic Whale's just going to have to make something happen if he wants to keep it going.
I love this out of Russo and Keto. They got that elimination, they got what they wanted, and they're saying, hey, if this solo wants to chase us to try to get this Elim, bring it on, because they're ready to lay the smackdown at a moment's notice, but they're making that smart rotation. Let's get out of there. Get to the center of the zone, because they cannot let it all ride on that moment as Bolts trying to go in, ends up escaping with narrowly, but I do believe elimination might have went over to somebody else.
I mean, this is a story to tell, Jacob. Kruger and Bolts from being far, far away in the zone to getting the reboot, making it back in zone, now securing another refresh, which is going to help their Storm Surge damage, help their materials, and speak about storylines, Jacob. Epic Whale getting the reboot onto Arkham.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing before our eye. 2 medkits as well. That's going to make getting out of the zone and healing up a real possibility, but it's about if anybody else seed. If you heard the reboot card go off, you know they don't necessarily have the best loot to their name, so it could be an easy target, but it doesn't look like everybody's going to try to get aggressive, be proactive to try to take them out, because they know positioning is so important at this mid to late game portion, because if you overstep, if you step out of bounds, out of position, the entire lobby will make you a focus, and that'll be something you regret in game 6.
20 seconds until third zone closes here. Fourth zone appears. It's going to decide which duos have to rotate, which ones are already inside the next zone, which ones are going to be feeling happy. Taking a look here, though, it's Slick Nick Convict. They are kind of on the edge here, whereas it seems Snacky and Favs seem to be a little bit more centered. Question is, though, where's this fourth zone going to appear? And we can see more on the west side, Snacky Favs will have to rotate. A majority of these duos are going to have to rotate. The question is, when do you do it? Do you go early? Do you go late? Do you go while the zone's closing in? Really just depends on what that decision is.
Yeah, just looking at the position that they're in, they have a little bit of that high ground because they could stagger their exit here if they wanted. Let players begin to go around and then kind of take and hold on to a little bit of the height, build above those certain players. But you see School, Kenzo trying to make their own way in towards the zone. Wheels at Physics, Sedna all trying to stop them dead in their tracks to kind of get their elimination points and make their journey that much harder. But they're sitting pretty. Third place. Saying, hey, Caleb, anything you can do, I can do better, because they qualified in 5th. Now, can you imagine Kenzo qualifying in 3rd? That's going to be bragging rights.
Oh, bragging rights indeed. Is School and Kenzo here. 149 points. They just want to maintain that position. They're already in the cutoff. They just don't want to get taken down early. Whereas the contrary here, Bolts and Kruger, they're just one position off that cutoff. They want to get some more points here, get some more eliminations, but they got to be careful as they have to do a very long rotate here. You can see they're just on the edge of Storm, and there's so many duos inside. Looking at them, looking back, really makes you question what the best decision here is. Do you go straight? Do you go left, right? What's the right direction?
Honestly, I feel like you just got to go. You just got to go in. You got to take what you can get here. As Arkham Epic still standing strong. 3 eliminations, 710 above the threshold. But Storm Surge is not their worry here. It's getting the eliminations paired with a big victory royale. They want to end it here. They don't want to go through another qualifier, even though they do have a ton of series points added on to that as well, as they're slowly but surely making their way in towards zone while simultaneously playing aggressive. Who is that on the other side? It might be Source of some sort, but he overpeaks. Epic Whale gets chopped down. He's forced to retreat.
Epic Whale does a good job getting out, though. Is going to be able to pop those shields, recuperate that damage from the opponent. But Arkham now has to be careful. Does get that elimination. Siphon bringing him back up almost to full HP, but he's going to have to pop shields now. Uses his last mini. Looks like they're not too healthy on shields. Might have to get another refresh there if they want to recuperate that, but Zuki's and Bacon, 101 points here. Does have a good loadout, and we'll see where this zone closes, because this 5th zone could be crucial for some players. And Jacob, Snacky Favs, they're beside Epic Whale and Arkham. The Titans, they might go face to face.
We know how aggressive Arkham and Epic are getting in this game. We know how aggressive Favs and Snacky could be in the blink of an eye. And this is their signal to go. That's Epic. That's Arkham. They're in a full-on chaotic fight here. And it does look like one of them is going to go down. In fact, it's both of them. Snacky takes out Arkham. Beast takes out Epic. They must go through it once more in qualifier number 3. But Snacky and Favs, they don't want to go through that same road. They want to end their road here. Get into the top 5 because they're sitting right on the precipice of that bubble.
They are so close, Jacob. Just one placement on that leaderboard will put them into the top 5, but this game isn't done yet. There's still a lot of duos just on that cutoff, on that borderline. I mean, it's really anybody's game here. Batman, Booga, and Wheels, though, 151, they are in that threshold, and they're even using their vehicle here to rotate. I mean, I love to see it. Actually gonna bring some players along with them as they're rotating here, help them out, you could say, or maybe just take some damage, but Batman, Booga, and Wheels are doing a great job.
Still trying to save and get as much use of that IO car as possible, but that might be the time to abandon, especially knowing you have the cushion of that launch pad waiting to be used at a moment's notice. But Fabs, Snacky, it's actually just going to be Snacky as Fabs goes down. Snacky trying to get in the box. They're on 6th place right now. This could be a moment they're looking to regret, especially going up against Nigel and Salty, or Nigel and Angel there, who are sitting in 4th place. They just had a phenomenal game to bump themselves up higher, but Snacky by himself still trying to get aggressive, and that's the confidence you need to have as a multi-time FNCS champion.
Snacky really has to clutch this one out as a solo if he wants to make it. Get that gold and take it to the finals. Will he be able to do it? 125 points. The zone, you can see it's pulling north here for the first moving in 20 seconds, but be careful, Nigel, Angel. They're hungry for that elimination. They know it's Snacky. They know this Elim can be huge for them, and they want to make it happen. Trying to do as much damage as possible, but Snacky, he knows how to overcome it, knows how to keep going.
Especially since he knows the point threshold in which he's at now. Knowing Fabs is down, it's all up to Snacky, and it's him who started the day off with 14 eliminations, looking to add to the total on the day. Big damage gonna be dealt, but doesn't get the elimination, forced to retreat, stagger off in his own, gets it down onto 1, but he gets escape from, so he's not gonna be able to get the refresh or the siphon, sitting pretty above the damage threshold, but not enough HP to be regained. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to keep it moving. His zone continues towards his backside. Not gonna be an easy look as he gets contested yet again, but piece control, getting into the bush, a moment to breathe is absolutely eminent for Snacky in terms of his survival.
Trying to pop some mini shields here, seeing if he can recuperate that shield that he's lost. Meanwhile, Nigel on the bottom right still has Angel, has his duo partner up, but Snacky now looking for an engagement, gets him to the box of his opponent, but is going to get taken down right on that cutoff. Will it be enough? Has he secured enough points? We'll have to find out as Nigel and Angel here keep it going. Only 39 above the Storm Surge threshold, but looking for more damage as Batman Booga boxes up his opponent, knocks him down, gets that elimination now. Gonna keep it going forward.
Batman Booga, they're gonna go ahead and use that launch pad, get out as fast as possible. And you see they're going to the side of zones, at least contested, while staying ahead of it as well. That way they don't have as many fights, as many battles. They stay as safe as possible. Poppy Blast and Show do have the high ground. They're gonna go ahead and separate. One's gonna stay back, one's gonna stay forward to go ahead and knock down any players who attempt to contest them.
Year here in Vaults, we saw the comeback they made from the early game now. Speak about comeback with the 5 eliminations they have in the 6th place spot. Gets dropped down though, be careful, this is a dangerous situation. Blast and Show, still on that high ground. We've got Convict, Slick Nick as well, looking for some angles here, but there's so many players that have the opportunity to get into that cutoff. It's really just who can keep going the longest, who can get the most eliminations. It's anybody's game.
Yep. See Arm Bolt still within all that chaos. Booga, Batman, and Wheels getting ahead of zone and staying there throughout the course of it all. Low ground as can be, trying to separate themselves from everybody else and that pressure that at times can be so insurmountable. Beast Type first place, hot on their heels, trying to go ahead and stay ahead. Russo and Keto, we saw them take down a couple players early on. They too trying to stay ahead of zone, but the players at the high ground not feeling any of the pressure that is the below chaos.
Kruger and Bolt secured 2 huge eliminations, but Convict is also looking for some more as Kruger here has 3, going for 4, but gets knocked down. Currently in the 5th place spot. Will somebody be able to get enough points to pass them as Batman Booga and Wheels here with 165. They're looking to close it out strong here. Have 1 elimination, but they're looking for more. Blast and Show, they're still on the high ground. They could take this game home as Convict and Slick Nick take another player down. 5 total eliminations for this duo.
And they got right inside of that bubble. The team that qualified last season in 3, taking the full 6. Poppy Blast and Show still need some eliminations with this victory royale if they want to claim their own spot directly into the finals. They're putting the shots from above, trying to find the players hit it around.
Wheels, Batman Booga still on the low ground. Slick Nick and Convict still close to this mid ground here as they're getting tagged, getting cracked. Slick Nick now getting knocked down. Convict, it's all up to him. Will he be able to clutch it out as a solo? We have Zukis and Bacon. They want to get in. They want that action. They want a piece of the pie, and that's exactly what they're going to get as Zukis gets knocked down. Bacon now playing as a solo, but he has the double med mist.
Courier bolts there out as well. Teams on the bubble. It's up to Convict sitting in 6th place. He lost it with his teammate going down. Points going all around. Wheels loses Batman Booga. No heals to get the HP back up, but gets into the zone just the nick of time. Looking towards the backside. Takes 2 ticks. He fumbles. He goes down. The top 3. Convict can still make this a possibility with a big victory royale, but Poppy Blast and Show, they don't want to let it go through because they too need the eliminations combined with the victory royale, and they the only duo standing, but Bacon goes down. Convict has the pressure of a million players on his backside because he needs not both of the eliminations, but the victory royale as well. And this one is coming down to the wire. He doesn't have any builds to shield himself. Poppy Blast drops down, gets the elimination, gets the victory royale, but do they have the points to get in the bubble?
So many things just happened, from Convict picking up one last elimination as a solo. Poppy Blast and Show finishing it off strong with the victory royale. But the question, Jacob, is who's going to be in that top 5?
That's a big question to be asked. You can see at a moment, Convict tossing in and out, 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th. That bubble is definitely going to be one to be wondered as you see the celebration going down. Poppy Blast and Poppy Show really stepping up big to close it out. And you got to wonder, even if they didn't get into the bubble after that big victory, that's confidence going into qualifier number 3. And confidence does wonders to these professional players.
Confidence it is. Vamos, Poppy Blast and Show. I mean, I love that reaction. We saw him dancing. He was feeling good alongside his duo partner. They're securing that victory royale, but I know everybody wants to know who made it in that top 5, and there's 3 people that can help us out with this. Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Let us know.
Yes, Takata and Jacob, we can help you out. But we're going to build the suspense a little bit, okay? Because there's some highlights that we need to look at right now. And I know, Panda, Clay, that we were watching Batman Booga's team already in the top 5. But could they clinch it out and make sure that they are secured to make it into the finals?
Yeah, that's the question, right? They were in a really, really good position going into this game, and they stayed alive for a good portion of the game. So I'm confident that Batman Booga and Wheels ended up clutching it up, and they're going on to the finals. But there were so many top 10 teams in those final moments. It's going to be tough to see who's actually going to make it out, Clay.
Yeah, it was just, it always comes down to the last game in West, it feels like. I feel like every time we're watching, it's game 6 where everything changes, and that's just the difference in the format this season. Right, you see that 32 points for the victory royale, 3 points for elimination. Look at just how well Batman Booga and Wheels are working here. Unfortunately, Batman Booga wasn't able to get that flopper off in time, but it did end up helping Wheels out a little bit, but they got a little distracted at the end there. They wanted that Elam, but still, what a great play there for them. And our top 5 is going to be Beast and Taltai in first, Batman Booga and Wheels in second, Elige and Dragon in third, School and Kenzo in fourth, and Slick Nick and Convict clutching it up with the last Elim there before they went down to get 5th place.
That is what you want to see. The final game, the final moments deciding your fate into the finals right there. Of course, we have to give a shout out to Bolts and Courier, able to jump up 2 placement points, only 3 points away, but just barely missing out. So once again, thank you, Clay, and a big shout out to these top 5 teams right here. And also, you have to give a shout out to that 10th place team, Poppy's Blast and Show right there, jumping up 8 placements to make it into the top 10. And you know that momentum is going to impact them going into the final qualifier next week, Panda.
You're absolutely right, but man, we have to talk about how much this top 10 shifted. Like literally, when you look at it, Snacky Favs aren't even here. They fell out of the top 10 for the only time they fell out of top 10 throughout all 6 games. This has been just a dramatic shift here on the leaderboard. But look, congratulations to obviously the top 5 qualifying on, but we got to look about the people that were just outside. Because remember, there's still one more qualifier left. That's one more opportunity to auto qualify on to the finals. So a lot of these teams, they're just outside of that threshold. And with 5 less teams to worry about, next time should be their time.
Well, you say that, and then I look to like what we just saw in qualifier 1, where Arkham and Epic Whale were in 6th place. They were queued up to be able to dominate the competition today, and they're not even in our top 10. Same thing with Favs and Snacky, the reigning champs. And you know, I appreciate this. In the last chapter of Fortnite, we had the same 3 people winning every single season to the point where it became not boring necessarily, but very predictable. And I always call it the wild, wild west. I love the unpredictability. And with all of these new teams and these teams that have been fighting for so long to break into the top, they are finally doing it, and they deserve it. The skill is just rising, the ceiling and the floor as well. And we have to take another look at our predictions, which maybe not the most successful that we've seen out of NA West, but I do want to give a shout out to Krypus and Thoric. They've had incredible performances in round 3. Both qualifier 1 and qualifier 2, they were able to make it into 2nd place out of that qualifier. We saw 2 days ago that they got 13th place in round 4, and now today moving up even better. So looking towards that team for me for qualifier 3. What about you, Clay? Which team are you excited to watch next week?
Ooh, honestly, that's a hard one, Kelly. That's a hard one there, but I want to see what Arkham and Epic Whale do, because I picked them in week 1, I went against them in week 2, and now it's qualifier 3 rather, right? That's where I want to see them perform, because again, they are Arkham and Epic Whale. So we'll see on the 15th if they can come out and clutch up a qualification.
The 15th, everyone, that is going to be our final qualifier. And for the 15 teams that make it to the finals, the other 35 teams still need to be found out. So the semifinals is where that is going to happen. All the teams that didn't make it into the top 5 are going to get those series points and duke it out over 3 days. Everyone, thank you guys for joining us so much on behalf of Europe, NA East, and of course, Jacob and Takata casting all the action here for NA West. These 2 gentlemen to my right, we appreciate you guys so much, and we can't wait to see you next week.